Chapter 271 Madness of the Invitations. Chapter 271 Madness of the Invitations. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng said with a smile, I will give you 20% of the proceeds from the potion auction. The remaining 80% will be spent on the magic college. To build a magic college, you needed a lot of money. Although Morin's 2867th promised to let Yang Feng establish the magic college, but he would not provide any funds. Yang Feng could only rely on himself for everything. Money was the biggest problem. Without enough gold coins, you could not recruit wizards as teachers. Whether equipment or materials all required money. Garka showed an excited smile. Good. Early in. Rest assured. The whole of St. Tulan City will know of the potion auction. As the sixth prince, although Garka earned a lot of money every month, but his expenses were equally great. The monthly salary of his subordinates alone would leave an ordinary aristocrat speechless. More gold coins meant that he could recruit more subordinates. Yang Feng turned his eyes and then said with a beaming smile, I have a proposal. Your Highness, please start a rumor first, and then sell invitations. Each invitation is to be sold at 200 gold coins, for a total of 5,000 invitations. Garka was slightly surprised and exclaimed, Selling invitations! In the Morin's Empire, there had never been a case of people who organized auctions to sell invitations. In Garka's view, Yang Feng was crazy about money. I am a Grand Pharmacist. Among the potions that I am going to auction, there is a potion capable of restoring your youthful appearance for 18 days. Garka's eyes brightened. A potion capable of restoring your youthful appearance for 18 days would make countless noble ladies compete for it. There is also a potion similar to dragon stamina. Garka showed a slight smile. That potion would definitely be favored by greater aristocrats. There is a potion capable of promoting you to a knight in one leap. Garka's eyes lit up and flashed with excitement. Many knight families would fight over this potion. Also, there is a potion capable of having level 3 apprentice wizards break through the spirit force bottleneck and promote to official wizards in one fell swoop. Garka's body trembled slightly, and his eyes shone with excitement and greed. Although the weave made it difficult for the Feisua plane to produce archwizards and above, but it also facilitated the spawning of countless apprentice wizards. Unlike official wizards, level 3 apprentice wizards were easy to recruit. A potion capable of having level 3 apprentice wizards break through the bottleneck and become official wizards would absolutely cause countless people to fight over it. Yang Feng continued with a smile. Is an invitation for an auction with this many miraculous potions worth 200 gold coins? Garka laughed loudly. It's more than worth it. For ordinary aristocrats, 200 gold coins was great wealth. However, for true greater aristocrats, this bit was not worth mentioning. Some greater aristocrats who paid particular attention to luxury would spend thousands of gold coins or even 10,000 gold coins per meal. For the sake of an auction with so many miraculous potions, people would vie over the 200 gold coin invitations. The St. Tulan City, in the back garden of a luxurious villa. An 18 or 19-year-old youngster was practicing swordsmanship. He was focused, and every one of the moves were performed in earnest. A bearded, burly man looked at the youngster, and regret flashed in his eyes. Stop! That's enough for today. Just when the youth was getting all sweaty, the bearded man shouted. The youngster heaved a sigh and almost collapsed on the ground. A beautiful maid came over and handed the youngster a hot towel. The youngster stared hopefully at the bearded man and asked slowly, Teacher Jay, do I really have no hope at cultivating chi? Jay smiled and shifted the subject. Young Master Carl, you're going to inherit the salamander family even if you're not a knight. There will be countless knights serving you. When practicing swordsmanship, you should take it as doing a workout. With an unwilling expression, Carl said in a somewhat shrill voice, So I really cannot cultivate chi. I can't accept this. My ancestor, Salamander, practiced magic and martial dual cultivation. The chi and magic methods in the family are all the best in the world. Then why can't I practice cultivation? Why? Jay's eyes glimmered with pity. He watched Carl grow up, so he knew how much effort Carl had put into cultivating magic and martial arts. No matter what, Carl never gave up on practicing cultivation, and he was several times more hardworking than many aristocratic youngsters. However, Carl's talent was lacking, and even with the best methods that the world had to offer, he still wasn't able to cultivate magic and martial arts. If nothing unexpected happened, he could only achieve the advanced warrior rank in his lifetime. The maidservant standing next to Carl suddenly said, "Young master, I recently heard that there is a Grand Pharmacist called Ian who is going to hold a potion auction in the St. Tulan City. Reportedly, one of the potions can promote you to a knight, another one can allow you to cultivate magic, and yet another one can restore your youth." "What? There is a potion that can promote you to a knight?" Carl's eyes burst out with a brilliant light. Then he looked up at Jay with eyes full of hope and asked expectantly, "Teacher Jay, is there really a potion that can make you a knight?" Jay hesitated for a moment before saying, "The power of magic is miraculous, and pharmacy is full of mystery. Perhaps there really is a potions that can turn you into a knight." Magic was a mysterious, broad, and profound existence. Even legend wizards couldn't claim that they knew the entire extent of magic. Although Jay was a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse, but he didn't know much about magic. Carl asked expectantly, "Jesse, how can I attend the potion auction?" Jesse hesitated before saying, "I heard that the invitation costs 200 gold coins, and that there was a limit of 5,000 invitations. Now, the price of an invitation has been inflated to 300 gold coins." Carl smiled slightly and said, "Go get Mr. Luke." Jessie gave a curtsy and took her leave. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in butler uniform and with neatly combed hair, who appeared to be very capable and experienced, came up to Carl and said deferentially, "Young Master Carl, what are your orders?" Carl, carrying the imposing aura of a superordinate, said faintly, "Go get me 5 invitations to the potion auction held by Master Ian." Luke replied respectfully and took his leave. "Yes, young master." In a magic laboratory, a young man dressed in an apprentice wizard robe stared at a pale golden invitation in his hands as if it was his life. Then his eyes flashed with madness and he mumbled, "A potion that can make you break through the bottleneck and promote to an official wizard. I must get it." In a room of a luxurious villa, a middle-aged noblewoman who no longer looked young, even heavy makeup could not hide her age, looked in a mirror and recalled her lost youth. She held a pale golden invitation in her hands and whispered, "A potion that can restore your youth for 18 days. I must have this potion." In front of a grocery store of the 6th Prince Garca was a long queue of people, which extended for several kilometers. The gazes of the people in the queue were full of anxiety as they watched the grocery store and waited for it to open. There were more than 30 security officers at the entrance of the grocery store in order to maintain law and order. Finally, the door of the grocery store opened slowly, and a voice came from inside. "There are only 500 invitations today." "Why? Weren't there supposed to be 5,000 invitations? Why are there only 500 invitations left?" The crowd went into an uproar. 2 burly men came out, overlooked the crowd, and said lightly, "Please maintain the queue and enter the store orderly. Each person can purchase up to 2 invitations." The security officers took out their batons and stared fiercely at the crowd outside. No matter how the people outside complained, there was no use. The people in the front of the queue started entering the grocery store. Every time a person came out of the grocery store, there would be a dozen people surround them and shout, 220 gold coins? I'll give you 220 gold coins for an invitation. I'll give you 250 gold coins for an invitation." The source of this content is freowebnovel.com. "I'll give you 280 gold coins for an invitation." Numerous people argued and offered their prices in an attempt to purchase an invitation to the potion auction from others. Some people sold their invitations and earned hundreds of gold coins. Even more people, after buying the invitations, left under the escort of experts. The 500 invitations from the grocery store were quickly sold out. Then, a secondary market for reselling the invitations was formed at the door of the grocery store. The invitations circulated continuously as if very precious commodity. Numerous people fought to get an invitation. Numerous aristocrats, greater aristocrats, wizards, assassins, knights, and druids of the St. Tulan City fought to get an invitation. Yang Feng's potions were of a great temptation, as they could fulfill their wishes. On the Feisua plain, the majority of magic knowledge was in the hands of major forces, with very little knowledge reaching the rest of the world. Pharmacy was a branch of alchemy. To produce a potion, you had to grasp a lot of magic knowledge, use a lot of precious extraordinary plants, and throw magic stones into the mix to act as the catalyst. A Grand Pharmacist had to be a great wizard rank powerhouse or above, yet not every great wizard rank powerhouse or above was a Grand Pharmacist. Consequently, Grand Pharmacists were very few in numbers. On the Feisua plain, people who studied magic hardly had the time to get distracted by other things, after all. Chapter 272, The Grand Prince André. Chapter 272, The Grand Prince André. Translator, Zayamoj. Inside the mansion of the sixth prince. Garka was in a great mood, and he said with a beaming smile, "Ha ha! We earned a lot. Just a few invitations were sold for 1 million gold coins. You're really good at making money." Of the 1 million gold coins, Garka could get 200,000 gold coins. At the same time, he used those invitations to have many people indebted to him. In the St. Tulan City, aristocrats and well-to-do merchants were as common as flies, and the 5,000 invitations weren't enough to cover them all. Many greater aristocrats, who acted a little late, could not buy any invitations despite being wealthy. They could only seek out Garka and put forward a request to buy invitations, leaving them indebted to him. Yang Feng picked up a glass, rocked the blood-like red wine, took a gentle sip, and showed a smile. Garka asked curiously, "By the way, why only sell 5,000 invitations? Why not sell more? With the capability of the St. Tulan City, even if we sold 10,000, no, 30,000 invitations, it wouldn't be an issue. There were less than 10 Grand Pharmacists in the Morince Empire, among whom 3 stayed in the palace and only served Morince 2867th. Yang Feng was the only one willing to hold a potion auction. There were many wealthy people in the St. Tulan City. Even if there were 30,000 invitations, they could be easily sold all the same. Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Things that are scarce are precious. After the contest over the 5,000 invitations is over, their prestige will only increase and they will be more willing to spend a greater amount of money to compete over the potions." Garka frowned slightly and said, "Makes sense. However, the 5,000 invitations are obviously not enough. There have been many people coming to me to express their willingness to buy invitations. Some people are so important that even I can't offend them." Freewebnovel.com. Despite being the sixth prince with a very noble status, there were still many people whom he couldn't afford to offend. Only if he sat on the throne could he ignore most people. Yang Feng said lightly, "Greater aristocrats and top merchants as well aristocrats close to us, give them what they want. As for the rest, they don't matter." Garka contemplated for a moment and then revealed a smile. "That's reasonable." Over time, the whole St. Tulan City went crazy over the invitations, and the price of the invitations had inflated to 500 gold coins. Invitations to the potion auction evolved into a symbol of status, as if the people with invitations were real bigwigs. 10 days later, in a large manor near the St. Tulan City, luxurious carriages arrived at the large manor from the St. Tulan City. The pavement of the large manor, which was similar to cement, was very even, and the carriages that drove atop it didn't shook too much. Near an emerald-like lake, there were numerous tables with different delicacies spread atop them, and beautiful maidservants shuttled between them. Immaculately dressed men and women stood near those tables. These people were the bigwigs to whom countless people of the Morince Empire looked up to. These bigwigs formed circles of 2 or 3 people to chat. Of course, the mysterious potions to be auctioned were the main subject of conversation. Suddenly, there was a commotion. A handsome man with short blonde hair and a gentle smile strode over under the escort of a man and a woman dressed in martial attire. "Your Highness!" Some of the bigwigs from the faction of the third Prince Porta came over and saluted him. A small circle was quickly formed around Porta. Shortly after Porta arrived, a young man with a stern-looking expression, facial features similar to those of Porta, and short blonde hair arrived with 2 guards dressed in martial attire in tow. "Your Highness!" Some of the bigwigs close with the 9th Prince Sanair came over and saluted him. A small circle was quickly formed around Sanair. Almost at the same time, a youngster with short blonde hair, who looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old and still possessed the innocence of childhood, came over with 2 good-looking female guards in martial attire in tow. The youngster looked very proud, as if everyone else in the world were beneath him. "Your Highness!" The bigwigs close with the 13th Prince Sucre came over, saluted him, and quickly formed a small circle around him. The 3 princes looked at each other, then broke away from their guards and went to meet each other. Porta had a complicated look in his eyes as he said slowly, "Grand Pharmacist Ian. To be able to recruit a Grand Pharmacist to serve him, Garca has great luck." Among the alliance formed by the 4 princes, Porta and Garca had the strongest forces. Now that Garca got Yang Feng to help him, he became the one with the strongest force in this loose alliance. Sucre replied with a smile, "The stronger Garca gets, the better it is for us, right? Andre is too strong. We need someone who can withstand his pressure." Sanair nodded silently. The great Prince Andre was wise and valiant. He was the Grand Marshal of the Southern Corps and had countless experts as his subordinates. Together, the 4 princes only managed to slightly suppress Andre. Of course, the 4 princes joined hands on the surface, but in secret, they hindered each other. If the 4 princes worked together in earnest, then with the strength of their mothers' families behind them, they could completely suppress the great Prince Andre. Grandmaster Ian. Grandmaster Ian is here. Updated from freeobnul.com. Grandmaster Ian arrived. Suddenly, there was a clamor, and everyone began to look for Yang Feng. Practically everyone present came for Yang Feng's potions. Under the crowd's watchful gazes, Yang Feng, Garca, and Oleana entered the venue under the escort of the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius. Once he entered the venue, Garca took Yang Feng to the 3 princes. Garca introduced proudly and arrogantly, "Ian, let me introduce you. This is my brother Porta, this is my brother Sanair, and this is my brother Sucre. Brothers, this is Ian, who is the master of the miracle city of the Red Earth Wasteland, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, a court grandmaster, and a grand pharmacist." Every title represented an identity of Yang Feng, and each identity was very noble. Those identities superimposed were even more noble than the identity of some ordinary princes. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Hello. Hello, Earl Ian." The 3 princes greeted very politely. Even Sucre, who wore a proud expression, was not lacking in manners. "Grandmaster Canales. Grandmaster Canales is here." "What? Where?" When they heard the name Canales, the crowd was a little stunned at first. Suddenly, there was a stir, as everyone was looking for the person in question with excitement in their eyes. Canales had been famous for decades and was one of the best Grand Pharmacists of the Morince Empire. He was a legendary figure in the Morince Empire, who, with the help of his potions, saved 2 legend wizards and killed 1 legend wizard and 4 sacred swordsmen. His life story was a tale of legends, and he was the most legendary Grand Pharmacist among the several Grand Pharmacists of the Morince Empire. Looking very contradictory at a glance, a short yet very young-looking man, who appeared to be in his 20s yet whose eyes were full of vicissitudes, slowly walked over with his hands behind his back and an indifferent expression on his face. The short man was accompanied by a burly and handsome, middle-aged man with dazzling golden hair and domineering demeanor, who seemed to carry the scent of iron and blood. On the left of the middle-aged man was a handsome man with short red hair, slightly red eyes, and an average build. The abyss of his eyes seemed to contain endless mystery. Behind the 3 men followed a dozen guards, with each guard exuding a strong aura. When he saw the 3 men, Porta received a great shock, and his complexion changed dramatically. He said with great difficulty, "Andre recruited Grandmaster Canales and even a divine descendant of the god of war?" The middle-aged man with the scent of iron and blood was the great Prince Andrei. The short man on his right was the Grand Pharmacist Canales, and the young man on his left was Chapiro, the first successor to the Barrios family, which was a divine descendant family of the strong divine power rank god of war Barrios. The complexions of Garca's group of 4 people became very unsightly. In general, divine descendants didn't participate in the imperial power struggles of the Morince Empire, and they didn't care who the emperor was. However, there were no absolutes. Similarly, due to all kinds of reasons, there would be divine descendants participating in imperial power struggles. Those who got support from divine descendants would very rarely fail in the imperial power struggles. When he saw Garca's group of 4, Andrei walked towards them with his hands behind his back. Along the way, as if it was a matter of course, the bigwigs of the Morince Empire had no choice but to part and make way for Andrei. Chapter 273 The Grand Pharmacist Canales. Chapter 273 The Grand Pharmacist Canales. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with admiration. The great Prince Andrei is indeed extraordinary, although the 4 princes were very outstanding, but compared with the great Prince Andrei, the gap was as wide as the gap between chicken and a phoenix. However, the more brilliant Andrei was, the more Yang Feng didn't want him to take the throne. Otherwise, once the former had the authority to control the entire Morince Empire, Yang Feng would find it very difficult to do what he wanted to. Andrei came over. Brother! When they saw Andrei approach, the 4 princes greeted him. Their greeting contained traces of both courtesy and fear. You are Ian? Andrei ignored Porta's group of 4 as he walked up to Yang Feng. He had an air of dominance about him. He asked. Yang Feng replied, I am Ian, Your Highness Andrei. A touch of regret flashed through Andrei's eyes and he said, What a pity! Canales took a step forward. His indifferent eyes released a brilliant glow, and he said bluntly as if it was a matter of course, I am Canales. Ian, give me all the potion formulas you have, and I won't make things difficult for you today. Yang Feng looked at Canales as if he was looking at an idiot and replied indifferently, Why should I give you my potion formulas and not the other way around? Fru Benavel. Canales was a little stunned. Then his eyes surged with anger, and he said with a grim smile, Fool! I just wanted your potion formulas. Now, due to your stupidity, I'm going to make you my slave. I'm challenging you to a potion duel. The loser shall be the slave of the winner and give everything of theirs to the winner. Yang Feng asked in reply, Why should I agree to your challenge? Canales sneered, saying, It's a fair challenge between pharmacists, and you can't refuse it. However, if you do refuse, I will have the Weave Church expel you. You won't be able to enter any of the temples of the Weave Goddess to pray. For a devout fanatic, not being able to enter the temple of their god to pray was the most severe punishment. Canales made his name as a Grand Pharmacist decades ago, and his connections and influence were far beyond Yang Feng's. Yang Feng said with a grave expression, You're really vicious. Canales laughed wildly and said, Haha, it's no use. Hand over the potion formulas or become my slave after a potion duel. You only have 2 choices. Yang Feng said very calmly, It seems that I have no choice. Canales arrogantly threw a golden contract scroll in front of Yang Feng. This is the highest level contract scroll of the Temple of the God of Contracts. Sign it. Garca's face changed greatly. Then he grabbed Yang Feng's right hand and shouted, Ian, don't sign it. I can use my influence and make sure that you won't be expelled from the Weave Church. Canales sneered arrogantly. Due to an accident, the Pope of the Weave Church was gravely injured when he was young. I saved him with my potions, so now he owes me a favor. Can your influence compare to that of the Pope of the Weave Church? Garca's complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he turned silent. The headquarters of the Weave Church were not in the Morince Empire. Although Garca, as the 6th prince, had indeed some influence in the Weave Church, yet he could not compare to the Pope of the Weave Church at all. Although Canales was very arrogant, but he had the capital to do so. It had been decades since he became a Grand Pharmacist, so God knows how many powerhouses he befriended. In certain domains, his word carried much more weight than that of many princes of the Morince Empire. Yang Feng was silent for a moment, then carefully examined the golden magic contract for a while. After he confirmed that there were no mistakes, Yang Feng freed himself from Garca's hand and signed the contract. After he signed it, the golden magic contract immediately ignited and turned into two golden lights, which landed in the space between the eyebrows of Yang Feng and Canales respectively. Canales scanned the platform of the potion auction with a glance and smiled, saying, "This platform of the auction is pretty good. It's just right for our duel." New novel chapters are published on fruyobnl.com. Yang Feng replied, "Good." The both of them soon arrived atop the platform. Canales said lightly, "The rules of this potion duel are as follows. We each have to drink a potion of the other party, and then dispel the magic of the potion. The one to admit defeat loses." Yang Feng nodded slightly and agreed with Canales. A duel between pharmacists was not fought with spells, but by drinking each other's potions and dispelling the magic therein. Duels between pharmacists was often decided with a potion. Yang Feng said with a sincere expression, "Grandmaster Canales, you've made your name as a Grand Pharmacist a long time ago, so as a form of respect, I'll prepare a potion for you to drink first." Canales smiled faintly and replied, "Respect the old and cherish the young. Do you understand this principle? If you want to show me respect, then you should drink the potion I prepare first." In a duel between pharmacists, the party to drink a potion first would be in a complete disadvantage. Unless the gap in power between the parties was big, the party to drink a potion first would absolutely be in a disadvantage. Yang Feng smiled and said, "No, if I drank first, wouldn't it be akin to claiming that I'm more powerful than you, Grandmaster? You should drink first, as you are more powerful than myself, Grandmaster. When you drink my potion, you are sure to dispel it with ease." Canales didn't yield an inch, saying, "I am indeed stronger than you. However, you should be the one to drink my potion first." Andre came over, extended a fist towards Yang Feng, and said, "I have either 1 gold coin or 2 gold coins in my hand. If you guess correctly, then Grandmaster Canales will be the one to drink first. Otherwise, you will be the one." Yang Feng contemplated for a while before saying, "2 gold coins." Andre opened his hand slowly, and, so that everyone could see, revealed 1 gold coin. Andre said faintly, "You go first." Yang Feng replied, "Okay." Canales silently chanted an incantation and waved his hand. Magic light flashed and a huge table, which was covered in all kinds of exotic magic ingredients, strangely appeared on the floor. Canales' eyes flashed with fanaticism, and he said with a smile of excitement, "There are 3,000 kinds of ingredients here. I know that you're not ready, so we'll be using these 3,000 kinds of magic ingredients to refine our potions and have a good match. Of course, if you have your own ingredients to add, that's also not a problem." Canales was a fanatical pharmacist who studied pharmacy all his life, and his magic strength was merely at the archwizard rank. With the help of various precious potions, he barely managed to promote to an archwizard. However, when it came to pharmacy, he was in the top 3 of the Morince Empire's Grand Pharmacists. After he finished speaking, Canales no longer paid attention to Yang Feng. He focused his attention on the ingredients and carefully selected a total of 23 magic ingredients. In the venue, everyone's eyes were deeply attracted by Canales. A Grand Pharmacist refining a potion on the spot was a rare sight, which many of the bigwigs present had never witnessed. On the Feisua plane, pharmacy was one of the most mysterious subjects, and very few people could master it. Yang Feng took a closer look at the 23 magic ingredients, and his eyes flashed with graveness. Among the 23 ingredients, Yang Feng could only identify 19 of them. The other 4 were extraordinary plants that had yet to be recorded in his database. After he chose the 23 ingredients, Canales carefully placed a humanoid magic ingredient into a glass beaker, then silently chanted an incantation, pointed with his finger, and cast the level 1 spell healing water. Suddenly, blue healing water appeared and interwove around the humanoid ingredient. The humanoid ingredient stood upright and issued a piercing shriek. When the people present heard the shriek of the humanoid ingredient, Many ordinary people suddenly felt a pressure in their chest and a fishy taste in their throat, as blood rose from their throat and flowed from the corners of their mouth. Just as many people began to panic, a wizard standing behind Andre silently chanted an incantation, pointed at the platform, and cast a soundproofing spell, completely cutting off the yelling from the humanoid magic ingredient on the platform. What a scary magic ingredient! This ingredient is really scary. Only wizards can handle such an ingredient. The eyes of bigwigs flashed with palpitations, as they took out their towels and wiped the blood from the corners of their mouth. Canales didn't pay attention to those people. After the humanoid magic ingredient was covered by the healing water, he pointed with his finger, and a flame instantly enveloped the humanoid ingredient and the healing water. Under the burning of the flame, the humanoid magic ingredient and the healing water strangely ignited. After the flame finished burning, only a black, greasy liquid remained floating in the beaker. That black, greasy liquid constantly rolled, and occasionally formed fear-inducing faces. After the humanoid ingredient was dealt with, Canales displayed various techniques, which looked fantastic in the eyes of ordinary people, and began to process the other magic ingredients. Before long, there were 23 beakers with strange liquids. Chapter 274, The Potion Corruption Punishment. Chapter 274, The Potion Corruption Punishment. Translator, Xuanhuan. Canales poured the 23 liquids into a magic-enhanced beaker. The 23 liquids churned and rolled. They suddenly formed a face, then churned and turned into a long snake freak with 46 human eyes, and then churned again and formed a freak covered in numerous sharp feelers. The spectators were stupefied as they watched the potion in the magic beaker surge and roll and form different freaks. Every freak formed by the potion emitted a savage and ruthless aura. Canales pointed with his finger, and a flame engulfed the interior of the magic beaker. The potion immediately ignited and issued human-like mournful screams. The flame disappeared a long time later. What was left in the magic beaker was a clear and transparent liquid, which emitted an exotic fragrance. Such a nice fragrance! What is this potion? The fragrance of this potion is amazing. What potion is this? I feel comfortable just from smelling it. As expected of Grandmaster Canales. Amazing. When the bigwigs smelt the exotic fragrance, their spirits were lifted, and they revealed smiles. At the same time, they were marveled by the wonderful methods of Canales. The eyes of wizards, who had a slight understanding of pharmacy, were full of adoration when they looked at Canales. The methods to handle the 23 magic ingredients were unheard of for them. Besides, every one of the 23 ingredients was extremely formidable, and mixing their pharmaceutical properties together was hard beyond belief. Yang Feng stared at the transparent potion with a look of graveness in his eyes. Canales stared at the potion in his hand, then nodded his head in satisfaction and said faintly, "Bring him up!" A tightly bound prisoner was dragged over by 2 guards. Andre smiled and said, "This is a prisoner who committed a capital offense. Please have the potion tested on him, Grandmaster Canales." The prisoner's eyes flashed with alarm and apprehension. He didn't understood why he was brought here. Canales pointed with his finger, and, while under the influence of a mysterious force, the prisoner opened his mouth. A drop of the transparent liquid flew out of the magic beaker and landed in the mouth of the prisoner. The prisoner trembled, his face twisted wildly, and pustules appeared all over his body. He wanted to scream but couldn't. The numerous pustules burst, and strange insects wiggled inside his body. The man's entire body twisted inch by inch until he could no longer be recognized as a person. When they saw this terrifying scene, the bigwigs felt nauseated. Some people threw up, and even more people averted their gazes, not daring look at the terrifying scene. Canales turned around and sneered, "This is the potion corruption punishment. I uncovered it from an ancient potion formula. When ingested, even greater fiends will succumb to it. Ian, do you admit defeat, or do you want to drink the corruption punishment?" Corruption punishment. Isn't that a potion capable of poisoning demigods to death? It can even poison freaks like greater fiends to death. This potion is really amazing. The complexions of the experience-rich powerhouses changed dramatically, and they cried out. Greater fiends were extremely formidable demonic beings of the ancient demonic plane or the abyss, who could contend with human legend-rank powerhouses and had a great resistance to poisons. In the abyss, many places were full of substances that were extremely poisonous to humans. Greater fiends, beings who lived in such an environment, naturally had a great resistance to poisons. Some poisons that could even kill human demigods could be drank like water by greater fiends. The potion corruption punishment was a poison that possessed a terrific lethality towards greater fiends. During a democalypse before the battle of gods, many greater fiends succumbed to the potion corruption punishment. Reportedly, in order to wipe out human pharmacists, fiends launched an attack and eventually annihilated them. The potion corruption punishment had since been lost to the world. To be able to uncover such a potion like corruption punishment from an ancient potion formula, Canales was simply a heaven-defying character. Garca's face turned extremely pale, and his eyes glimmered with despair. The potion corruption punishment was a poison capable of killing greater fiends, and it was such a fierce poison that even demigods could not resist it. Yang Feng could not resist such a fierce potion. Porta and the other two princes had very complex looks in their eyes, which still contained a hint of joy. After Yang Feng joined his faction, Garca's power expanded rapidly. This gave rise to resentment in the hearts of the three princes. Canales smirked arrogantly and said, "Surrender, Ian. I'm only half done with the antidote to this potion. Therefore, even if I attempt to rescue you right after you drink the potion corruption punishment, you will still be turned into an awful freak. It's not too late, you can still surrender." As if they were looking at a dead person, gazes full of pity focused on Yang Feng. Garca struggled for a moment, then parted his lips slightly yet fell silent. Compared to seeing Yang Feng become a slave of Canales, he preferred to see Yang Feng succumb to the potion corruption punishment. With a look of unwillingness, Uliana hesitated before finally advising, "Ian, forget it. Admit defeat." Porta's group of three princes remained silent. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Yang Feng pondered for a while, then took out a vial of potion and drank it. Canales sneered and spat out a single word, "Fool!" There was no potion that could be taken as a precaution against the potion corruption punishment. Unless it was a god or a demigod powerhouse with great resistance to poisons, it was impossible to resist the ferocious power of the potion corruption punishment. Yang Feng stepped forward, grabbed the beaker with the potion corruption punishment, and drank it in one breath. The moment the potion corruption punishment entered his mouth, countless liquid metal nano-robots rapidly formed a passageway and firmly wrapped around the corruption punishment, guiding it towards his stomach. Sizzle! Sizzle! The potion corruption punishment started to frantically corrode the passageway formed from the liquid metal nano-robots. The potion corruption punishment could only be stored via a special magic beaker. Otherwise, even steel could be easily corroded. Yang Feng's face changed dramatically. In a split second, he erupted with Star Knight rank chi. The warlock life energy inside him surged wildly and nourished the liquid metal nano-robots. Even so, the countless liquid metal nano-robots were still being rapidly corroded by the potion corruption punishment. Yang Feng pulled out a sword, stabbed himself in the chest, penetrated his throat, and directly cut out his esophagus with the potion corruption punishment. Following a surge of chi as well as a copious amount of blood, he directly removed the esophagus with the liquid metal nano-robots as well as the potion corruption punishment and tossed it to the floor. Sizzle! Sizzle! The liquid metal nano-robots were completely corroded by the potion corruption punishment. At the same time, there was white smoke, and a huge, bottomless pit was corroded into the floor. A copious amount blood flowed down Yang Feng's cut-open chest and dropped to the floor. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Yang Feng. They couldn't believe that the potion corruption punishment, which was claimed to be capable of even killing demigods, was actually neutralized by Yang Feng in such a savage and decisive way. Canales couldn't believe his eyes. He pointed at Yang Feng and asked in a trembling voice, "How can this be? How can this be?" When he saw this, Andre's pupils constricted slightly, and his evaluation of Yang Feng improved somewhat. Such a fierce and clever fellow. If the chest of ordinary people was penetrated and their esophagus was cut off, they would definitely die. However, Yang Feng was still alive. People speculated that the potion Yang Feng drank beforehand should have the effect of enhancing his life force. Yang Feng spat out a magic sentence. Suddenly, healing water appeared and enveloped him. Under the nourishment of the healing water, the wound on his chest began to heal slowly. Yang Feng endured the pain and revealed an exhausted smile, saying, "Grandmaster Canales, it's my turn now, right?" Canales frowned slightly and nodded slowly. "It's your turn." New novel chapters are published on freowebnovel.com. Yang Feng took a closer look at the ingredients, then went closer and carefully selected a total of 18 magic ingredients. Yang Feng took a fist-sized ingredient that looked like blood, placed it in a magic beaker, pointed at, conjured the spell Acid Rain, and poured acid into the magic beaker. The fist-sized, bloody ingredient grew eyes and mouth, and, under the corrosion of the acid, uttered miserable screams. Yang Feng pointed, and a flame fell into the magic beaker. The bloody magic ingredient screamed miserably, as it was being burned by the flame, and eventually, amid its screams, it turned into a black liquid, which churned continuously inside the magic beaker. The blood devil fruit can also be processed like this. How amazing! What pharmaceutical properties will it gain? Canales' eyes widened as he stared at Yang Feng and muttered. Pharmacy was broad and profound, and although Canales was a Grand Pharmacist, yet he still could not fully grasp it. Chapter 275, The Potion Dragon Corruption. Chapter 275, The Potion Dragon Corruption. Translator, Xuanhuan. The 18 magic ingredients were processed into 18 extremely strange liquids by Yang Feng through various, distinct magic methods. As if they possessed life, these liquids surged continuously and made very strange sounds. Canales stared fixedly at the 18 very strange liquids and scratched his head as he thought hard. He mumbled, "What potion is this? Why haven't I heard of it?" Yang Feng poured the 18 strange liquids into a magic beaker, where they suddenly tossed and boiled. The 18 liquids interwove and formed a liquid dragon in a flash, which rose into the air and issued extremely mournful dragon roars, as if it had a life of its own. Yang Feng pointed with his finger and silently recited an incantation. Suddenly, a flame broke out and enveloped the liquid dragon. The liquid dragon ignited and emitted black gas. The liquid dragon was completely purified. It transformed into a pure and transparent liquid and sank into the magic beaker. Amazing! Grand Pharmacists are indeed amazing. It turns out that potions can be refined like this. The eyes of the bigwigs of the Morance Empire sparkled with admiration as they discussed with excitement. Many people thought that potions were made by grinding magic plants, extraordinary plants, into powder and mixing them according to certain proportions. Now, however, they witnessed Canales and Yang Feng refine potions and realized that it wasn't as simple as that. Yang Feng took the magic beaker, handed it to Canales, and said with a faint smile, "This is the potion dragon corruption I uncovered from an ancient potion formula. Even if a dragon were to drink it, they would be corrupted and turned to dust. Grandmaster Canales, it's still not too late to admit defeat. Dragon corruption. Is this not the potion that was lost in the ancient times? Dragon corruption. It's a potion that can even kill dragons. Because he drank the potion dragon corruption, the human demigod Hirosane had his divinity corroded, was turned to an ordinary person, and had eventually died." Wizards blurted out in shock. The wizards were shocked that the lost potion appeared once more in the world. Dragons were terrifying extraordinary life forms who were even stronger and had greater resistance to poisons than greater fiends. Each dragon had tremendous power and all kinds of frightening resistances. Very few things could poison an adult dragon to death. Some potions could poison human demigods, yet were useless against adult dragons. The potion dragon corruption could poison dragons to death. The pharmaceutical properties of this potion were even stronger than those of the potion corruption punishment. Shocked gazes focused on Yang Feng. No one doubted Yang Feng's identity as a Grand Pharmacist anymore. In addition to the continuous wars among the gods, another important factor why ancient potions were lost was that they were too difficult to refine. Without Grand Pharmacists, it was basically impossible to process a variety of magic ingredients and extract their essence. Yang Feng's ability to refine ancient potions fully proved his identity as a Grand Pharmacist. Dragon corruption. Good. Let's see if it can corrupt me. Canales stared at the beaker in Yang Feng's hand with a look of excitement in his eyes. Immediately after, he took out more than a dozen vials of potions and drank them up in one breath. When he ingested the dozen vials of potions, Canales' aura suddenly intensified step by step. His body swelled by a size and brimmed with muscles, and a pair of dragon horns sprouted on his forehead, as if he had become a dragonborn of the country of dragons. He was brimming with strength. Level 3 Warlock Physical Constitution. Amazing. A Grand Pharmacist indeed. Yang Feng carefully looked at Canales. In his right eye, countless data surged, as he quickly scanned and analyzed Canales' condition. He could tell that after Canales drank the dozen vials of potions, his life force was stimulated, and he climbed to the peak level 3 Warlock realm in one fell swoop. Of course, Canales only used the power of the potions to temporarily gain the peak level 3 Warlock realm physique. Once the effect wore off, he would revert to his original state. Until then, however, the peak level 3 Warlock rank physique could allow him to resist the corrosion from many potions. Canales grabbed the beaker with dragon corruption. His right hand trembled as he stared at dragon corruption with excitement and fear. The excitement came from the fact that he could see a new ancient potion. The fear came from the fact that the ancient potion could claim his life at any time. With the potion dragon corruption in hand, Canales suddenly looked up at Yang Feng and said, "Ian, I don't want to die yet. If I can't resist the power of the dragon corruption, please save me. I want to study more potions. A Grand Pharmacist slave should be of great use to you." The eyes of everyone in Andre's group flashed gloomily. Garca, on the other hand, was all smiles. Porta and the other two princes looked very calm, and they had complex looks in their eyes. Garca's influence was boosted greatly by the addition of a Grand Pharmacist to his ranks. If Canales, who was a famous Grand Pharmacist, were to join his ranks as well, then Garca's strength would increase even more. Canales was a Grand Pharmacist with a decades-long fame, and even the Pope of the Weave Church was indebted to him. God knows how many more powerhouses were indebted to him. Yang Feng smiled and said, "Good. If you can't withstand the power of the potion, then extend your thumb and I'll save you." Canales smiled in relief. He looked at the potion dragon corruption with excitement and fear, and then drank it up. Once the potion dragon corruption entered his stomach, Canales quickly drank up vials of potions he prepared beforehand. In less than a second, Canales' complexion changed dramatically. Then he collapsed to the ground, wailed, spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with numerous elixirs, and struggled in pain. At the same time, he extended his thumb with great difficulty. The dragon corruption was a potion capable of poisoning dragons to death. Although Canales was a most outstanding Grand Pharmacist of the Morince Empire, but he still wasn't able to resist such a terrifying potion. Yang Feng immediately stepped forward and poured a vial of white potion into Canales' mouth. After drinking the white potion, Canales' complexion recovered a little. He gritted his teeth and said faintly, "I admit defeat." At the moment when Canales admitted defeat, the bigwigs of the Morince Empire showed complex looks. They just witnessed the fall of one legend and the birth of another one. Andre stepped forward. While exuding an imposing aura, he stared at Yang Feng and said gravely, "Earl Ian, I am willing to give you the Gueza Marquisdom in exchange for the freedom of Grandmaster Canales. Please give him back his freedom." A Marquisdom, as expected of His Highness. To use a Marquisdom in exchange for Grandmaster Canales' freedom. His Highness is really benevolent. The bigwigs of the Morince Empire praised sincerely, while full of envy. A Marquisdom was something that even many sacred swordsmen had no way to obtain after struggling for a lifetime. In order to become a hereditary peer baron, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius joined Yang Feng's ranks. A marquisdom, on the other hand, could even move some legend wizards. After he drank a few vials of potions and recovered his strength, Canales sighed lightly and said faintly, "You bet you pay. Since I lost, I will be Sir Ian's slave from today on. Andre, there's no need for you to waste a marquisdom to plead for me." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Yes, Your Highness Andre, although Grandmaster Canales is my slave. However, I will not treat him as a slave and instead will treat him as a research partner, a potion research partner." Canales was a Grand Pharmacist. Just his ability to refine a variety of potions was enough for Yang Feng to treat him well. No one in their right mind would treat a Grand Pharmacist like Canales as a slave. Andre suddenly smiled and made a very domineeringly recruitment speech. "Garca isn't really a wise master. Ian, I appreciate you very much. As long as you side with me, I will settle the conflict between you and the Hansen family. Besides, when I ascend the throne, I won't let anyone interfere with the Red Earth wasteland." Garca's complexion suddenly changed greatly. He was very clear about the gap between him and Andre. In front of everyone, Andre proceeded to recruit Yang Feng and offered such generous conditions. Once Yang Feng accepted it, Garca's power would suffer greatly. Yang Feng smiled and said, "I'm very sorry, although I do admire Your Highness' graceful bearing, but unfortunately, I have already joined the ranks of His Highness Garca and can only decline your kindness." If Yang Feng was an aboriginal of the Feisua Plain, he might have chosen to join Andre's faction just now. However, he was from the Zhangji Plain, and he came in order to become a god who stood high among the stars. Joining Andre's faction was not in his interest. The source of this content is froueol.com. It's a pity. However, my doors are always open for you. Please think it over again. Andre didn't get angry, and instead had admiration flash in his eyes. He turned around and strode away along with his retinue. Chapter 276, Madness of the Potions. Chapter 276, Madness of the Potions. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng looked at Andre's back, and his eyes flashed with graveness. He contemplated for a while. Then he clapped his hands. Two beautiful maids stepped out and helped Grandmaster Canales down the platform. He also went down the platform, dressed in a black dress with a deep décolleté that partially exposed her ample, milky white chest and slender, graceful legs. A sexy and beautiful woman walked towards the center of the platform with a merry smile on her face. "Hello, everyone. I am Kath, the auctioneer for the potion auction. The potions auctioned in this auction were refined by Grand Pharmacist Ian and have all kinds of mysterious and fantastic powers. The potions here can fulfill all your desires. The auction starts now." Kath's seductive voice echoed in the area. Just a few words from her evoked desires in everyone. A beautiful maidservant slowly went next to Kath with a vial of a purple potion in hand. "This is the potion Memories of Youth. When ingested, it enables you to recover your youth for 18 days. This potion was by chance refined by Grandmaster Ian. There are only 3 vials, and this auction only holds a 1 vial." When they heard Kath, the breathing of old gentlewomen who no longer looked beautiful sped up, and they stared at the potion Memories of Youth with ravenous eyes. If there was a good deal of vials of Memories of Youth, these gentlewomen would slowly compete over them and divide them among themselves. But there was only 1 vial, so they had no choice but to go all out. Everyone else was their enemy. The auction of the potion Memories of Youth starts now. The minimum bid is 1,000 gold coins, for a 100 gold coins bid increment. Begin. 1,100 gold coins. 1,300 gold coins. Kath's words had just fallen, when the eyes of the old gentlewomen turned bloodshot, and they madly increased the bidding price. The bidding price for the potion Memories of Youth easily broke through the 3,000 gold coins mark, then rushed towards the 4,000 gold coins before overtaking it. After breaking through the 5,000 gold coins mark, the increase in the bidding price began to slow down. An old lady with wrinkled skin and white hair, who despite the heavy makeup could not conceal the wrinkles all over her face, cried out, 10,000 gold coins. Another old lady, who also wore heavy makeup, shouted loudly, 13,000 gold coins. 14,000 gold coins. After the affluent gentlewomen started bidding, the bidding price for the potion Memories of Youth rose wildly. Her eyes bloodshot. The old lady who offered 10,000 gold coins eventually quoted a sky-high bid, 30,000 gold coins. When they heard the sky-high bid of 30,000 gold coins, the other gentlewomen finally calmed down and became silent. If it was a potion that could completely restore a person's youth, then it would not end with 30,000 gold coins. However, to spend 30,000 gold coins to recover their youth for 18 days, even those gentlewomen would have to think it over. 30,000 gold coins. Going once. Kath looked around and paused a little, then smiled sweetly and continued, going twice sold. Kath smiled sweetly and said, Madam Pina, if you pay now and use the potion on the spot, then I have the authority to lower the price by 1,000 gold coins. Would you like to pay and use the potion now? Of course, said Madam Pina a little impatiently. She stepped forward, took out 3 10,000 gold coins checks, handed them to Kath, took the vial of potion, and drank it up. A cyan magic light enveloped Madam Pina. The numerous wrinkles on her face slowly faded away, revealing an exceedingly fascinating and charming appearance. Her dry and skinny body was full of vitality, becoming moist and full of luster. Her wizened and saggy twin peaks became plump and supple, standing proudly upright. In just a dozen seconds, an old lady who, despite the heavy makeup, looked somewhat ugly became a top beauty with an exceedingly fascinating and charming body full of luster. When she was young, Madame Pina was a gorgeous woman whose beauty illuminated the imperial capital. As she was rich, she cherished memories of youth all the more. Simultaneously, she was eager to regain her youth. The old lady with wrinkled skin and white hair turned into a peerless beauty. This made the eyes of the old ladies of the same generation as Madame Pina overcome with jealousy, as if they wanted to swallow her whole. Madame Pina immediately took out a shiny bronze mirror she carried with her and looked at the gorgeous woman in the mirror. Then, she looked at her youthful and energetic hands. Brimming with excitement and emotions, 2 streams of sparkling tears flowed down her cheeks. Madame Pina smiled merrily, took the check Kath handed her, and graciously made her way back. An elegant middle-aged man in his 50s came to Madame Pina with a smile and praised, Madame Pina, you really are as beautiful as rumored. One after another, middle-aged men attracted by Madame Pina's beauty, surrounded her and complimented and flattered her just like when she was young. The old ladies of the same generation as Madame Pina gnashed their teeth and stared at Pina with regret and jealousy in their eyes. Many of them could take out more gold coins than that, but they didn't think that it was worth to spend so many gold coins for 18 days of youth. However, after they saw Madame Pina, they were filled with regret. When the bigwigs of the Morance Empire saw this, they felt slightly shocked. If they missed those precious potions, they might never get another chance to get a hold of them. A touch of appreciation flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said with a smile, Great! This auctioneer is good. This little stunt of Kath's gave rise to a sense of competition among the bigwigs of the Morance Empire. It was conceivable that they would vie over the following potions with even more zest. Garca said with a smile, Ian, if you like, I can give her to you. A mere auctioneer wasn't worth much in Garca's eyes, and even a beautiful auctioneer wasn't worth mentioning. Yang Feng said with a smile, All right. In a few words, the fate of Kath, this beautiful auctioneer, was decided. This was the strength of power. While holding a small vial of a blood-red potion, Kath said with a sweet smile, The next potion to be auctioned is Commendation to Knights. This is a potion that Grandmaster Ian refined with great care. With it, an ordinary person who went through a certain amount of knight training can produce powerful chi in one fell swoop. Similarly, this vial of Commendation to Knights can also help knights to break through the Sky Knight, Firmament Knight, and even Star Knight bottlenecks. This is absolutely a commendation to knights left by the mighty gods in the secular world. The minimum bid for Commendation to Knights is at 10,000 gold coins, for a 1,000 gold coins bid increment. 30,000 gold coins. Kath's words had just fallen, when young Master Carl of the Salamander family shouted somewhat impatiently. He had to get the potion commendation to knights at all costs. New unveiled chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. 31,000 gold coins. After a moment's silence, the bigwigs began to flex their muscles, and the bidding price for commendation to knights was quickly raised. Powerhouses who devoted themselves to the pursuit of the peak of the martial path were definitely eager to acquire the potion commendation to knights. A vial of commendation to knights could buy you the services of a firmament knight with an exalted status, which was certainly a good deal when it came to these bigwigs. The bidding price for the potion commendation to knights soon broke through the 100,000 gold coins mark, and then continued to race until 300,000 gold coins mark before slowing down. After all, the potion commendation to knights could guarantee the promotion to the knight rank, yet could not guarantee the promotion to the star knight rank. If the potion could guarantee the promotion to the star knight rank, then its price would be in the range of millions of gold coins. 400,000 gold coins. When the bidding price for the potion commendation to knights reached 350,000 gold coins, Carl yelled a sky-high price with eyes bloodshot, shocking everyone. 400,000 gold coins. Going once. Kath looked around and paused a little, then smiled sweetly and continued, going twice sold. Carl strode forward, took out 4 100,000 gold coins checks, handed them to Kath, took the vial of commendation to knights, and drank it in one go. A powerful life force instantly permeated Carl's body. It circulated in the meridians according to his family's cultivation method, breaking through powerful barriers and stimulating his body's vitality. Powerful chi gushed out of his body. Graveness flashed past the eyes of an extraordinary firmament knight, and he said solemnly, "Great knight! This is the cultivation base of a great knight." Great knight! Carl, the sole heir of the Salamander family, was unable to cultivate chi since birth. Yet now he became a great knight in one stroke. What a powerful potion! Amazing! What an amazing potion! Worthy of a product refined by a Grand Pharmacist. Gazes of envy and jealousy focused on Carl. It was well known among the upper class that the sole heir to the Salamander family was unable to cultivate martial arts and magic. After being examined by numerous experts of the martial path, it was concluded that Carl could not become a knight rank powerhouse. Today, however, a potion solved everything. Chapter 277 Arthur and Beth. Chapter 277 Arthur and Beth. Translator, Xuanhuan. Chi. This is chi. This is my chi. Carl opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body. His eyes were overcome with excitement, and he faced the sky and issued a howl. 2 lines of clear tears flowed down his cheeks. Over the years, Carl was clear that, although no one dared to say it to his face, many people secretly mocked him as a waste. There were many people in the Salamander family who secretly wanted to replace him. As the Salamander family was founded with military merit, a strong martial mentality pervaded the family. Thus, as he couldn't cultivate chi, people didn't approve of him as the heir to the family. Now Carl took a leap and became a great knight. Besides, he opened his meridians due to the power of the potion. From today on, his path on cultivation would be smooth. He was no longer a waste unable to practice cultivation. Full of confidence, Carl strode towards Yang Feng and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Ian, I am Carl, the successor of the Salamander family. Thank you for your potion. I'm indebted to you. If there is anything you need in the future, you can come to the Salamander family to see me." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Carl, I'm just selling my potions. You were the one who bought it, so there is no need to thank me." Carl smiled frankly, saying, "Haha, good. Grandmaster Ian, can I make friends with you?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Sure." Carl's transformation was clearly perceived by everyone. The bigwigs of the Morance Empire became even crazier in their competition for the various potions that Yang Feng sold. Yang Feng had put out 100 vials of potions, which were quickly snapped up. He raised about 20 million gold coins. Garca could hardly suppress his smile. From the more than 20 million gold coins, his share amounted to more than 4 million gold coins. This huge sum of money was enough for him to recruit more experts and buy more weapons and equipment. Before the madness over the potion auction ended, Yang Feng slowly stepped onto the platform. Update D from Frubnov.com. Becky followed closely behind Yang Feng. The big shots of the Morance Empire stared at Yang Feng with awe in their eyes. Grandmaster Pharmacist Ian could change a person's destiny with a potion. Unless they were driven into despair, the bigwigs of the Morance Empire would not offend such a powerhouse. Yang Feng casually pointed at Becky beside him and said softly, "I am Ian. I want to make an announcement. I obtained His Majesty's permission to establish a magic college in the St. Tulan City, a college dedicated to the grooming of wizards. His Majesty will serve as the dean of this magi college, while I will serve as the vice dean. If you're interested, you can ask her for more information." When they heard that, the eyes of the bigwigs turned bloodshot, and they stared at Becky with a scorching light in their eyes. Becky felt a bit scared when she saw the gazes of the big shots. Below the realm of the gods, magic power was one of the strongest forces on the Feisua plane. A wizard corps commanded by archwizards could kill a dozen human sacred swordsmen in a direct confrontation. Human sacred swordsmen were practitioners with strong offense yet weak defense. With a sword in hand, they could even kill great warlock rank powerhouses. However, once they were a certain distance away, they could get hit by spells and get seriously wounded or killed before they could retaliate. For instance, the level 1 spell Fireball could cause serious damage and the level 2 spell Fire Arrow Blast could lead to death. By then, the only tactic sacred swordsmen could employ to fight wizards was to keep the wizards from locking onto their position and to kill the opponent before the other party conjured their spells. Of course, powerful sacred swordsmen could slice a level 2 offensive spell apart with a sword strike. However, their resistance to the various curse spells was extremely low, and they could not to avoid them. They could only use their chi to strengthen their resistance. Although wizards were this powerful, but due to the weave as well as the inheritance method of wizards being antiquated, the number of wizards was very low. FREOEbnovel.com. Wizards were this common in the St. Tulan City because it was the capital of the Morance Empire. In some remote cities, on the other hand, it was very difficult to spot a wizard. An official wizard had a very high status in the Morance Empire. The status of an official wizard was comparable to that of an aristocrat, and they could enjoy the privileges that many aristocrats did. This was an opportunity for many commoners to get ahead. Many greater aristocrats had multiple successors. However, only the first successors could inherit their title, fief, and most of their assets. The rest of the successor could usually only inherit some meager assets, and then fend for themselves. When the greater aristocrats heard that a magic college was about to be established, they started eyeing the identities of students of the magic college. Once their family could produce a wizard, it would not only increase their strength, but would also bring better prospects to their sons who would not inherit much. Yang Feng turned around and left the platform once he made the announcement. The bigwigs surrounded Becky. A rather handsome middle-aged man with 2 thin strokes of mustache came up to Becky and asked with a gentle expression, "Little Becky, why haven't you come to my home to play recently? Lisa misses you a lot." When she saw the middle-aged man, surprise flashed in the abyss of her eyes. Uncle Edwin. Becky used to go to Lisa's home to play frequently. Every time she saw Edwin, she could feel deep pride and a vague disdain hidden behind his courtesy. When she grew up, Becky realized that Edwin didn't want his daughter to have contact with her, who was the daughter of a commoner. Even if it was a sacred swordsman, but if they weren't a high-ranking sacred swordsman with great power in the court of the Morance Empire, greater aristocrats would give them face and would not offend them on the surface yet would look down on them in secret. Greater aristocrats didn't invite ordinary sacred swordsmen to upper-class gatherings. Now, however, Edwin took the initiative to approach Becky, and his attitude was very humble, which unwittingly gave rise to a peculiar feeling inside her. The bigwigs of the Morance Empire approached Becky in order to get from her some information on the magic college Yang Feng was about to establish. Surrounded by big shots, Becky Vanity was greatly satisfied. Then, she explained to them what Yang Feng briefed her in. Via various channels, what happened in the potion auction was quickly spread throughout the St. Tulan City, causing a stir. Numerous people were restless due to the magic college that was about to be established, and numerous big shots were eager to get invitations to the magic college through various channels. The inheritance of magic on the Feisua plane was very antiquated. Apart from the systematic inheritance of the court masters, the rest would be recruited by wizards during their travels. When they came across youngsters who were suitable for the cultivation of magic and were to their liking, they would recruit them and nurture them. Some eccentric wizards would devote themselves to magic without even considering the matter of taking in disciples. When such wizards died, their inheritance would be discontinued. Only if luck was on their side would some people get magic books or magic notes left behind by such wizards and become new apprentice wizards. Apart from some wizard families, even some greater aristocrats could only get hold of some very ordinary magic books, finding it very difficult to nurture a wizard. Now that Yang Feng was going to open the first college specialized in nurturing wizards in the St. Tulan City, this naturally caused a great sensation. Greater aristocrats skeptical of Yang Feng's strength just had to investigate Yang Feng's track record before dispelling their doubts. Yang Feng was a court grandmaster with 59 official wizards, who were qualified to become teachers of the magic college in his ranks. With the guidance from the 59 official wizards, people could become apprentice wizards so long as their aptitude wasn't too lacking. In the slums of the St. Tulan City, in an alley with flowing sewage where human and animal excrement could be smelt everywhere, an extremely skinny boy with an unhealthy appearance due to malnutrition and messy short hair stuck out his head from a dark corner and carefully surveyed the scene for a while. Then he cautiously came to a shabby house, pushed open the door and entered. Inside, there was an emaciated girl of 11 or 12 years of age with big, bright eyes. The girl looked somewhat adorable due to her bright eyes. Arthur. The little girl greeted the short-haired boy when she saw him. Arthur looked at his sister fondly, then carefully took out a fist-sized piece of black bread from his bosom and said tenderly, "Beth, I brought you something to eat." There was a look of excitement in the little girl's eyes, and she thought for a moment. She took out 2 old bowls, poured water inside, handed one to her big brother Arthur, and said very thoughtfully, "Arthur, let's eat together." Arthur swallowed a mouthful of saliva. With difficulty, he moved his gaze away from the black bread, saying, I've just eaten a piece of white bread thrown away by an aristocrat, so I'm not hungry." Rumble, Arthur's stomach protested, which sounded particularly loud in the empty house. Beth's eyes turned misty. Then, with a steady look in her big, bright eyes, she handed the bowl of water to Arthur. Arthur no longer insisted. He took out a dagger and cut the hard black bread, which was even harder than a piece of wood, into 2 halves. He handed Beth the big half. "Let's share it then." Chapter 278, Ian's Order. Chapter 278, Ian's Order. Translator, Xuanhuan. Beth took a piece of black bread that was harder than wood, soaked it in the water for a long time, and then nibbled on it like a weasel. "Beth, I heard that Court Grandmaster Ian is going to open a magic college in the St. Tulan City. If you're 10 years of age or older, you can go to the magic college to study. If your magic aptitude is strong enough, the tuition fee will be waived and you'll even get 3 silver coins to 1 gold coin per month as allowance. I'm going to take the aptitude test. I want to give it a try." Arthur slowly extended his hands. Apart from his fingers, the rest was covered in various injuries. His arms were also covered with lash marks and knife scars. As a thief at the bottom of society, Arthur struggled in the slums for his and his younger sister's sake. Therefore, injuries were a very common occurrence. Once a thief was caught red-handed, being battered was very common. If they were discovered stealing from an aristocrat, being beaten to death for their poor foresight was also a possibility. Arthur had seen a thief who stole money from an aristocrat being beaten to death and have their body thrown into a sewage ditch after being caught. At the time, nobody dared to take care of the body. Arthur was once cruelly tortured when he was caught red-handed, leaving scars all over his body. Beth raised her head and looked at Arthur with a look of adoration, saying, "Brother, you are the best and will definitely become a wizard." Arthur's eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he said gravely, "Let's go together. Like this, even if just one of us joins the magic college, our fates will still be changed." Beth murmured with a look of fear in her eyes. But brother, isn't it dangerous outside? Jenna was taken not long ago. The slums were very dangerous for pretty-looking girls. Once they were found out, they would be captured by gangsters to be sold or reduced to prostitutes, effectively destroying their lives. The reason why Arthur was so careful was that he didn't want others to discover that he had a fairly pretty sister, as that would be disastrous to the both of them. Put these clothes on, and let's go. Arthur handed Beth a black robe and said gravely. Beth put on the black robe, which was obviously too long, so part of it was being dragged on the ground. The black robe covered her completely. Arthur opened the door, stuck out his head, carefully surveyed the scene outside for a while, waved his hand, and went out. When she went outside, Beth followed behind Arthur like a tail. Arthur carefully shuttled through the streets and alleys of the slums with Beth in tow, trying to avoid the gazes of people. After passing through one street after another, Arthur took Beth to a place at the edge of the slums. Arthur, where do you think you're going? Suddenly, they heard a loud voice. A somewhat thin, middle-aged man with a haggard appearance stepped out from the side and blocked the path of Arthur and his sister. Looking at the siblings, the middle-aged man revealed a sneer. When he saw the middle-aged man, Arthur's pupils shrank slightly. There was a look of fear in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger appeared in his right hand. The middle-aged man, whose real name was Tim, was known as the Viper in the slums. He was a member of the gang Black Poker, which was notorious for human trafficking. They would capture young girls from the slums and sell them to aristocrats or brothels. Everyone in the slums hated the Viper and them, but there was nothing they could do about them. As long as the people of the Black Poker didn't leave the slums and harass the commoners and aristocrats of the St. Tulan City, the security hall would not mobilize to wipe them out. Arthur replied gloomily, stressing each syllable. Tim, I'm going out. Get out of the way. In the slums, you had to learn to be tough. You could not show any sign of weakness. Otherwise, numerous mutts would pounce at you and tear you to shreds. Tim sneered and took out a dagger with a flick of his wrist. As if it had a life of its own, the dagger spun around in his hand before being grabbed in a reverse grip. Little shit, you dare to threaten me with a dagger? That's so foolish. Don't you know that there are no more than 3 people here who are better at wielding daggers than I am? Tim licked his lips in a perverted manner and said with an excited smile. The person next to you is your sister, Beth, right? Her friend, Jenna, confessed everything yesterday while I was plowing her. Beth's petite body shivered slightly, and she bit her lips tightly. She didn't expect that Jenna, whom she considered to be a good friend, would betray her. Arthur's face twisted slightly, and he said in a loud voice, Tim, we are going to study magic at the magic college established by Grandmaster Ian. Grandmaster Ian has ordered that no one is to obstruct those who are going to take the aptitude test. Do you want to oppose Grandmaster Ian? Tim's face changed slightly, and he hesitated for a moment. Next, his eyes flashed with determination and killing intent, and he said coldly, Now you did it! I only wanted to take your sister, have fun with her, and then sell her off. Now, however, it looks like I can only kill the both of you. Otherwise, once you learn magic and then come back for revenge, I will be a goner. Besides, who would know that you wanted to go to the magic college to study, once I kill you and throw you into a sewage ditch? Scum! You got some nerves to disobey Sir Ian's orders, said a voice full of contempt. A middle-aged man dressed in a black wizard robe approached under the escort of a heavy-armored knight. A burly middle-aged man with a gloomy expression and a black eye patch followed behind the wizard and knight duo. As soon as Tim saw the one-eyed man, his complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, Boss! The one-eyed man was the one-eyed dragon, the boss of the underground force Black Poker of the slums. Just his name could make anyone in the slums shudder. The one-eyed dragon's face changed greatly, and he snapped in frustration. Bastard! Why haven't you put away your dagger yet? With a flick of his wrist, the dagger disappeared from sight. The middle-aged wizard said coldly, Band, what have we talked about? Do you treat Sir Ian's orders as hot air? With a look of flattery on his face, the one-eyed dragon band said fawningly, Sir, I wouldn't dare. I'll teach him a lesson when we go back. No, I'll teach him a lesson he will never forget when we go back, so that everyone knows the consequence of going against Sir's orders. When Arthur saw the one-eyed dragon Band fawning expression, he could hardly believe his eyes. Band had always been an arrogant bully in everyone's eyes. Now, however, he was as meek as a lapdog in front of the middle-aged wizard. It was the first time that the immature boy realized the weight the word wizard carried. A lesson? Only death can atone drags who violate Sir's orders, sneered the middle-aged wizard. He silently recited an incantation and pointed at Tim. A fireball suddenly appeared and slammed into Tim. Ah! Tim screamed and struggled in pain as he was covered by fire. He was turned into a charred corpse and collapsed to the ground. The members of the Black Poker felt aggrieved when they saw this, and they glared at the middle-aged wizard. The middle-aged wizard scanned the members of the Black Poker with an arrogant look and asked coldly, "Do you have any complaints?" The knight guarding in front of the middle-aged wizard burst out with frightening Great Knight rank chi, shocking the gangsters. A Great Knight rank powerhouse alone could eradicate the Black Poker to a man. The face of the one-eyed dragon Band was covered in sweat as he replied fawningly, "No, no, you did well, sir." The gangsters lowered their heads and no longer dared to look at the middle-aged wizard. The middle-aged wizard said coldly, "If anyone else is intercepted while on their way to the Magic College, then the Black Poker might as well cease to exist. If you anger, sir, you will be tossed into a sewage ditch. Understood?" The one-eyed dragon Band replied fawningly, Yes, I understand. There won't be anyone disobeying Grandmaster Ian's orders. However, if someone dares to disobey, I'll kill them myself." In the slums, the Black Poker seemed to be a tyrant. However, in the eyes of real big shots, it was no more than an ant. A random greater aristocrat, so long as they dispatched a few knight-rank powerhouses, could completely erase the Black Poker. The reason why the gang was still not erased was that no one wanted to do that. Every year, the Black Poker secretly made offerings to some greater aristocrats in exchange for protection. However, the Black Poker was clear that once some bigwig decided to act against them, their backer would not fight the other bigwig for their sake. They would just leave them to fend for themselves. The source of this content is freewebnovel.com. Chapter 279, Yang Feng's Disciples. Chapter 279, Yang Feng's Disciples. Translator, Xuanhuan. Arthur came up to the middle-aged wizard and thanked him respectfully. "Sir, I am Arthur, and this is my sister, Beth. Thank you very much for helping us." Beth bowed slightly to the middle-aged wizard in salute and said respectfully, "Thank you, sir." The middle-aged wizard swept the pair of siblings with a glance and said with aloofness and concealed disdain, "Don't thank me. I'm just following Sir Ian's orders. Let's go." After leaving behind a few words indifferently, the middle-aged wizard strode outside the slums under the escorts of the Great Knight rank powerhouse. He didn't want to spend a minute longer in the sewage-infested, reeking slums. Arthur detected the hidden disdain in the words of the middle-aged wizard. He understood that the middle-aged wizard was only following Sir Ian's orders and had no goodwill towards the both of them. Arthur very astutely followed behind the middle-aged wizard with his sister and quickly left the slums. The Black Poker didn't dare to make any troubles for Arthur, and helplessly watched him leave the slums with his sister. Once Arthur left the slums with his sister, he headed to the west of the Tulan City. After crossing one street after another, a huge and imposing college under construction with an area of over 300 hectares appeared in front of the siblings. This huge college with an area of more than 300 hectares was the Magic College Yang Feng spent a huge sum to build. Their huge Magic College had 4 gates. Numerous luxury carriages gathered in front of the east gate, with many young men and women dressed in aristocratic clothes forming circles of different sizes. Arthur looked at the east gate, then turned and took his sister to the north gate of the Magic College. In front of the north gate of the Magic College gathered numerous commoner and peasant youngsters dressed in ordinary attires, forming long queues. These youngsters came to Yang Feng's Magic College with the dream of changing their destiny. So long as they were wealthy and were willing to donate a huge sum of money, and given that their cultivation aptitude wasn't too lacking, aristocratic children could directly enroll into the magic college established by Yang Feng. As for commoner and peasant youngsters, those who had extraordinary cultivation aptitudes would be exempt from tuition fees and would get a monthly allowance. The north gate of the magic college was an opportunity for commoner and peasant youngsters to come into contact with the world of magic. Every time the north gate of the magic college opened, there would be 200 to 300 commoner and peasant youngsters pour into it. Before long, the majority of the commoner and peasant youngsters would return with looks of disappointment. Every time, only 1 or 2 youngsters looked excited, eager to tell everyone that they qualified. More often than not, all youngsters in a batch would have gloomy expressions upon return. The tremendous crowd ahead of them rapidly decreased. Simultaneously, more people kept coming. Slowly, there were many youngsters behind Arthur and his sister. Hours later, it was finally the turn of Arthur and his sister. The siblings followed 200 youngsters into the north gate of the magic college and entered a vast room engraved with numerous profound and mysterious magic runes. Inside the room sat a middle-aged wizard with a rigid expression. He snapped his finger, and the room suddenly grew dark. Seeing the room turn dark, the youngsters panicked and made noise. Arthur put himself in front of Beth and drew his dagger, looking alert. The middle-aged wizard barked imposingly, "Keep quiet and don't talk. Otherwise, get out immediately." The youngsters quieted down upon hearing the middle-aged wizard. This was a fate-changing opportunity, so they could not let it slip past their fingers. The middle-aged wizard chanted an incantation and pointed with his finger. A crystal ball in front of him glowed with magic radiance. The magic runes inside the room lit up and strange fluctuations of magic shrouded the youngsters in the room. Light with different degrees of brightness rose from the youngsters. The light coming from the majority of the youngsters was dim. The light coming from Arthur and Beth resembled 2 suns, one small and one big, suppressing the light emitted by the other youngsters. Geniuses! 2 geniuses! That's great! I found 2 geniuses! Full of excitement, the voice of the middle-aged wizard trembled when he saw the lights shining alike 2 suns, one small and one big. "I have to report this to Sir." The middle-aged wizard took out a communications crystal and poured a tremendous amount of spirit force inside. Yang Feng's indifferent yet dignified voice came from the crystal. "What is it, Fitz?" Fitz said respectfully. "Sir Vice Dean, I found 2 geniuses, no, 2 exceptional geniuses. They should be commoners or peasants." "Exceptional geniuses? Interesting. I'll be right there." Not long after Yang Feng's voice faded, white light flashed, and the whole room was illuminated brightly. The gazes of the youngsters were attracted by the light source, only to see Yang Feng covered in sacred radiance step out from the light as if a god treading in the secular world. When he came out, Yang Feng saw the 2 children, Arthur and Beth, emit light as bright as 2 suns, one small and one big. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with joy and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "I picked up a treasure." From the magic light emitted by Arthur and Beth, you could tell that Arthur had a superior level 6 soul aptitude and Beth had an intermediate level 7 soul aptitude. They were both geniuses when it came to the cultivation on the warlock path and the wizard path. Warlock cultivation and wizard cultivation were very similar to begin with, just that warlock secret methods emphasized both the cultivation of physique as well as spirit force, and they were a notch better than the meditation methods of the Feisua plane that solely focused on the cultivation of spirit force. So long as these 2 geniuses were carefully polished, they would shine brilliantly. "I am Ian, the Vice Dean of the Magic College. What are your names?" Yang Feng walked towards Arthur and Beth. Along the way, the youngsters in front of him were slowly pushed aside by a gentle force, making way for him to reach Arthur and Beth. Arthur looked up at Yang Feng and said excitedly in a loud voice, "My name is Arthur, and this is my sister, Beth." Yang Feng smiled gently and asked, "Arthur, Beth, I want to accept the both of you as my disciples. Are you willing?" Arthur felt very excited. Astutely, he pulled his sister to prostrate on the ground and said deferentially, "We are more than willing. Sir Vice Dean, please accept us as your disciples." A random wizard of the Magic College could already berate the one-eyed dragon Band, who was the #1 big shot of the slums, like a dog. Band didn't dare to make a sound at the time. For such a bigwig as the vice dean of the Magic College to personally accept them as disciples, Arthur was clear what it meant. Simultaneously, he didn't dare to be the least bit arrogant for fear of missing this chance. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Get up!" A gentle force covered Arthur and Beth and made them stand up. Gazes of envy and jealousy, which Arthur could clearly perceive, focused on them. Read 8 chapters at fguyobinovel.com only. Even the middle-aged wizard had envy flash past his eyes, aware that the fates of the siblings would be changed greatly. Yang Feng pointed. A white light enveloped him and the siblings, and they disappeared from the room. The middle-aged wizard's eyes fell on the youngsters in the room, and he said indifferently, "You are not qualified to get a scholarship, go back." Aristocratic youngsters, even if they were lacking in terms of qualifications, were still eligible to enter the Magic College Yang Feng established to study magic once they paid a huge sum of money. Commoner and peasant youngsters, on the other hand, had to be geniuses to enter the Magic College to learn magic knowledge. Yang Feng could not and did not want to change this aristocratic supremacy custom. After all, it took a lot of money to keep a magic college running. If it wasn't for the huge amount of money aristocratic children brought him in, the magic college wouldn't be able to function as it didn't have financial support from the Morince Empire. The youngsters could only leave the room with forlorn looks. In another luxuriously decorated room, Yang Feng and the siblings appeared in the room with a flash of light. Dressed in a cyan martial attire, Becky came up to Yang Feng and greeted respectfully, "Sir." These days, Becky had been working at Yang Feng's side. She slowly shed her temper of an entitled brat and became a very competent secretary. Yang Feng said lightly, "Becky, these two are my disciples starting today. Take them and teach them the rules." Becky gave Arthur and Beth an envious look, and then replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Yang Feng disappeared with a flash of light. Becky looked at Yang Feng's fading back with longing in her eyes, then turned around and said full of dignity, "My name is Becky. You can call me Big Sister Becky. Now follow me. I will teach you the rules here." Arthur replied very astutely, "Yes, Big Sister Becky." Beth followed suit. "Yes, Big Sister Becky." Chapter 280 Unveiling of the Magic College. Chapter 280 Unveiling of the Magic College. Translator, Xuanhuan. Before the Magic College opened officially, Yang Feng found more than 30 commoner and peasant youngsters and 8 lesser aristocrat and ordinary aristocrat youngsters with inferior level 6 soul aptitude or higher. The source of this content is freewebnovel.com. There were about 500 youngsters with level 5 soul aptitude, including youngsters with superior level 5 soul aptitude. The youngsters who promised to join the Miracle City were exempted from all tuition fees and would receive a monthly allowance. Other youngsters had to pay an exorbitant tuition fee to be eligible to enroll into the college. For the first phase, more than 1,300 youngsters, with over 1,000 youngsters paying for admission, were enrolled. The other 300 youngsters were exempted from all tuition fees and would receive an allowance every month. Of course, they would become the exclusive wizards of the Miracle City after their studies were concluded. Yang Feng established the Magic College to nurture a large number of wizards for the Miracle City in the first place. As for the aristocratic youngsters who paid the tuition fee to join the college, it was to give face to greater aristocrats on one hand and to achieve a virtuous cycle in the Magic College on the other hand. The cultivation of magic required the consumption of a lot of precious materials. Therefore, without enough money, you could not study magic at all. As such, many wizards resorted to siding with the greater aristocracy or imperial court in order to get enough funds to study magic and carry out magic research. On the Feisua plain, there were fairly few roaming wizards. Besides, their cultivation bases and the knowledge they grasped were generally much weaker than those of wizards who joined the ranks of major forces. Time flew by and 3 months later passed just like that. After spending a month in the Tulan City, the great Prince Andrei returned to the southern core. After all, he was the commander-in-chief and could not easily leave the army camp. The imposing and vast magic college was finally built under everyone's gazes. Along with the completion of the Magic College, the funds he raised in the potion auction were almost completely depleted, with only less than 1 million gold coins remaining. On the day of the unveiling of the Magic College, numerous big shots flocked from all over and gathered in the Tulan City in hopes of forging a relationship with Yang Feng. The Magic College was the first college in the Morin's Empire dedicated to nurturing wizards, and it was open to everyone. No matter how poor their aptitude was, if they had money and an aristocratic identity, they could enter the Magic College to study after paying a sizable contribution. Therefore, this college attracted many aristocrats and tycoons. It should be mentioned that previously, even if they were children of greater aristocrats, wizards would still not recruit them as disciples if their talent in magic cultivation was lacking. Besides, the children of tycoons, even more so, had no means to enter in contact with magic. Now that the Magic Academy was established, even peasants got a chance to enroll, which naturally aroused the adulation of numerous tycoons. Numerous aristocrats and tycoons flocked over from all over the Morin's Empire, eager to forge a relationship with Yang Feng. Their children could become students in the next enrollment of the Magic College and learn magic knowledge. Yang Feng, wearing a black wizard gown, was followed by Barros and 4 great wizards. For the position of teachers of the Magic College, Yang Feng chose his subordinated court masters, the wizards of the 13th Magic Brigade. "Sir, it's amazing, you really established a magic college." Following behind Yang Feng, Barros looked at the bigwigs, who rushed over from all over the Morin's Empire, with a look of veneration in his eyes. The 4 great wizards also had a look of veneration in their eyes as they looked at Yang Feng's back. Yang Feng established the first magic college ever and was the vice dean of the Magic College. As his subordinates, they would be recorded in history books together with Yang Feng and become the targets of reverence from countless people. The establishment of the Magic College not only required a large number of teachers, but also required a large amount of money as well as connections. For him to be able to establish the Magic College in the Tulan City, where land was crazy expensive, was simply heaven-defying. Once the Magic College was in operation, the wizards to come out of the Magic College, who were Yang Feng students, would form a powerful force in the Morin's Empire. His Highness Garca arrived. Following a sonorous voice, Garca and Oleana, surrounded by dozens of guards, walked towards Yang Feng. As if a shadow, Goiina silently made up the rear. With a spirited smile on his face, Garca opened a box and handed it to Yang Feng. "Ian, congratulations on establishing the Magic College. This is my congratulatory gift to you." Yang Feng took a look at the box, then his eyes flashed with graveness, and he said solemnly, "Your Highness, this gift is too precious." Inside the box were 1 million gold coins checks. For Yang Feng, the 2 million gold coins were a timely help and a very lavish gift. With a smile on his face, Garca stated, "Accept it. We are on the same side, so there is no need to be polite." Yang Feng thought it over, then took the 2 million gold coins with a smile on his face. "Thank you, Your Highness." Garca's smile grew brighter when he saw Yang Feng accept the 2 million gold coins. Once Yang Feng formally became the vice dean of the Magic College, his status in the Morin's Empire would only continue to improve. Garca naturally wanted to win over a bigwig with such a sublime status very much. 2 million gold coins. Garca, that's really extravagant of you. Following a faint laughter, Porta and the other 2 princes came over. Garca looked at the 3 princes and frowned slightly. With Yang Feng's increase in power, Garca's power rose accordingly, and a large number of forces joined his ranks. Among the factions that fought against the great Prince Andre, his was already the dominant one. Porta and the other 2 princes came together and joined hands under the pressure from Garca. With a complex look in his eyes, Porta smiled slightly and handed 3 boxes to Yang Feng. "Grandmaster Ian, congratulations on establishing the Magic College. This is our congratulatory gift to you." "Thank you very much." With a smile, Yang Feng received the 3 boxes and handed them to Becky standing beside him. He understood that the gifts inside the 3 boxes wouldn't be too precious. His Majesty Morin's 2867th arrived. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside. escorted by 4 sacred swordsmen, 20 star knights, and 100 firmament knights. Amidst 2867th walked over. He was accompanied by a legend wizard in a red wizard robe, with a square face, white hair and beard, and very smooth and well-maintained skin. "Greetings, your majesty." With looks of astonishment in their eyes, the big shots stooped and respectfully saluted Amidst 2867th. On the Feisua plain, greater aristocrats only had to kneel on one knee the first time they were in theft when greeting an emperor. Rest of the time, they only had to bow in salute. Only during a prayer would greater aristocrats prostrate themselves on the ground to show their respect for the gods. On the Feisua plain, the gods were supreme beings. When Yang Feng and company saw Amidst 2867th, they promptly stepped forward and walked up to Amidst 2867th, bowed slightly in salute, and said, "Greetings, your majesty." Amidst 2867th nodded somewhat pleased and said in praise, "Not bad, Ian. You've done a good job. You managed to establish the magic college in such a short time, very good." Without a change in expression, Yang Feng said with false flattery, "Thank you for your blessing, your majesty. Without your majesty's strong support, it would be impossible to establish the magic college." "Haha, well said. Without my support, the magic college could not be built at all." His face glowing with health, Amidst 2867th attributed all the credit to himself. After contemplating for a moment, he continued, "However, Ian, you are just an archwizard. If you assume the position of vice-dean, you will find it too difficult to manage the whole magic college. This is Grandmaster Kirill, a legend wizard. He came to assume the position of vice-dean of the magic college, which would do justice to the position." Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly and his heart sank. It took him a lot of effort to establish the magic college. Besides, he already appointed himself as the vice-dean. Now Amidst 2867th wanted to take away everything from him with just words. An extremely cold, killing intent surged in the depths of his heart and numerous ideas fleshed through his mind. Porta and the other 2 princes were slightly stunned at first, then showed a look of schadenfreude as they watched Yang Feng. His complexion pale, Garca clenched his fists, yet didn't utter a word. He didn't dare to confront Amidst 2867th. Her little face slightly pale, Oleana gritted her teeth and argued. "Imperial father, Earl Ian worked hard and spent tens of millions of gold coins to build the magic college. He didn't took a single gold coin from the imperial treasury. Therefore, by right, it should be his private property." Chapter 281, Challenging a Legend Wizard. Chapter 281, Challenging a Legend Wizard. Translator, Zayamoj. The face of Amidst 2867th sank when he heard that, since his ascension to the throne, fewer and fewer people dared to confront him. In the last 20 years, no one dared to contradict him. Now that Oleana contradicted him, he felt very upset, and his eyes flashed gloomily. With a smile that looked gentle yet concealed menace, Kirill stared at Oleana and said, "Your Highness, everything in the Amidst Empire belongs to His Majesty. Similarly, it was due to His Majesty's approval and great will that the Magic College came to be by borrowing Ian's hand. His Majesty's will is above everything. Understood." When she saw Carol's smile, Oleana's pretty complexion changed. Fear welled up inside her, and she took a few steps back and remained silent. Amidst 2867th was a lustful person. In addition to the 2 empresses and 4 consorts, he had many other women, giving birth to many offsprings. Some pretty princesses doted upon by Amidst 2867th would suddenly disappear without him investigating their disappearance. Thinking until here, Oleana shuddered. Amidst 2867th stared at Yang Feng with a look of ridicule and sneered, "Ian, what's on your mind? Do you want to go against my will?" Gazes full of pity, schadenfreude, curiosity, and ridicule focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng replied with a faint smile, "Your Majesty, there is no one in the secular world who would dare to go against your will, and I am no exception. However, according to the rules of the world of magic, Only the strongest can be the power holder of such a magic institution. Your Majesty, you are a wise and valiant emperor appointed by the gods. Thus, the position of Dean of the Magic College is rightfully yours. As for Grandmaster Kirill, if he wants to be the Vice Dean of the Magic College, he would have to defeat me first for everyone to be convinced. Your Majesty, allow me to have a fair match against Grandmaster Kirill to compete for the post of Vice Dean of the Magic College. Amidst 2867th was silent for a moment, then looked at Kirill and asked faintly, "Kirill, what do you think?" Kirill swept Yang Feng with a look of contempt and sneered, "Since Grandmaster Ian wants to challenge me, then how can I not agree? I'll give Grandmaster Ian some pointers and let him understand the rules of the world of magic." Amidst 2867th laughed and said, "Haha, all right, Kirill. Teach Ian a lesson and let him understand the rules of the world of magic." Yang Feng said lightly, "Grandmaster Kirill, there is a magic arena in the college. Please follow me." Kirill walked up to Yang Feng and used a magic method to transmit his voice. "Ian, Empress Susanna asked me to give you a message. The Magic College, on which you spent 19,873,452 gold coins, is just the beginning. If you keep following other fools, everything will be taken away from you." Yang Feng's pupils constricted slightly and he gave a faint smile. He was full of vigilance. Court struggles were extremely bitter and complex. Since Kirill, who was a legend wizard, was so vocal, he might not be a person of the Empress. He might be a chess piece arranged by another prince to drive a wedge between Yang Feng and the great Prince Andrei. As one of the two most powerful human empires on the Feisua plain, powerhouses were as common as flies in the Morans Empire. In this vast empire, legend-rank powerhouses weren't hunting dogs of bigwigs. However, although legend wizards had lofty statuses, but once they were drawn into imperial power struggles, they would similarly be reduced to chess pieces. Generally speaking, legend wizards would not get drawn into the cruel imperial power struggles. So long as they didn't get involved in this terrifying whirlpool, whoever ascended the throne would not dare to make troubles for them. However, each time, there would be legend wizards drawn into this cruel whirlpool for one reason or another. As far as Yang Feng was aware, the great Prince Andrei had obtained the loyalty of 2 legend wizards. If Kirill was also added, then Andrei would have 3 legend wizards in his ranks. This would be a terrifying force. Excited, the big shots who came from all parts of the Morans Empire rushed to the magic arena. A match between a legend wizard and an archwizard was a very rare event. The seats surrounding the newly built magic arena were soon filled with people. Morans 2867th, surrounded by 4 sacred swordsmen, 20 star knights, and 100 firmament knights, sat atop a suspended dais of the magic arena. Garka and the other princes and princesses could only sit in VIP seats next to the suspended dais. Standing opposite Yang Feng, Kirill said scornfully, "As an archwizard, you dare to challenge a legend. I really admire your courage. Unfortunately, the reason why legends are legends is because ordinary people cannot cross this boundary at all. You're really stupid." Standing still, countless data flow rapidly surged atop Yang Feng's pupils, as he silently issued numerous orders. Copious amounts of information came in from the data flow and surged into his sea of knowledge. Carol's words were completely ignored by Yang Feng. "Big Sister Becky, why would teacher have a duel with a legend rank wizard? Isn't that too dangerous?" In the corner of the magic arena, Arthur looked anxiously at Yang Feng standing in the middle of the magic arena and asked Becky sitting next to him. After studying these days, Arthur became aware of how powerful legend wizards were. In the world of magic, legend wizards stood at the peak of humans. A step further was the realm of the gods. Becky stared at Yang Feng in the magic arena with a complicated look in her eyes and sighed lightly, saying, "It's to protect our home, our college, that your teacher is going to risk his life and fight against the legend wizard Kirill." Barros and the other scheduled to be teachers of the Magic College looked anxiously at Yang Feng. With a worried look on his face, a great wizard asked in a low voice, "Sir Barros, does Grandmaster Ian has any hope of defeating Grandmaster Kirill?" Barros' eyes flashed with apprehension. Then he shook his head and sighed, It's a very difficult, an extremely difficult undertaking. Historically, only some peerless geniuses who acquired divine armaments or genius born blessed by the gods could defeat a legend wizard with the cultivation base of an archwizard. Although Sir is very strong, but when compared to a legend wizard, there is still a huge gap. As long as the legend wizard conjures a level 4 offensive spell, Sir is very likely to be directly defeated. Legend wizards could cast level 4 offensive spells, which were extremely powerful. Against single-target level 4 offensive spells, any level 3 defense spell would be crushed directly. As for level 3 offensive spells, it was very difficult for them to destroy level 4 protective covers. At least a dozen level 3 spells would be needed to destroy a level 4 protective cover of legend wizards. Additionally, the casting speed, understanding of magic power, among others, of legend wizards was above that of archwizards. An archwizard commanding a wizard team could still more or less contend against a legend wizards. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, an archwizard stood no chance against a legend wizard. Only if he met a wandering legend wizards, whose inheritance was subpar, would Yang Feng have a chance to defeat the opponent. Kirill, on the other hand, was a court grandmaster with an intact inheritance and extremely rich fighting experience. His fighting strength was not something that wandering legend wizards could compare to. When Carrier saw Yang Feng disregard him, anger flashed in his eyes. He shot the referee a look and said apathetically, "Why haven't you started yet?" The referee's mind shook when he was glanced at by Kirill. He immediately took a few steps back and said loudly, "Begin!" The referee's words had just fallen, when Yang Feng, who had his head drooped, suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with extremely cold killing intent. He instantly erupted with Star Knight rank chi, reached out at empty space, grabbed a secret treasure sword completely forged from divine blood steel, and slashed at Kirill with the force of thunder. The area within 10 meters was the domain of sacred swordsmen. When in the area within 10 meters, even legend wizards would be killed by a strike from sacred swordsmen before they could conjure their spells. As it turned out, the distance between Yang Feng and Kirill was just at 10 meters. His sword strike, which contained 60% debonair of a sword strike from a sacred warrior, was as fast as lightning. It was unstoppable. When everyone present saw Yang Feng's sword strike, shock flashed past their eyes. The lightning's sacred swordsman Cassius also had a look of shock in his eyes, and a trace of bitterness welled up inside him. Fierce, his sword strike is really fierce. As long as he cultivates diligently, he'll step into the realm of sacred swordsmen one day without a hitch. In order to become a sacred swordsman, God knows how much hard work Cassius had to put in. There hadn't been a single day where he stopped practicing with a sword. For Yang Feng, who cultivated swordsmanship as well as magic, to achieve such accomplishments was simply shocking. Only heroes in myths and legends would have such frightening achievements. Baro's complexion was slightly blanched, and there was a lingering fear in his eyes. What an amazing sword strike! At the time, I would be a goner if he had performed this strike. Reacting almost instantly, Kirill uttered a magic sentence. A level 3 superior warping force field erupted in a flash and enveloped him. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.cm. Chapter 282, Killing Kirill. Chapter 282, Killing Kirill. Translator, Zayamoj. When Yang Feng's sword slashed at the level 3 spell superior warping force field, he felt an extremely strange warping force envelop his sword. The sword was jolted continuously and nearly slipped out of his hand. An ominous glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he erupted with the innate spell dragon force in a flash. Looking like the incarnation of a humanoid dragon, his sword forcibly sliced through the twisting force field and ruthlessly slashed towards Kirill. Just then, Kirill uttered the next magic sentence. The magic sword in Yang Feng's hand slashed down, and Kirill was instantly sliced in twine. However, there was no feeling of resistance. Baro's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he cried out, "An afterimage!" It was blink. With a flash of light, Kirill appeared 100 meters away from Yang Feng. The level 4 spell blink was the level 4 spell of legend wizards with the fastest casting speed as well as a nightmare for any opponent. By conjuring the level 4 spell blink, legend wizards could teleport at will to a place within their sight, within 100 meters. If sacred swordsmen, assassins, knight-errants, and other occupation legend rank powerhouses failed to insta-kill a legend wizard proficient with blink, they would not get another chance. Carol's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said with a sneer, "Ian, you made me break out in a cold sweat. Unfortunately, you are not a sacred swordsman after all. You're still lacking. If you were a bit faster, I might have succumbed to your sword strike." Although Yang Feng's sword strike had 60% debonair of that of a sacred swordsman, but it was still merely 60% after all. In a fight, only the first strike of a sacred swordsman had a chance to claim them victory over a legend wizard. If the sacred swordsman wasn't able to insta-kill the legend wizard, then only death would await them. Although Yang Feng's sword strike was extremely fast, but there was still a gap between his strike and the invincible sword strikes of sacred swordsmen, which could even slay demigods. The gap was as wide as the distance between heaven and earth. Yang Feng suddenly burst out with frightening chi and, with a light tap of his feet, rushed towards Caril like a bolt of lightning. His gaze cold, Caril uttered a magic sentence and cast the level 3 spell Splitting Headache in a flash. With a flicker of magic radiance, Yang Feng felt a splitting headache and his eyes blurred at once. If it wasn't for his frightening level 3 extraordinary life form rank physique, he would have already fallen to the ground, unable to move. Yang Feng uttered a magic sentence with great difficulty and cast the level 2 spell Psyche Resistance in an instant. With the flicker of a magic light, his headache stopped. New unveiled chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. Taking advantage of that split second, Caril uttered 3 magic sentences in succession, pointed at Yang Feng, and conjured the level 4 spell Advanced Disintegrate. A green magic light shot towards Yang Feng from Caril's hand. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly. With a wave of his hand, the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel flew out of his hand and collided with the green light that was Advanced Disintegrate. Under the illumination of the green magic light, the razor-sharp secret treasure sword that was completely forged from divine blood steel crumbled inch by inch and turned into green dust, and was scattered by the wind. The invincible and extremely sturdy secret treasure sword was still unable to resist the power of the spell. If hit by Advanced Disintegrate, even demigod rank powerhouses would be seriously injured. Yang Feng reached out at empty space, grasped another secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel, and mercilessly slashed at Caril. "No use. You can't even touch a corner of my clothes." Caril smiled coldly. Then magic light enveloped him and he vanished in an instant. Yang Feng sliced through empty space with all his strength. Caril suddenly appeared 100 meters away from Yang Feng and uttered 2 magic sentences. A tremendous amount of fire elemental particles frantically gathered, formed 2 flame snakes, and swept towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered a magic sentence and a firestorm enveloped him in a flash. The 2 flame snakes frantically bombarded the firestorm barrier until they were dispelled. His gaze ice-cold, Caril quickly recited a row of magic sentences and conjured the level 4 spell Water Dragon. A tremendous amount of water elemental particles instantly gathered around him, formed a 30-meter-long water dragon, and lunged towards Yang Feng, carrying a frightening pressure. The water dragon frantically bit down at Yang Feng and swallowed him along with the firestorm around him in a flash. In the water dragon's belly, numerous currents formed drill bit-like whirlpools and mercilessly stabbed at Yang Feng. Yang Feng, whose body was as sturdy as that of a level 3 extraordinary life form, was broken down by the drill bit-like whirlpools inch by inch. A large amount of blood dyed the frightening water dragon red. With a look of regret in his eyes, Barros heaved a long sigh. What a pity! Once the level 4 spell Water Dragon swallowed an enemy, then even sacred swordsmen would be easily torn to pieces. Very few people could escape from this level 4 spell once swallowed. With a complicated look in his eyes, Cassius grasped his sword and then released it. He could sense that the 4 sacred swordsmen guarding Morant's 2867th atop the dais were eyeing him. If he did anything unreasonable, what awaited him was a fearsome offensive. Sacred swordsman rank powerhouses had strong offense yet weak defense. With 4 sacred swordsmen besieging 1 sacred swordsman, victory or defeat would be decided in merely 1 or 2 exchanges. Cassius would stand no chance. His face blanched, Garca gritted his teeth and cursed, "Fuck!" Her complexion pale. Oleana looked at Yang Feng struggling inside the water dragon with a look of worry in her pretty eyes. As she watched Yang Feng struggle inside the water dragon, Becky balled her hands and bit her lips, drawing blood from her lips. From atop the dais, Amidst 2867th watched Yang Feng struggle inside the water dragon with a look of ridicule in his eyes. At this moment, he completely forgot the great sense of accomplishment that Yang Feng brought him when he chose to join the Amidst Empire. Porta and the other 2 princes revealed pleased smiles. Suddenly, an azure water curtain arose inside the fierce water dragon. The azure water curtain firmly guarded Yang Feng and continuously interwove with the water dragon and neutralized it. Covered in blood, Yang Feng broke out from inside the water dragon. Although Yang Feng was covered in blood and injuries when he freed himself from the water dragon. However, the entire person emitted a ruthless and ferocious aura as if an exceptionally fierce wounded beast, and he madly rushed towards Karil. Legend rank spell Sky Flower Water Curtain. Ian, was a legend rank secret treasure your assurance when challenging me? Unfortunately, you'll never touch the corner of my clothes. Karil sneered and uttered the magic sentence for blink. In that instant, Yang Feng waved his hands. 4 black discs flew out, landed on 4 sides of Karil, lit up with magic light, and formed an extremely powerful space disruption barrier. Karil had just uttered the magic sentence for blink when he felt a disturbance in the surrounding space. His body flashed a little, but he was not able to fully unleash blink. What the hell? Karil's complexion changed greatly at once, and he panicked. He saw a huge sword mercilessly slash towards him. The complexion of Amidst 2867th changed slightly. His eyes flashed with anger, and he shouted, "Ian, stay your hand." The 4 sacred swordsmen next to Amidst 2867th locked onto Yang Feng, waiting for his order. Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with frigid killing intent. Without hesitation, he slashed madly at Karil. A ferocious look in his eyes, Karil uttered a magic sentence and unleashed the level 3 spell power fire arrow in a flash. A fire arrow covered in flames capable of killing a sacred swordsman shot towards Yang Feng like a meteor. If Yang Feng dodged, Karil would get a chance at survival. As long as Karil could take the next breath, he would use a variety of exquisite spells to kill Yang Feng. Freewabove.com. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce light. At this critical moment, he instantly unleashed his innate spell Black Dragon Scales. Numerous black dragon scales suddenly covered him as if black armor, and he frenziedly slashed with his sword. With the support of Dragon Force, Yang Feng's secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel broke through Karil's protective cover and instantly sliced him into 2 pieces. There was a look of incredulity on Karil's face, like he couldn't believe that he, a legend wizard, died to Yang Feng's sword. At the same time, the flame arrow slammed into Yang Feng and blasted him away, sending him flying towards the suspended dais. Yang Feng lost a lot of blood, and then was burned to a crisp. Amidst 2867th looked at Yang Feng in disgust, then waved his hand and ordered coldly, "Bastard, what gall! You dare to kill my wizard? Kill him." "Yes, your majesty." A sacred swordsman next to Amidst 2867th responded respectfully. Then his figure flashed, and he lunged towards Yang Feng. The sacred swordsman had just moved, when, as if an invisible blade appeared before him, his head was sent flying high, and blood splashed about. Chapter 283. Assassinating Amidst 2867th. Chapter 283. Assassinating Amidst 2867th. Translator, Xayamoj. Yang Feng had positioned 200 phantom hunters to lie in wait atop the suspended dais at an earlier time. Completely invisible and motionless like rocks, the 200 phantom hunters passed unnoticed. Now that they received the order from Yang Feng, the 200 phantom hunters suddenly moved. They brandished their cutlasses mixed with divine blood steel and frenziedly slashed at the guards of Morant's 2867th atop the suspended dais. Almost in the blink of an eye, the caught-off guards were killed by the phantom hunters without any resistance. Even the 3 sacred swordsmen, who had amazing fighting prowess, were caught off guard and hacked to pieces. A copious amount of blood dyed the suspended dais red. 3 phantom hunters arrived before Morant's 2867th in an instant, brandished their cutlasses mixed with divine blood steel, and mercilessly slashed at him. A sacred, bright, and magnificent white protective cover enveloped Morant's 2867th. 3 cutlasses mercilessly hacked at the protective cover and were ricocheted. The imperial robe worn by Morant's 2867th was a trigger legend rank treasure equipped with the legend rank spell barrier of light. Even when besieged by legend wizard and sacred swordsman rank powerhouses, he would not be killed instantly. Protect me. Protect me. Quickly protect me. The one to save me will be promoted by 3 grades. Great glory, splendor, wealth, and status will be yours. No longer looking indifferent and noble, Morant's 2867th scrambled to get out of his seat and screamed miserably, with yellow liquid flowing down from underneath the imperial robe and tears streaming out of his puffy eyes. freewebnovel.com. Seeing everything that suddenly occurred atop the suspended dais, the greater aristocrats screamed, got up, and fled. Escorted by their guards, the majority of bigwigs quickly fled the magic college. Garca and the few princes and princesses looked at each other, their faces blanched. As if hit by the spell falter, they neither escaped nor went to rescue. They didn't want to be killed because of Morant's 2867. However, they also feared that once Morant's 2867th escaped with his life, they would be held accountable for escaping in the face of battle. Thus, they were in a dilemma. Protect His Majesty. Protect His Majesty. In addition to the 4 legend wizards, 20 star knights, and 100 firmament knights, Morant's 2867th was still accompanied by 500 Sky Knight rank guards and a large squad of court wizards. The guards and court wizards rushed madly towards Morant's 2867th. Once Morant's 2867th died, the 500 guards as well as the large squad of court wizards would be beheaded in accordance with imperial law. At the same time, their families would be implicated and reduced to slaves. For the sake of their families as well as glory, splendor, wealth, and status, the 500 guards, aware of the danger, had to rush to Morant's 2867's rescue. Protect His Majesty. With me, Ian, present, no one is allowed to harm a hair on His Majesty's head. Only by stepping over my dead body can you assassins harm His Majesty. Following a heroic bellow, Yang Feng rushed towards Morant's 2867th like a bolt of thunder. Good. Ian, as long as you save me, you will be the dean of the Magic College. Right, I have 215 daughters. I'll let you marry whichever one you like. In the future, I'll make you the Grand Marshal of the Empire. As if he had seen his savior, Morant's 2867th cried out and made promises when he saw Yang Feng. With runny nose and teary eyes, he looked extremely unsightly. How ugly! Even though you are the emperor of one of the 2 human empires, but you're nothing more than a lascivious and foolish old man, Your Majesty. Despite the impassioned look on his face, there was killing intent and ridicule in the abyss of Yang Feng's eyes. When he was about to reach Morant's 2867th, an invisible mage hand holding the legend rank dagger Twilight Dagger trusted towards Morant's 2867th. The legend rank dagger Twilight Dagger, with its power to pierce through magic barriers, was a nightmare for all spellcasters, as well as one of the most popular legend rank daggers among assassins. The Twilight Dagger easily penetrated Morant's 2867's barrier of light, pierced into his abdomen, and frenziedly absorbed his life force. In an instant, Morant's 2867th looked a few decades older, and his eyes shone with despair. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he sent a voice transmission to Morant's 2867th, mocking, "Old fart, you brought this upon yourself. Horny fool. Since you want to take away my magic college, then you have to die. Eyes wide open, Amidst 2867th stared at Yang Feng with his old, muddy eyes full of enmity, which he could not voice. A guard commander more anxious than Yang Feng rushed up to Amidst 2867th, took the latter into his arms, and said full of joy, "Your Majesty, I, Eddie, came to the rescue." Other guards frantically rushed towards Amidst 2867th and blocked in front of Yang Feng, so as not to let him claim credit. Under Yang Feng's command, the phantom hunters already dispersed and disappeared, although the phantom hunters could make themselves completely invisible. However, they could still be traced by spells. Yang Feng only used the phantom hunters to assassinate Amidst 2867th because his hand was forced. Now, it was a must to remove traces of their existence. Their existence could not come to light. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Your Majesty, you, don't scare me." Suddenly, Eddie's face changed dramatically. His eyes flashed with despair, and he screamed. Amidst 2867's body was completely black and lifeless, and his eyes were opened wide, full of grievances. His dead body just laid there in Eddie's arms. The guards looked at Amidst 2867th corpse with looks of dread and despair in their eyes. Amidst 2867th died in front of them. Their fates were sealed. "Eddie, you're failed to protect His Majesty, implicating your families." Yang Feng stepped forward and barked sternly. "If you want to be spared the fate of being beheaded, you have a single chance. Help His Highness 6th Prince Garca ascend the throne. After His Highness Garca ascends the throne, he'll pardon your crimes." After he finished speaking, Yang Feng waved his hand. 300 armed knight rank powerhouses scurried out from the side and stared at Porta and the other two princes as well as their guards with frigid killing intent in their eyes. Garca was very clever, and quickly stepped forward and cried out, "Commander Eddie, I saw it with my own eyes. You tried your best to protect my imperial father. Although according to the law of the Amidst Empire, you should be beheaded. However, as long as you are willing to assist me and help me ascend the throne, I'll use the privilege of the Emperor to absolve you of all your sins." A glimmer of hope welled up in the eyes of the 500 Sky Knight rank guards. Eddie slowly rose to his feet and looked around, only to see Porta and the other two princes surrounded by the 300 heavily armed knights rank powerhouses. Under Yang Feng's command, 2 sacred swordsmen, the Earth Sacred Swordsman Mecha and Raging Sacred Swordsman Lucero, surrounded the 3 princes and their guards. The Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius arrived next to Yang Feng and drew his secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel, ready to act. Once Yang Feng gave the order, Cassius would kill Eddie with a strike from his sword. Eddie, who had always avoided the recruitment of the princes in the court, understood that now was a critical moment. The wrong choice would seal his fate and that of his family. TH most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. "I, Eddie, am willing to serve you, Your Highness." Eddie knelt on one knee in front of the 6th Prince Garca and said respectfully, "I am willing to serve you, Your Highness." The 500 Sky Knight rank guards had no choice but to kneel before Garca and say respectfully, "I am willing to serve you, Your Highness." The large squad of wizards slightly bowed towards Garca in salute. Yang Feng walked up to Porta and them and said with a gentle smile, "Your Highnesses, please have your guards hand over their weapons. The Saint Tulan City might become very chaotic later. But no worries, we will protect you." Sucre stared defiantly at Yang Feng and said coldly, "Ian, what are you up to? Do you want to put us under house arrest?" A guard of Sucre drew his sword and protected in front of Sucre, glaring at Yang Feng. Yang Feng ordered indifferently, "Kill him!" The Earth Sacred Swordsman Mecha stepped forward and, with the flicker of a sword ray, sliced the guard in half. Blood splattered all over Sucre, making the aloof prince issue a miserable scream. Yang Feng stated indifferently, "Since we're at it, let's kill them all." With a vicious light in his eyes, the Earth Sacred Swordsman Mecha stepped forward and released drill-like sword rays shuttling amid the crowd. Within just a dozen breaths, all of Sucre's guards were killed, and copious amounts of blood sprayed at him, making him scream with fear incessantly. Chapter 284, Turmoil. Chapter 284, Turmoil. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said coldly, "Shut up!" As if he heard the voice of a fiend, Sucre covered his mouth with his hands and stared at Yang Feng with a look full of fear in his eyes. With a sword in hand, the raging sacred swordsman Lucero silently stared at the three princes with an indifferent expression and a pleased look in his eyes. The two princes Porta and Sanair looked at Yang Feng with fear in the depth of their eyes. Only now did they recall that Yang Feng was dubbed as Devil Ian in the Miracle City. Among the two corps, the Hunting Fang Corps and Silver Sword Corps, an untold number of people met tragic ends at Yang Feng's orders. He even dared to kill greater aristocrats of the Morince Empire. A sense that their lives were in the palm of another person took a hold of the hearts of the three princes. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng smiled gently, yet his words were laced with cold killing intent. "Your Highnesses, will you order your guards to lay down their weapons, or did I have to help you, making them forever unable to pick up their weapons?" freewebnovel.com. As soon as his words fell, the guards around Porta and Sanair nervously clenched their weapons and waited for their orders. Porta sighed slowly and said, "Kneel, lay down your arms." "Yes, your Highness." Kneel and the dozen guards of Porta laid down their weapons. Sanair went silent for a moment and then ordered unhurriedly, "Avon, lay down your arms." "Yes, your Highness." Avon and the dozen guards of Sanair also laid down their weapons. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, dozens of fully armed warriors immediately pounced at Neil and the other guards and tied them down. Yang Feng strode to in front of Garca and said with a solemn expression, "Your Highness, our next target is the Imperial Palace. As long as we take control of the palace, we will be halfway there." At this moment, Morince 2867th was dead. The great Prince Andrei was in the Southern Corps, and the other three princes who had the right to succeed the throne were under Yang Feng's control. Now only the two empresses and four consorts in the Imperial Palace had the ability to interfere. As long as the two empresses and four consorts in the Imperial Palace were put under control, Garca would be able to ascend the throne and become emperor. Garca's eyes sparkled with excitement and his blood boiled. With endless fervor in his eyes, he stressed each syllable. "Yes, the next step is the palace." Garca was in a great mood, and so he promised loudly, "Ian, when I ascend the throne, I will certainly keep my promise. At the same time, I will fulfill a wish of yours. Tell me, what do you want? Is it the position of Prime Minister or Grand Marshal? Just say a word and it's yours." Garca was very clever. He knew that the key to his ascension of the throne was to win the support of Yang Feng. Otherwise, once Yang Feng defected, his ascension of the throne would be turned into a soap bubble, and he might even become a prisoner. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said with a light smile, "If you ascend the throne, Your Highness, I hope to be able to enter the royal treasury and select a few treasures." Garca promptly replied, "Okay, I promise you." Yang Feng said solemnly, "Now is a critical time. Please use all your cards, Your Highness. This is our best and only chance." As the sixth prince, Garca had tremendous hidden forces. Even Yang Feng didn't know how powerful Garca's hidden forces were or how many aristocrats were in his ranks. With a grave look in his eyes, Garca nodded, took out a communications crystal, and said callously, "It's time, start at once." A fearful yet firm voice came from the communications crystal. "Yes, Your Highness." Garca continuously took out communications crystals and gave a series of orders. Porta and the other two princes could only watch Garca give a series of orders. The three princes also had tremendous hidden forces that infiltrated numerous departments and had a large number of aristocrats side with them. However, since they were under a semi-house arrest, they could not contact those forces to mobilize. The St. Tulan City had 4 gates: east, west, north, and south gates. Outside and inside the city, at each gate was stationed a corps. The 4 corps stationed outside the city were classified as city guards. The 4 corps inside the city were classified as Imperial Guards. South Gate, 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. Within the barracks, the vice commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps Cataleo strode into the command center. Sitting in the command center, Chipico, the commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, leisurely read a book. Imperial Guards were always idle. After all, apart from court coups d'état, no one dared to cause trouble in the St. Tulan City. Even demigod-rank powerhouses would be easily suppressed when acting presumptuously in the St. Tulan City. Chipico's eyes lit up when he saw Cataleo, and he took out a chessboard from under his desk and said with a smile, "Cataleo, you came just at the right moment. Let's play a game of chess." "All right." Cataleo walked up to Chipico with a complex look in the abyss of his eyes. Suddenly, he broke out with Star Knight's rank chi, drew his sword, and like a bolt of lightning, stabbed Chipico in the heart. Chipico's eyes opened wide. Unable to believe his eyes, he uttered with difficulty, "Why?" A complex look in his eyes, Cataleo gave a long sigh, pulled out his sword and said, "I am a man of His Highness 6th Prince. His Majesty is dead." "I'm sorry, Chipico." Blood spurted out of Chipico's chest. His eyes turned dim, his body shook slightly, and he fell to the ground. Drums echoed in the barracks. The 3rd Imperial Guard Corps began to assemble at once. High-ranking officers of the Corps quickly arrived at the command center. There was a faint smell of blood in the command center. At the same time, Cataleo's guards were stationed around the command center. When the high-ranking officers entered the command center, they had a bad feeling. The high-ranking officers focused their attention on Cataleo, who sat in the seat of commander in the command center. Cataleo said solemnly, "Everyone is here. I have bad news. His Majesty was just attacked by assassins in the St. Tulan City. He is dead." "What? His Majesty died?" "His Majesty is dead." The high-ranking officers exclaimed with shock in there. The death of the Emperor of the Morince Empire was definitely a shocking event. It would impact the state of the entire Morince Empire. Cataleo continued coldly, "Commander Chipico is suspected of plotting to assassinate His Majesty. I killed him on the spot. His Highness 6th Prince sent a messenger. He wants our 3rd Imperial Guard Corps to go catch the assassins and eradicate traitors in the court. Who would like to go with me?" One of his men immediately cried out, "Since His Majesty is dead, then His Highness 6th Prince Garca is the only heir to the throne. I am willing to follow His Highness 6th Prince to eradicate any traitors in the court. I am willing to pledge allegiance to His Highness 6th Princes and eradicate any traitors in the court for His Highness." In the command center, voices expressing allegiance were heard. Almost a third of the officers pledged allegiance to the 6th Prince. The rest of the officers looked at each other, and a sense of danger welled up inside them. They were warriors who didn't want to join the whirlpool that was the imperial power struggle. However, the sudden change forced them to choose a side. "His gaze cold," Cataleo said frigidly. "Why are you silent? Could it be that you are in cahoots with the rebels who assassinated His Majesty?" Cataleo's guards around the command center drew their blades and surrounded the officers who didn't express their stance. If they said anything out of line, they would be immediately hacked to death. An officer pointed at Cataleo and barked, "Cataleo, you're rebelling." With a wave of his hand, a dozen guards rushed forward and killed the officer in an instant. "Cataleo, you're rebelling." One officer after another stood out, pointed at Cataleo, and berated him. As soon as the officers stood out, they would be quickly killed by Cataleo's guards. The smell of blood pervaded the command center. After 7 officers in a row were killed, the remaining officers of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps understood Cataleo's determination. Cataleo went all in. If they didn't give in, they would be killed. After a moment of silence, an officer finally cried out, "I would like to follow, sir, and eradicate the assassins who murdered His Majesty." One officer after another was finally compelled to yield. Cataleo got up and barked, "Now then, let's set out right away towards the Imperial Palace. Whoever dares to block us along the way is our enemy." The 20,000-strong 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, led by Cataleo, immediately set out for the Imperial Palace. East Gate. Drums echoed in the camp of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. High-ranking officers of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps quickly arrived at the command center of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. The command center was filled with a somber and heavy atmosphere, which left the officers somewhat overwhelmed. In the center of the command center sat a burly old man. Although the old man was 56 or 57 years of age and had grizzled temples, yet he still exuded a valiant aura. The burly old man was Buchak, the commander of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. Chapter 285, Turmoil 2. Chapter 285, Turmoil 2. Translator, Xuanhuan. The Ost up-to-date novels are published on freewebnovel.com. Buchak looked at the officers and said solemnly, "His Majesty was murdered. On the orders from Her Highness Empress Susanna, I must lead our troops into the Imperial Palace to guard it. Are you willing to go with me?" "I wish to serve you, sir." The officers were shocked, yet Buchak's trusted aides were quick to respond. "I wish to serve you, sir." The rest of the officers hesitated for a while, then gritted their teeth and cried out. In the 1st Imperial Guard Corps, the prestige of Commander Buchak was much higher than that of the Vice-Commander Cataleo in the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. Not many people dared to question and go against his orders. Under Buchak's order, the 1st Imperial Guard Corps, without carrying any baggage, swiftly moved towards the Imperial Palace. Within the command center of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, Commander Ciceron had a gloomy expression. There was a communications crystal in his hand. He paced to and fro inside the command center, looking restless. A bright and alluring face continuously drifted in his mind's eye. Finally, he heaved a long sigh and made up his mind. Drums echoed in the barracks of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, and numerous warriors poured out to assemble. The high-ranking officers hurried towards the command center. Suddenly, sounds of fighting broke out in the command center. Before long, officers came out of the command center. The 2nd Imperial Guard Corps also surged towards the Imperial Palace. At this moment, a battle broke out within the barracks of the 4th Imperial Guard Corps. For the sake of their respective masters, former comrades gathered their subordinates and went to fight. Blood and sounds of fighting pervaded the barracks. The 4 city guard corps outside the city bided their time. Only some minor disturbances broke out in the barracks, which were immediately suppressed. On the other hand, Yang Feng led the 300 fully armed guards, 2 squads of wizards, and Eddie's 500 Sky Knight rank troops to escort Garca and Uliana to the Imperial Palace. "Your Highness, where are you going?" Following a cold voice, Dassault took a 300 special patrolman from the Sword of Justice to block the large force in front of him, and stared at Garca in the middle of the crowd. Dassault erupted with frightening Sacred Swordsman rank chi and locked onto Garca with frightening killing intent. Feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles, Garca had difficulty breathing, and his eyes flashed with fear. "Your Highness Garca, His Majesty was assassinated in the Magic College. As the Vice Dean of the Magic College, Grandmaster Ian is the most suspicious person. You should return to your mansion. Otherwise, you will be charged with treason and rebellion. By then, even if you are a prince, you will die here today." His eyes wide open, Dassault suddenly issued a frightening bellow that, via a mysterious and profound method, penetrated into Garca's mind. At this moment, the fear Garca felt gave birth to the idea in his mind that he should return home immediately and await trial. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Kill him! All those who stand in the way are to be killed." Barros uttered a magic sentence. A magic light enveloped him and the wizards behind him, and an extremely mysterious spirit resonance linked their spirit force together. Spirit resonance was one of the most powerful spells of wizard squads on the Feisua plane. After casting spirit resonance, the spirit force of wizards would link together to form extremely wondrous fluctuations of resonance. And, through the power of the weave, they could conjure level for spells as if legend wizards. Barros quickly uttered another magic sentence and instantly unleashed the level for spell Fire Dragon. Suddenly, countless fire elemental particles gathered into a frightening, 30-meter-long fire dragon and rushed frenziedly toward Dassault. Dassault's face suddenly changed dramatically. He retreated briskly, erupted with frightening peak sacred swordsman rank chi, and mercilessly slashed at the terrifying fire dragon. The dragon was practically split in two due to the terrifying sacred swordsman rank chi. The next moment, the fierce fire dragon that was cut in two pounced at Dassault and swallowed him whole. The sacred swordsman Dassault went up in flames, screamed and struggled in pain, and finally burned to ash. When the sacred swordsman Cassius saw this, his pupils constricted slightly, and he sighed inside. The area within 10 meters was the domain of sacred swordsmen. Inside that area, a sacred swordsman could insta-kill a legend wizard. Similarly, a sacred swordsman could be insta-killed if they had no level for enchanted protective treasure to resist a level for spell released by a legend wizard. Apart from gods, wizards were the most powerful and noble existences of the Feisua plane. The status of an archwizard was much higher than that of a sacred swordsman. Similarly, unless they were peerless geniuses who cultivated the most profound, challenging, and powerful secret method. Otherwise, body-tempering warlocks of the Zhangji plane could only compete with warlocks of other types of the same rank with the help of secret treasures. The archwizard of the other magic squad also cast the spell Spirit Resonance, then silently recited an incantation, pointed to the more than 300-strong Sword of Justice Special Force, and unleashed the level for spell Wintry Maiden's Breath. The phantom of a beautiful and enchanting wintry maiden, who appeared to be covered in silver, suddenly appeared. She opened her cherry lips lightly and exhaled slightly. The white, freezing breath blown from the wintry maiden's cherry lips swept toward the over 300 Sword of Justice Special Patrolman. Crack, crack. Following brittle sounds, the 300 Sword of Justice Special Patrolmen, who had knight rank cultivation bases and upwards, were turned into ice sculptures by the freezing breath. Garca looked at Yang Feng with a look of fear in the abyss of his eyes. Dassault was one of the 5 big shots of the Sword of Justice secret force of the Morance Empire, as well as a respected bigwig of the St. Tulan City. His status was so high that even some greater aristocrats could not compare to him. Such a bigwig was killed by Yang Feng without hesitation. Garca couldn't help but feel a little cold in his heart from this fierceness and decisiveness. Fortunately, he's on my side. Garca heaved a slight sigh of relief. Suddenly, a thought surged in his mind and lingered like a shadow or a nightmare. What if he betrayed me? Who could stop him then? Yang Feng ordered coldly with an indifferent gaze in his eyes. Continue ahead. Our target is the Imperial Palace. Anyone to stand in our way is to be killed. At Yang Feng's command, the team made a beeline for the Imperial Palace. As they were crossing a block, more than 200 assassins suddenly emerged out from the street, aimed the military crossbows in their hands at Garca, and pulled the trigger. The bolts, as if arrows shot from a bowstring, frantically shot towards Garca. As long as Garca was dead, any plot would turn into a soap bubble. A cold glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. He raised a big shield forged from divine blood steel and, as if swatting mosquitoes, swatted the bolts flying towards Garca away. Boom! Suddenly, there was the sound of an explosion and a wall collapsed, following which, frightening sacred swordsman rank chi erupted and an extremely fast sword ray stabbed toward Garca's head in a flash. It was an extremely lethal sword strike of a sacred swordsman. As Yang Feng had just swung the big shield to swat the numerous bolts away, he had no time to respond and could only watch the sword stab towards Garca. Unwittingly, despair flashed past the depths of his eyes. The lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, earth sacred swordsman Mecha, raging sacred swordsman Lucero. The 3 sacred swordsmen had brandished their swords to block the military crossbow bolts. As such, they had no time to protect Garca. If Garca was killed, then no matter how strong Yang Feng was, it would be already amazing if he could escape the St. Tulan City in one piece. Everything that he built these days would be destroyed. Just then, an ordinary-looking guard next to Garca stepped forward. He immediately erupted with the aura of a great scholar. In a split second, he broke out with frightening sacred swordsman rank chi and sent a sword ray of his own to parry the fearsome sword strike of the enemy. Ding! Following a clear sound, The guard next to Garca briskly took 7 or 8 steps back. The assassin who performed the fearsome sword strike only retreated by 2 steps. The assassin wrapped in black cloth, with only his eyes exposed, appeared in front of everyone. Yang Feng barked, "Barros, kill him!" Before his words fell, Yang Feng uttered a magic sentence and conjured the level 3 spell Psyche Hammer in a flash. Magic light fell onto the assassin covered in black cloth. freewebnovel.com. The assassin emitted magic light of his own and resisted the offensive of the level 3 spell Psyche Hammer. Clearly, he had a magic equipment. With his strike thwarted, the assassin's figure flashed and he shot into a room lightning fast. With 4 sacred swordsmen and 2 wizard squads standing guard, even if the assassin was far stronger than an ordinary sacred swordsman, he still stood no chance. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Fire dragon!" Barros instantly uttered a series of magic sentences and pointed to the room. A 30-meter-long fire dragon burst out and shot towards the room. Boom! Flames instantly took over the room, burning fiercely. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the flames. Suddenly, a hurricane emerged and blew the flames to engulf the houses where the assassins were. Chapter 286, Turmoil 3. Chapter 286, Turmoil 3. Translator, Xuanhuan. With wind intensifying the fire, the flames surged and instantly swallowed the houses with the assassins, burning fiercely. Numerous assassins howled in pain amid the flames and jumped down. His eyes bloodshot, Garca roared somewhat frenziedly, "Kill them! Kill them all!" If the sacred swordsman Garca recruited hadn't saved him at the most critical moment, he would be dead by now. At the thought of the danger just now, Garca felt cold all over, his back drenched in cold sweat and his eyes flashing with killing intent. Yang Feng looked at the hysterical Garca and frowned slightly. "Your Highness, our priority now is not to kill them but the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace is the key. After you take the throne, you can kill these termites at will." Garca's eyes flashed with madness. Devoid of his usual elegant demeanor, he shouted at Yang Feng, "They wanted to kill me. Just a bit and they would have succeeded. I want them to die without burial site. I want these scumbags killed. Ian, kill them for me. Spare no one." Yang Feng frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. Thinking that Garca was about to become the emperor, he sighed secretly. Then, with a wave of his hand, his 300 subordinates instantly took out military crossbows and shot at the assassins. The rain of bolts shot at the assassins on the ground. Then, amid horrible screams, they were engulfed by flames. Eddie roared, channeled his frightening Star Knight rank chi, and lunged at the assassins along with the 500 guards. The fierce fighting lasted for 10 minutes. The hundreds of assassins lying in ambush on both sides of the street were killed by Eddie and them to a man. Yang Feng and his party continued to march towards the Imperial Palace. The fierce flames ignited in their wake spread in different directions. "Stop! At the orders of Her Highness the Empress, this block is sealed off. No one is allowed to pass. Offenders shall be charged with treason and have their families slaughtered." On a street leading to the Imperial Palace, a group of 500 Imperial Guards stood in front of Yang Feng's party. A burly commander, who headed the group, barked. The 500 Imperial Guards pointed their weapons at Yang Feng's party, their eyes full of killing intent. Of the 500 Imperial Guards, 200 archers took out their bows and arrows, ready to shoot. Garca hesitated for a moment, then extended his hand and the entire procession stopped. Garca stepped out of the crowd and shouted valiantly, "I am the 6th Prince Garca. His Majesty is dead, and I suspect that someone in the palace is involved in the assassination of His Majesty. Commander Dell, now that His Majesty is dead, I am the sole heir of the Morance Empire. If you side with me, you will surely enjoy great glory, splendor, wealth, and status when I take the throne. So it's you, Your Highness Garca." Shock flashed past Dell's eyes, and he hesitated. After a long time, his eyes flashed with greed, and he said solemnly, "Your Highness, if you ascend the throne, I hope to become a hereditary peer duke of the empire and get a dukedom as my fief." Garca frowned slightly and fell into hesitation. In the Morince Empire, hereditary peer duke was a greater aristocratic title second only to Grand Prince. Every hereditary duke had enormous power as well as great influence in the court. The Morince Empire was very cautious about enfeffing hereditary peer aristocrats. Otherwise, all the territory of the empire would have been conferred to others by now. As time passed by, Yang Feng frowned slightly. He knew very well that they could not waste time here. Every minute that passed, their chances of success would drop by a bit. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and whispered to Garca, "Your Highness, we don't have much time." Garca glanced at Yang Feng with displeasure and said faintly, "I know what to do." Garca said in a clear voice, "Del, I cannot enfeff you as a hereditary peer duke. However, as long as you take all of your men to side with me, then after I ascend the throne, I can enfeff you as a hereditary peer earl. You'll get to enjoy a very high status and great wealth." Del's 500 imperial guards were a considerable force. If Garca could recruit them, he could enhance his strength and at the same time weaken Yang Feng's weight in the coup d'état. Garca grew up in the Morince family, and as such was no less scheming than his siblings. With a look of struggle on his face, Del hesitated some more, then said slowly, "Hereditary peer earl? Your Highness, if I side with you, I will be betting the lives of our families on you. A hereditary peer earl is not enough. I want you to promise me the title of a hereditary peer marquis, and I will take my 500 men to side with you. I still have many friends in the imperial palace. After I side with you, I will go and recruit them for you." Garca's heart was slightly stirred when he heard that. If Del could recruit the imperial guards in the palace, he would have greater hopes of capturing the Victory Palace. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. There were 20,000 royal guards, which were firmly controlled by Morince 2867th, stationed in the Victory Palace. Anyone who tried to meddle with the 20,000 royal guards would be met with a fierce backlash from Morince 2867th. The great Prince André once roped in a vice-commander of the royal guards. After it was discovered by Morince 2867th, the vice-commander's entire family was exterminated and André lost a lot of military power and was transferred to the Southern Corps. Only during holidays was he allowed to return to the St. Tulan City. Empress Susanna, who was originally greatly favored by Morince 2867th, was slowly shown the cold shoulder. Garca and the other three princes dared not to meddle with the royal guards for fear of offending Morince 2867th. Del's willingness to surrender and to persuade others to surrender moved Garca's heart. Garca hesitated for a moment, then made a decision and said resolutely, "All right, as long as you are willing to side with me, persuade others to surrender to me, and help me to open the gate of the Victory Palace, then after I ascend the throne, you will be conferred the title of hereditary peer marquis." Del's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said with a beaming smile, "I want my territory to be in the Blessed Plain." Garca's face changed dramatically, and he refused decisively, "Impossible!" The Blessed Plain was a plain blessed by the goddess of life, goddess of plant, and goddess of agriculture. In the Feisua Plain's many fertile lands, 1 acre of wheat could only yield 200 to 250 caddies of wheat. In the Blessed Plain, however, 1 acre of wheat could yield 2,000 caddies of wheat. The yield was 10 times that of ordinary places. The Blessed Plain was the territory of the Morince family and the various divine descendant families. Apart from the very few heroes who followed Morince I and rendered great merit during the foundation of the empire more than 100,000 years ago, there was no precedent of non-divine descendants being granted a fief in the Blessed Plain. Del said loudly, "An earldom will also do. With an earldom in the Blessed Plain, I can have high status and great wealth. As long as you agree to grant me an earldom in the Blessed Plain after you ascend the throne, then I will immediately take my 500 subordinates to side with you and serve you wholeheartedly, Your Highness." In other places, there was a risk of natural and man-made disasters, which could lead to the reduction or total loss of harvest of wheat. In the Blessed Plain, however, such things would never take place. An earldom in the Blessed Plains was an absolute foundation for generations of high status and great wealth. A gloomy expression on his face, Garca kept doing calculations in his mind. The blessed plain was such a rich and fertile piece of land that it was naturally carved up until nothing was left. The Morans family occupied the largest piece of the blessed plain, and it was their foundation. There had never been a precedent of dividing this piece of land and conferring it to others. The Morans family was an extremely huge family with many experts and powerhouses. The people of the Morans family didn't care about the competition over the title of emperor at all. After all, in the past more than 100,000 years, this was not the first time heirs of the Morans family fought one another for the title of emperor. The one to win would be the one supported by the Morans family. But once Garca granted a piece of the blessed plain to others, there would be a backlash from the entire Morans family, opposing his succession to the throne. Garca shook his head and suggested, "That won't do. I can give you, however, a fertile marquisdom. As for territory in the blessed plain, even if it is a chevalierdom, it still won't do. That's the wealth that the mighty gods bestowed onto the Morans family, and no one else is permitted to have a piece of it." Dell went silent for a moment and then said unhurriedly, "Are there other marquisdoms? Let me think about it for a moment and see which marquisdom is better." Just then, the earth shook and horseshoe sounds came from the east. Guiana's face changed slightly, and he said to Yang Feng, "Buchak, the corps commander of the East Gate's 1st Imperial Guard Corps, leans towards the faction of the great Prince Andrei. It's their cavalry." Yang Feng frowned slightly and looked at Dell, only to see that the latter still looked hesitant. Yang Feng suddenly pointed at Dell and said coldly, "Baros, cast Fire Dragon. Kill them." "Yes." Baros quickly recited an incantation and cast Spirit Resonance. Next, he uttered a series of magic sentences and pointed at Dell and the 500 Imperial Guards. Countless fire elemental particles frantically gathered in a flash and suddenly formed a 30-meter-long fire dragon. When Dell saw the 30-meter-long flame dragon, his complexion changed dramatically and turned pale, and he screamed, "I surrender, Your Highness. Please spare my life. I surrender, Your Highness." Chapter 287 Turmoil 4. Chapter 287 Turmoil 4. Translator, Xuanhuan. The next moment, the 30-meter-long fire dragon plunged into Dell's party. Wherever the flame dragon passed, the Imperial Guards went up in flames, issuing blood-curdling screams. Majority of the Imperial Guards fled like rats fleeing a sinking ship. When Dell died, they lost all cohesion. "Why?" Garca, with fury in his eyes, shouted at Yang Feng. "They have already surrendered." Yang Feng's eyes widened and flickered with an extremely fierce glint, and he barked, "Your Highness, we don't have much time. The East Gate's 1st Imperial Guard Corps is coming this way and countless other forces are eager to move. We must reach the Imperial Palace and take control of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will all die without a burial site." Clearly, Dell was stalling for time just now. After being barked at by Yang Feng, Garca felt both ashamed and angry. He thought it over, and realized that what Yang Feng said was true, and could only clench his teeth and order loudly, "Keep going!" The group of people quickly crossed the flame-shrouded area and made a beeline for the Imperial Palace. The earth shook faintly and the sound of horseshoes kept ringing. Rushing over from behind Yang Feng's party, 2,000 cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps were gaining on them. Garca frowned slightly and looked at Yang Feng. He saw Yang Feng look ahead indifferently, showing no intention of having his subordinates cover their rear. Visit fkaibnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. At this moment, they were only a few streets apart from the Imperial Palace. To intercept the East Gate's 1st Imperial Corps here was of great significance. Garza hesitated for a split second before ordering, "Thanos, stay behind and cover our rear. The 2,000 cavalrymen must not catch up to us." "Yes, Your Highness." The sacred swordsman powerhouse guarding Garca responded respectfully, and quickly took 600 of Garca's private troops to defend the block. Garca took the rest, and continued to rush towards the Imperial Palace. "Let's go!" Shortly after Yang Feng and his party left the street, 2,000 cavalrymen rushed over from the rear. A cold look in his eyes, Thanos shouted sternly, Fire! The archers lying in wait on both sides of the street quickly released a densely packed salvo of bolts as the 2,000 cavalrymen, shooting down over 100 cavalrymen from their horses. The 600 subordinates were Garca's lifeline as well as the most formidable military force under his control known to the public. Among the 600 private troops, 300 were outstanding and powerful archers who cultivated chi. As if they had a life of their own, the bolts took the lives of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps cavalrymen and shot them to the ground. The cavalry, which suffered great casualties, frantically charged ahead in an attempt to cross the deadly street. They were ordered to catch up with Garca and his forces at all cost and capture him alive, or delay him and wait for reinforcements to come. Even at the cost of hundreds of lives, the cavalry had to cross the street and catch up to Garca. This was a struggle for imperial power. Losers would have their families ruined and their loved ones reduced to slaves, leading lives worse than death. Once you took part in this game, there was no room for retreat. No matter the sacrifices, you had to win. Just as the 2,000 cavalrymen were about to cross the street, Thanos took out a 2-meter-long magic sword and waved it vigorously. Blue sword rays surrounded Thanos. The charging cavalry had just touched the blue sword rays when they were sliced apart, with copious amounts of blood and numerous fragments flying about. The continuous blooming of the brilliant sword rays made Thanos look like a terrifying meat grinder. When the 1st Imperial Guard Corps cavalrymen clashed with the huge meat grinder, they were turned into numerous fragments. No matter how they charged, they were unable to break through Thanos' perimeter. Matches 1,000 riders, that could be said about the sacred swordsman Thanos. With the flickers of blue sword rays, numerous fragments and copious amounts of blood filled the street. Thanos, as if a god of death, advanced towards the 1st Imperial Guard Corps cavalry. Every step he took was as heavy as a mountain and was accompanied by copious amounts of blood. When the 1st Imperial Guard Corps cavalrymen saw the god of death like Thanos, their morale plummeted and their eyes flickered with fear. Kill them all! Following an angry roar, fully armed 300 knight-rank powerhouses rushed out of both sides of the street and, brandishing their swords, slashed at the 1st Imperial Guard Corps cavalrymen, who could not charge and whose morale plummeted. Under the all-out assault from the rested 300 warriors, the 1st Imperial Guard Corps cavalry finally collapsed, fleeing backwards. Watching the cavalry retreat, Thanos at last breathed out a long sigh. Covered in sweat, he felt his muscles slightly sore. He killed more than 700 cavalrymen and horses. Even though he was a sacred swordsman, he still consumed a lot of strength. Less than 5 minutes after the 1st Imperial Corps cavalry was beaten back, numerous warriors dressed in Imperial Guard uniforms surged from afar like a tide. Surrounded by numerous experts of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps, Buchak looked at Thanos, who stood amid a hell of blood and body parts, gave a sigh of mixed feelings and said, "What a hero! Grandmaster Turini, give him a good time." The middle-aged archwizard Turini nodded, then uttered a magic sentence and conjured spirit resonance, linking his spirit force and that of wizards from his wizard squad together. Next, he uttered a string of magic sentences, pointed at Thanos, and cast the level 4 spell Fire Dragon. Countless fire elemental particles surged. Suddenly, a 30-meter-long fire dragon appeared and darted toward Thanos. When he saw the wizard squad, Thanos' face changed greatly. Then his figure flashed and he rushed into a house next to him in an attempt to escape. If hit by the level 4 spell Fire Dragon, sacred swordsmen without any defensive magic items to protect themselves would face certain death. Even Thanos, who was so valiant just now, was no exception. The frightening fire dragon turned, covered the house Thanos jumped into, and turned the area into a sea of flames. A figure covered in flames rushed out of the sea of flames. After dozens of steps, the figure was finally devoured by the flames and turned into ashes. Buchak looked at the Garca's private troops, who, despite losing their courage, didn't retreat but hid in corners of the street, and ordered coldly, "Clow, kill them!" "Yes, sir." A burly officer, who was as robust as a bear, roared and took 1,000 1st Imperial Guard Corps warriors to kill Garca's private troops. Buchak just glanced at Clow and took the rest of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps straight toward the Imperial Palace. Imperial Palace. The Victory Palace was the core of the Morince Empire's power and the focus of competition. Once Garca took control of the Victory Palace. By then, even if Buchak and the 1st Imperial Guard Corps were stronger, everything would be for naught. A subordinate of Garca hiding in a corner of the street suddenly came out, erupted with Earth Knight rank chi, and shot a bolt attached with red-colored chi at Buchak. Buchak glanced at the bolt and then paid it no more mind. A Star Knight rank high-ranking officer next to him shouted, brandished his sword, and flicked the bolt away. 50 warriors armed with military crossbows fired a salvo at Garca's private troops. As if shooting stars, bolts covered the private troops, making them look like hedgehogs. Sounds of fighting echoed everywhere in the street, yet Buchak paid it no mind. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps quickly marched toward the Victory Palace. Barrow's face changed slightly, and he quickly reported to Yang Feng. Sir, the 1st Imperial Guard Corps has broken through Thanos' defense line and is moving this way. Once he said that, everyone's complexions changed slightly, and Garca's face turned pale. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps was one of the strongest corps in the St. Tulan City. The corps had 2 wizard squad as well as 20,000 warriors. In the St. Tulan City, city guards were corrupt, replete with aristocratic children and children of the rich and wealthy. However, due to the frequent coups d'état in the Morince Empire, the Imperial Guards sided with the Emperor. Apart from the upper echelon, the warriors of the Imperial Guards in the Imperial Palace and the 4 Imperial Guard Corps in the city were all elite warriors from frontier forces who took turns to come back, their fighting strength amazing. The 4 Imperial Guard Corps were the trump card of the Morince Empire, each capable of defeating such a powerful corps like the Hunting Fong Corps easily. Once the 1st Imperial Guard Corps caught up to them, everyone present would be completely crushed. Even the 3 sacred swordsmen could hardly withstand such a strong existence. The reason why Thanos was able to match 1,000 riders previously, block 2,000 cavalrymen, and slay over 700 cavalrymen was that due to the narrow space, the 2,000 cavalrymen couldn't give full play to their advantages and could only charge at him from the front. In a wide space, with 2,000 cavalrymen charging at him and besieging from multiple directions, Thanos would at most be able to slay over 400 cavalrymen before being killed by the rest due to depletion of chi. The strength and energy expended in dealing with enemies coming only from one direction and enemies coming from multiple directions were beyond compare. Chapter 288, Turmoil v. Chapter 288, Turmoil v. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng wrinkled his eyebrows tightly. In his opinion, barging into the Victory Palace before anyone could react would have the best outcome. Once he took control of the Victory Palace, Yang Feng wouldn't even fear the combined force of the 4 corps. Yang Feng frowned slightly and mused, "It seems that I was too hasty. However, it's not easy to come by such a good opportunity." When Morince 2867 came to the unveiling of the Magic College, it caught Yang Feng by surprise. Before that, he had no intention of killing Morince 2867. Tate's most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. It was because Morince 2867 attempted to wrest control of the Magic College, the fruit of Yang Feng's blood, sweat, and tears, that he suffered the backlash from Yang Feng, who took advantage of the situation to get rid of Morince 2867 for good. If Morince 2867 had stayed in the palace, Yang Feng could have done nothing about him. Morince 2867 gave Yang Feng the chance to kill him. Although he got rid of Morince 2867, but due to the impromptu aspect of the situation, many things were similarly out of his control. Yang Feng thought for a moment, and his eyes flashed with determination. "It seems that I can only protect Garca from being killed. Go to his territory and start anew." The 1st Imperial Guard Corps leaned towards the great Prince Andrei, and now that the Emperor was no longer there to give orders, it acted on its own. It was clear that the Corps got the information that Morince 2867 died and that it had made a choice. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps didn't choose Garca. If Yang Feng and his party didn't escape, only death would await them. As a prince, Garca may be able to avoid death and get subjected to house arrest. For Yang Feng and others, on the other hand, only death would await them. Yang Feng shot Garca a look of unwillingness. Such a good opportunity has been squandered by this fool. Do not fear a godlike opponent. Only fear a pig-like teammate. What a waste. If things went according to Yang Feng's plan, they would travel all the way until the Victory Palace, killing anyone in their way. As long as they killed their way into the Victory Palace, they would be victorious. However, Garca was bent on killing all assassins who came to kill him, delaying them by a lot. Besides, they were still delayed by Del, wasting a lot of time. Eventually, the First Imperial Guard Corps caught up to them from the rear. If Garca had listened to Yang Feng, they would have reached the Victory Palace by now and might have even forced their way inside. Once a coup d'état was started, it had to be carried out swiftly as not to give others time to react. If the Victory Palace could not be captured, then the forces Garca mobilized would be rendered powerless, and they could only flee the St. Tulan City. At this moment, sounds of horseshoes came from the south, and the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps warriors appeared in everyone's line of sight. When he saw the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps warriors, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with unwillingness and regret, and he sighed, "It's over. Now we can only withdraw." Garca, however, smiled and burst out into laughter. Amid laughter, he divulged with ecstasy. "The 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. Haha! They finally came. Ian, Vice Commander Cataleo of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, is my man. He now has full control of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. They're our men." Yang Feng had a look of surprise in his eyes. Garca was able to win over to the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. This greatly exceeded his expectations. The relationship between Garca and Cataleo was so well concealed that only a handful of people knew about it. Even Oleana didn't know about the relationship, much less Yang Feng. Yang Feng said solemnly, "Your Highness, please have the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps stay here to stop the 1st Imperial Guard Corps from crossing this street." Garca nodded, then took out a communications crystal and, while suppressing his excitement, said, "Cataleo, it's me, Garca." From the communications crystal came the voice of Cataleo, who went straight to the point. "What are your orders, Your Highness?" Garca's eyes glimmered with a cold light, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "I'm going to the Imperial Palace. Take the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps and guard the Street of Glory for me. No one is allowed to cross the Street of Glory." Within the Imperial capital, Garca went to a great length to barely take control over the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. This was all he could do. Although many aristocrats of the Imperial capital sided with him, but they could not provide him any assistance at a moment's notice. From the other side of the communications crystal came Cataleo's decisive voice. "Yes, I will stay my ground here and won't let anyone through, Your Highness." Yang Feng said solemnly, "We can have Barros and McKean and their wizard squad stay here." The Victory Palace was blessed by gods and possessed numerous powerful divine incantations. Inside the Victory Palace, the energy of heaven and earth was controlled by various magic incantations. Consequently, wizards had to get the permission from the Emperor in order to be able to cast large area of effect spells inside the Victory Palace. Now that Morinth 2867th was dead, and there was no Emperor in the Morinth Empire, wizards could not unleash powerful spells in the Victory Palace. Garca said firmly, "Cataleo, I'll leave you 2 wizard squads. You must hold this street for me." Cataleo replied straightforwardly, "Yes, Your Highness." Soon, the enormous 3rd Imperial Guard Corps headed for the Street of Glory. Barros and McKean and the other wizards of the 2 wizard squads quickly moved towards the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. Double march ahead. Garca's eyes flickered with a cold glint. He pointed his sword in the direction of the Victory Palace and barked. By now, Yang Feng and his party were left with no room for retreat. After being forced into desperate straits, Garca broke out with a valiant aura, different from the usual cultured and refined aura. For Yobnul.com, the whole team began to trot forward, heading for the Victory Palace. After crossing 2 streets, sounds of explosions and fighting came from the rear. Clearly, the 3rd Imperial Corps engaged the 1st Imperial Corps in a frantic confrontation. Hearing the sound of fighting in the back, everyone felt a huge pressure weigh on their hearts. If the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps' defensive line was broken through before they could seize the Victory Palace, their ends would be very miserable. After speedily crossing 2 streets, the magnificent gate of the Victory Palace appeared in front of everyone. Andro took 200 warriors to escort a dense crowd of people toward them and said respectfully, "Sir, I did as you told me." Yang Feng glanced at the dense crowd, then nodded and praised, "Well done. Now it's up to him." Yang Feng's gaze swept the Victory Palace before finally landing on Garca. A frightening pressure, which was the might of the gods, came from the Victory Palace. There were numerous, powerful divine incantations inside the Victory Palace. Even demigods would be suppressed if they made a misstep. The whole Victory Palace was like a sleeping fierce beast lying dormant on the ground, ready to go on a rampage and tear anyone with the audacity to provoke it to pieces at any time. Garca stepped out, walked into the crowd of people, and shouted towards the Victory Palace, "I am Garca of the Morance family. Today, my father, Morance 2867th, was murdered. I suspect that the master of the assassins is in the palace." Ancestral blessing. As if it came to life, a golden light shot out of the huge Victory Palace and covered Garca. The golden light disappeared as soon as it touched Garca. The Victory Palace turned still. As if it had become an ordinary city, the pressure surrounding Yang Feng and the other powerhouses disappeared. Power struggles, infighting, and coups d'état were very common for the Morance family. So long as people with the bloodline of the Morance family stood in front of the Victory Palace, the divine incantations that could even suppress demigods would not be unleashed. A burly officer with short blonde hair stepped forward, looked down and barked sternly, "Your Highness Garca, I guard this gate at the order of Her Highness Empress. Please retreat." Atop the gate of glory of the Victory Palace appeared 4,000 fully armed royal guards. Garca's complexion turned very unsightly. In the absence of siege equipment, it was very difficult to capture the Gate of Glory guarded by 4,000 fully armed royal guards. The Gate of Glory was 50 meters tall. Among the people present, only sacred swordsman powerhouses could jump over the gate. Even if the 3 sacred swordsmen jumped onto the city wall and faced the 4,000 fully armed royal guards together, they might not be their opponents. The lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, earth sacred swordsman Magia, and raging sacred swordsman Lucero looked at the city wall with a look of graveness in their eyes, ready for a deadly battle. "Commander Villa, look who this is." Just then, Andro took a step forward, grabbed a young, beautiful woman with long, blonde hair, and put her in front of everyone. The young, beautiful woman with long, blonde hair cried loudly and implored bitterly, "Dear, save me. Save me, I don't want to die." Atop the city wall, the eyes of the commander of the royal guards flashed red, and he roared furiously like a beast, "Ellen, bastards, you captured my wife." Chapter 289 Turmoil 6. Chapter 289 Turmoil 6. Translator, Zayamoj. Andros smiled coldly and clapped his hands. "I not only captured your wife, but also your parents, siblings, and nieces and nephews. A pair of old, gray-haired man and woman, as well as a dozen young men and women were dragged out by warriors for Villa to see." Commander Villa cried out in agony, "Father, mother, brother! Commander Villa, your loyalty lies with the Empire, with His Majesty Morance 2867th. His Majesty was murdered. However, instead of taking revenge for His Majesty, you came to prevent His Highness Garca from entering the palace. This is rebellion, a capital offense. If you don't open the gate, I will order your family to execute it on the spot. The Barat family will cease to exist henceforth. I'll give you some time to think things over. Use this time wisely." His words had just fallen, when Andro clapped his hands, and a middle-aged woman and 3 children were dragged out of the crowd and left beside Villa's family. The complexion of a burly man standing next to Villa changed dramatically, and he shouted with dismay in his voice, "Wayna, you fuckers, you captured Wayna! Vice Commander Berth, if Commander Villa is unwilling to surrender, please uphold justice and kill him. Afterwards, you can succeed him as the commander. Otherwise, your wife and children, together with the 56 members of the Basat family, will all die here today. Think it over carefully." Andro sneered and clapped his hands. Dozens of men and women, young and old, as if garbage, were thrown in front of the high-ranking officers of the royal guards. Once their names were announced, the high-ranking officers revealed fearful and pained expressions. Andros smiled at Villa standing atop the city wall and said cruelly, "Have you made up your mind, Commander Villa? I want an answer. Will you open the gate or not? If you keep your silence, then I'll send your family on their way to the netherworld to wait for you." His face pale, Villa was vaguely aware of the fierce gazes full of killing intent focused on his back. If he chose not to open the gate, the former comrades in arms and subordinates standing behind him would not mind to hack him to death. Then open the gate and let the people outside enter the palace. I, Villa, am willing to serve you and jointly fight the rebels who murdered His Majesty. Your Highness Garca, open the gate. Villa looked at the imploring eyes of his beloved wife. Feeling disheartened at the thought that the Morans family would employ such means in their power struggles, he said loudly. The gate of glory finally swung open slowly. Garca looked at the slowly opening gate of glory full of excitement. Next, he glanced at Andro, then revealed a smile of admiration and praised, "Ian, you have an outstanding subordinate." Yang Feng smiled and said in reply, "Thank you for the praise, Your Highness." Standing next to Garca, Goyina glanced at Yang Feng with a strange look in his eyes. Eddie looked at Yang Feng with dread in his eyes, his heart overcome with fear. Garca pointed at the gate of glory and shouted energetically, "Enter!" When he arrived before Garca, Villa knelt on one knee, lowered his head and said respectfully, "This sinner was deceived by the rebels. Please forgive this sinner, Your Highness." Garca showed a gentle and graceful smile and said, "Commander Villa, you were just fulfilling your duty and were deceived by the rebels. I forgive you." Villa had 4,000 royal guards under his control, which was definitely not a small force in the Victory Palace. Yang Feng frowned and whispered, "Your Highness, the time." It was not the time for Garca to put on a show to win people over. Every minute and every second were precious. Garca raised his eyebrows, then took a few steps forward, pulled out his sword, pointed into the Victory Palace, and barked, "Everyone, follow me into the palace to root out the rebels who murdered my imperial father." After they left 300 royal guard to defend the Gate of Glory, the huge army frantically marched deep into the imperial palace. Along the way, sounds of fighting rung continuously. When they saw that things were less than reassuring, some royal guards surrendered immediately. Others, on the other hand, fought to the death. The scattered royal guards could not withstand a single blow from the close to 4,000 troops, and their resistance was easily crushed to pieces. Court masters were only loyal to the emperor. After the news of Morans II, 867th's death spread, they hid in the White Tower, staying put. No matter who won the struggle over the throne, they would not mistreat the court masters so long as they had their heads screwed on right. However, once they got drawn into struggles over the throne, then even the aloof wizards would be killed, or even have their families exterminated. The 10,000 Flowers Palace was the harem of the Victory Palace. It covered an extremely large area and was comprised of 3,000 palaces. The 2 empresses and 4 consorts lived in the 10,000 Flowers Palace and had command over the countless concubines in the 10,000 Flowers Palace. In his time, Moranci, the founder Morans Empire, waged war on many fronts. At the same time, he collected all the beautiful women from numerous states and kept them in the 10,000 Flowers Palace for his enjoyment. Since the time of Moranci, apart from the times when some emperors weren't fond of women, the 10,000 Flowers Palace was bustling with countless beauties. Your Highness Garca, this is the 10,000 Flowers Palace. Except for His Majesty, no one else is permitted entry without His Majesty's express consent. Please leave. Otherwise, you will be regarded as a rebel. In front of the 10,000 Flowers Palace gathered more than 5,000 royal guards. A sword in hand, a sturdy, somewhat ugly-looking middle-aged man with short blue hair barked at Garca. A fierce look in his eyes, Garca responded coldly, "Cinna, I suspect that there are rebels in the 10,000 Flowers Palace who were involved in the murder of my imperial father. Step aside. Otherwise, I'll assume that you're in cahoots with the rebels. Cinna snapped back. Your Highness Garca, the Sil family is loyal to the Morance family, or His Majesty would not appoint me as the guard commander of the 10,000 Flowers Palace. Without His Majesty's explicit orders, anyone who wants to enter the 10,000 Flowers Palace must step over my dead body first. A fierce glint flashed past Garca's eyes, and he pointed at Cinna with his sword and shouted, "Then go to hell! Kill them! Kill all the rebels!" With a roar, Goyena erupted with Star Knight rank chi and took people to charge at Cinna and his party. Eddie and Villa also commanded their subordinated royal guards to fight their former comrades in arms. Blood dyed the earth in front of the 10,000 Flowers Palace red as warriors died any given moment. Seeing the two sides entangle, Yang Feng waved and pointed to the crowd. The lightning sacred swordsman Cassius and raging sacred swordsman Lucero. The figures of the two sacred swordsmen rank powerhouses flashed, and they rushed into the crowd. With flickers of sword rays, copious amounts of blood and flesh sprayed about. Just like gods of death, the two sacred swordsmen urged their chi and, as if unobstructed, arrived in front of Cinna in just a dozen breaths. Surrounded by lighting, Cassius unleashed the lightning sword art and stabbed with his sword surrounded by lightning at Cinna. Cinna's face suddenly changed dramatically. He urged his Star Knight rank chi and positioned his sword horizontally to block in front of him. Ding! Following a crisp sound, Cinna's sword broke off, and, with the flicker of a brilliant sword ray, he was sliced in half at the middle. Copious amounts of blood sprayed out. Yang Feng snapped, "Commander Cinna is already dead. If you don't surrender, you will be regarded as rebels and your families will be destroyed." When the royal guards saw Cinna get killed, their low morale collapsed completely, and they dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. Garca glanced at the sword in the hand of the lightning sacred swordsman, then smiled and praised, "Nice sword!" The sword in the hand of the sacred swordsman Cassius was entirely forged from divine blood steel. It was extremely sharp, slicing Cinna's sword apart with a strike. If it wasn't for the sword, then even though he was a sacred swordsman, Cassius still would find it impossible to insta-kill Cinna, who had the cultivation base of a Star Knight rank, amid the chaotic battle. High-spirited, Garca led his men into the 10,000 Flowers Palace. Tate's most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. Yang Feng followed beside Garca and entered the 10,000 Flowers Palace. How luxurious! As soon as Yang Feng entered the 10,000 Flowers Palace, his eyes lit up slightly and glistened with a peculiar light, and he thought secretly. In the center of the 10,000 Flowers Palace grew a golden tree. The golden tree was dozens of meters tall and had luxuriant foliage. Every leaf emitted golden light. Attracted from all over, aura of life gathered on the golden leaves, which looked extremely beautiful. Golden trees were a treasure of the elves. Every golden tree was extremely difficult to be born. It took 10,000 years for a golden tree to bear a golden seed and produce another golden tree. The leaves of golden trees possessed mystical powers, making them one of the most precious ingredients in many potions. Moreover, the leaves of golden trees had the power to dispel curses, heal wounds, and other mystical properties. They were extremely rare. All the leaves of the precious golden tree inside the 10,000 Flowers Palace could be sold for over 10 million gold coins. In the 10,000 Flowers Palace, in addition to the golden tree, there still grew dragon blood orchids, a very precious plant from the country of dragons. 10,000 beasts fruits, a precious plant from the Beastman Empire. Ancient energy-absorbing trees, just like the one in the Warlock College Antalya of the Tyrannid subcontinent, and other extremely precious extraordinary plants full of mystical powers. The magic energy in the 10,000 Flowers Palace was very rich, not the least bit inferior to that of cultivation holy lands like the Warlock College Antalya. Cultivating Warlock secret methods here was bound to yield twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 290 Susanna. Chapter 290 Susanna. Translator, Zayamoj. Tate's most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. The entire 10,000 Flowers Palace exuded a very pleasant fragrance. Precious flowers bloomed everywhere, looking gorgeous. Garca, what are you doing here? Surrounded by dozens of beautiful palace maids, a peerlessly beautiful woman with long golden hair, a well-developed and sensual figure walked their way. The peerless beauty had an erotic and innocent, youthful and mature, and other completely opposite kinds of charm about her, as if in a state of constant change. When he saw the peerlessly beautiful woman, Yang Feng secretly praised her. This stunningly beautiful woman was definitely one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. Garka looked at the stunning beauty exuding a peculiar charm coming his way with a look of greed in his eyes and replied with a smile. Empress Susanna, I suspect that there are people in the 10,000 Flowers Palace involved in the murder of my imperial father. Also, because I was concerned about your safety, I led my troops here to protect you, Your Highness Empress. This peerless beauty, who only looked to be 25 or 26 years old and had a peculiar charm and temperament about her, was Susanna, one of the 2 empresses of the Morin's Empire. Susanna was supposedly in her 50s, yet she was in an absolutely tip-top shape. Using the power of potions of the court, she was still full of vitality and kept her image of a beautiful woman full of vigor. Because he lived a life of debauchery and never practiced cultivation, even with the support of potions of the court, Morin's 867 teaches vigor still elapsed extremely quickly. After all, potions weren't omnipotent. Garka barked immediately. Protect Her Highness Empress. Nothing untoward may happen to Her Highness Empress. Yes, Your Highness. Goyina responded promptly. He took 100 warriors to surround Susanna, and then began to herd the maids around her. Susanna looked coldly as the 100 warriors herd her maids aside, then surround her and place her under house arrest. After he captured Susanna, Garka gave a sigh of relief and proceeded to lead his troops further into the 10,000 Flowers Palace. Numerous soldiers quickly dispersed and rushed into the palaces of the 10,000 Flowers Palace to capture beautiful like flowers concubines and maids. Seeing those beautiful concubines and maids, some warriors couldn't help but pounce onto them. Sounds of women crying and wailing echoed throughout the entire 10,000 Flowers Palace. Seeing this, Susanna secretly released a slight sigh. After she became aware that the 10,000 Flowers Palace was broken trough, she immediately came out to meet Garka. Otherwise, due to her beauty, she might have been humiliated by those warriors. As if he hadn't heard anything, Garka proceeded to lead his troops deep into 10,000 Flowers Palace. Garka! Following a cry of surprise, a tall, beautiful woman with long, blue hair, big breasts, wide hips, and slender waist walked their way. With each step she took, her body swayed like a leaf in the wind. When he saw the beautiful woman, Garka's eyes flashed with joy. Then he released a sigh of relief and hurried his steps to welcome her. Mother! The ripe as a peach woman with long, blue hair was the southern consort Katarina, Garka's mother. With the power of potions, she looked only a few years older than Garka, as if his older sister. 3 top beauties followed behind Katarina. The tall, beautiful woman with long, wavy, golden hair, twin peaks that were practically bursting out of her clothes, and a lovely aura was Sophia, the mother of the 3rd Prince Porta. The beautiful woman with a perfect and harmonious figure, exquisite looks, and a valiant air about her was Alina, the mother of the 9th Prince San-Air. The pitiable, petite, beautiful, innocent-looking, big-breasted woman, who looked to be 13 or 14 years old, was Alva, the mother of the 13th Prince Sucre. The 3 beauties following behind Katarina watched Garka with a complex look in their eyes. They were well aware that the struggle for the throne was already half won by Garka since he led his troops over here. Katarina spoke to Garka for a while, then looked at Yang Feng and showed a beautiful and gentle smile. You are Ian? Very good, you served Garka well. The Orthix family won't mistreat you. Susanna, Sophia, Alina, and Alva focused their gazes on Yang Feng. Compared to the other princes, Garka's forces in the St. Tulan City weren't much more powerful. Yet, the person standing here was Garka and not another prince. This was entirely due to Yang Feng's help. Yang Feng smiled slightly and replied in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. As a servant of His Highness, it was my duty. The street of glory, sounds of fighting and explosions rang non-stop. Sword in hand and covered in blood, Cataleo rushed into a crowd of people, incessantly killing the incoming imperial guards. He was sweating all over and panting heavily. A high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps came up to Cataleo and whined, "Sir, we can't keep this up. Let's withdraw. Leave some seeds for the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps behind." Although the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps was inferior to the 1st Imperial Guard Corps in terms of strength by a lot, but due to the support from the 2 wizard squads left behind by Yang Feng, it barely managed to suppress the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. Then, under the leadership of Ciceron, the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps launched an attack against the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps from the flank. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps also unleashed an all-out offensive. Under the all-out attack of 2 Imperial Guard Corps, the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps finally began to crumble, forcing Cataleo to step up and to kill the enemy in an attempt to stabilize the front. Cataleo barked in reply, "No, continue to stay your ground. Even if what awaits us is death, we cannot falter. We have no way out. If His Highness fails, we will all become rebels. Will the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps have a future by then? Go direct the troops at once. I'll fill in for you if you die." "Yes, sir." The high-ranking officer gritted his teeth and bellowed. Then his figure flashed, and he darted toward the front line. After the high-ranking officer, who had Sky Knight rank Chi cultivation base, rushed into the front line and killed 5 or 6 enemies. A sword slashed at him as if a shooting star and sliced him in twine. Their eyes shot with blood from all the killing. Numerous 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps warriors surged like a tide. "Shit! Retreat!" When he saw the tide-like surge of warriors, Barros' complexion changed faintly, and he said solemnly. Magic light enveloped Barros and his wizard squad, and they disappeared. "Retreat!" Seeing that things were going bad, McKean also had his people cast spells at once, disappearing quickly. Wizards were formidable and respected beings. Even if the coup d'état failed, these wizards could flee the St. Tulan City, then go into exile to another place and become guests of that place's forces. No wizard was willing to fight to the death for Garca. The wizards of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps didn't intervene in the escape of their counterparts. If they gave their all, they may be able to force the other party stay behind. However, the counterattack of the other party would put their lives at risk. "Withdraw." Cataleo looked around and saw that there were merely more than 100 warriors left around him. Following a long sigh, he gave the order to retreat. Escorting Cataleo, the more than 100 warriors immediately fled into the distance. The 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps warriors rushed past the Street of Glory at once and marched for the Victory Palace. Surrounded by numerous Imperial guards, Buchak's face registered no joy. He gazed into the distance with worry in his eyes. Ciceron and Buchak traveled together, surveying the tall city wall of the Victory Palace with complex looks in their eyes. Buchak said lightly, "Ciceron, I didn't expect you to be a man of Her Highness Empress." Ciceron returned back the sentiment. "Buchak, I didn't expect you to be a man of Her Highness Empress either." With a complex look in his eyes, Buchak sighed slowly. "It's just that I think that His Highness Great Prince Andrei is best suited to be the master of the empire." Great Prince Andrei was both wise and valiant and possessed great military talent. Thus, many big shots of the military supported him. Suddenly, Ciceron gave a long sigh, and his eyes flashed gloomily. "I also wish for His Highness Great Prince Andrei to be the master of the empire. Unfortunately, we're late." The 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps finally arrived before the Victory Palace, before the Gate of Glory. However, the gate was locked and there were no signs of fighting. Meanwhile, more than 50 giant catapults and more than 100 magic heavy crossbows, which were even capable of seriously injuring dragons, were placed in position. Neatly arranged 4,000 royal guards stood atop the Gate of Glory, eyeing the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps warriors. The 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps warriors were lightly loaded, bringing no siege equipment at all. Besides, spells of wizards were ineffective against the Victory Palace. Except for a handful of Star Knight and Sacred Swordsman rank powerhouses, they had no means to open the Gate of Glory. Just then, escorted by numerous people, Garca stepped onto the Gate of Glory and looked down at the numerous 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps warriors. A look of elation in his eyes, he said imposingly, "Buchak, Ciceron, Why have you brought troops to the Victory Palace without an imperial summon? Do you want to rebel? Chapter 291, Duke Ian. Chapter 291, Duke Ian. Translator, Zayamoj. Buchak looked up at Garka standing atop the city wall and said unhurriedly, Your Highness Garka, we came to guard the imperial palace at the orders of Her Highness Empress. We have no intention to rebel. Please let us in and see Her Highness Empress. Garka snapped, Shut up, you rebels. You dare to besiege friendly forces of the Empire? Obviously, you are in cahoots with the rebels who murdered His Majesty Emperor. Why haven't you yet dropped your weapons, knelt on the ground, and surrendered? A cold light flashed past Cicerone's eyes, and he stealthily gave a signal. A marksman of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, who had a Firmament Knight rank cultivation base, drew a bow and an arrow, then stimulated their chi and fired the arrow at Garka. Shrouded in red chi light, the arrow shot toward Garka like a shooting star, locking onto his heart. A sword covered in lightning met the arrow and shattered it directly. Fucking rebels, go to hell. Garka's face changed dramatically and his eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. He took out a divine seal about 10 centimeters in diameter engraved with numerous mysterious and profound runes. The divine seal was a treasure given by the gods to the Morance family to control the Victory Palace. It could only be used by people with the Morance family bloodline and could not be taken out of the Victory Palace. Once that divine seal appeared, resplendent light spread from it and enveloped the Victory Palace. The whole Victory Palace bloomed with brilliant light and, as if an exceptionally fierce beast that awakened slowly, released terrifying pressure, covering the area 10 kilometers around the Victory Palace. Under that pressure, people felt a little breathless. This is beyond Starry Sky Warlock rank pressure. The power contained in the Victory Palace is indeed at the Moonlight Warlock rank, touching the domain of gods. Yang Feng's face changed slightly and his eyes flashed with graveness. Under this terrifying pressure, the vigor of heaven and earth in the region had been locked completely and fallen under the control of the Victory Palace. With the vigor of heaven and earth locked, Yang Feng could only employ his 3 bloodline innate spells, unable to release other spells. What was known as magic was casters, via spell models and with spirit force acting as a bridge, connecting elemental particles within the vigor of heaven and earth and, with the support of the power of heaven and earth, forming various extraordinary powers. To casters, if the vigor of heaven and earth was locked or its concentration was thin, it was absolutely a nightmare. When the vigor of heaven and earth was locked, many powerful spells could not be cast. When the concentration of the vigor of heaven and earth was thin, the power of spells would be greatly reduced. The so-called magic band domain was an area where the vigor of heaven and earth was expelled or locked by formidable forces so that casters could not rely on the power of the vigor of heaven and earth, unable to conjure spells. Within a magic band domain, a legend wizards might be weaker than an advanced warrior. Amid that terrifying pressure, countless light dots poured out of the Victory Palace and formed a 10-meter-long, formidable existence with the same appearance as Morance Eye, shining with golden light. When Buchak saw the existence with the same appearance as statues of Morance Eye, his heart was overcome with shock, and he knelt on the ground and implored at once, Your Highness, please calm your anger, we surrender. We surrender. Garka's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he revealed a cruel smile. It's too late now. I've given you a chance. Since you don't want to submit to me, then go to hell. From above the Victory Palace, Morance Eye, who looked as lofty as a god, looked down at the 2 Imperial Guard Corps and brandished a sword of light in his hand. In an instant, an almost endless rain of sword rays shot out of the sword in Morance Eye's hand and barreled toward the 2 Imperial Guard Corps as if raindrops. Amid wretched screams, Imperial Guard Corps warriors were pierced through by the rain of light and turned into dried corpses, their lives and souls absorbed by the sword rays. With a furious roar, Cicerone burst out with Star Knight rank chi, brandished his sword, and slashed the sword rays into fragments. The Star Knight rank powerhouses of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps urged their chi to withstand the barrage of the sword rays. The Imperial Guard Corps warriors below the Star Knight rank were turned into ashes by the sword rays, their lives and souls devoured by the rain of light. In less than 30 seconds, More than 30,000 Imperial Guard Corps warriors were turned into ashes and smoke by the sword rays released by Morant's eye. After killing the small fries, Morant's eye's cold gaze landed on Ciceron. Ciceron suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A terrifying force exploded inside him and blew him up into countless fragments in a flash. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly as he watched the godlike Morant's eye, and secretly thought, "What a scary existence!" When the royal guards atop the Gate of Glory saw this, they were both frightened and relieved. The fear came from Garca annihilating the 40,000 elite warriors. The relief came from them standing on the side of the victor, escaping the calamity of a purge. The source of this content is froueol.com. Every time Morant's eye looked closely at a Star Knight rank powerhouse of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps, the Star Knight rank powerhouse would blow up into countless fragments. In less than 5 minutes, there was not a single person of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps alive. The wizards of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps, who were frilier than ordinary warriors, were insta-killed by the rain of sword rays. Ha ha ha! This is the end of the rebels. Garca laughed wildly and urged the divine seal in his hands. The phantom of Morant's eye midair collapsed, turned into specks of light, and disappeared into the Victory Palace. Garca seemingly carelessly glanced at Yang Feng, only to see the latter slightly bowing toward him in salute, full of respect. The royal guards stared at Garca with respect and fear. They were aware that the man in front of them was about to ascend the throne and become the emperor of the Morant's empire. No one could stop him. Yang Feng looked at the tens of thousands of dried corpses in front of the Gate of Glory and slowly sighed inside. Only in a world of gods can a dynasty have a heritage of more than 10,000 years. With such a terrifying power, how can ordinary people overthrow this dynasty? From top to bottom, the Morant's empire exuded a hint of decay, corruption, and decadence. Yet it still had a heritage of more than 10,000 years. If it wasn't supported by the gods, such an empire would have been overthrown a long time ago. The destruction of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps quickly reached the ears of the major forces in the St. Tulan City, making them realize that Garca came out on top. The 4th Imperial Guard Corps immediately declared its allegiance to Garca and purged the men of Great Prince Andrei in the Corps. The 4 City Guard Corps outside the city also swore allegiance to Garca. The Security Hall swore allegiance to Garca as well and began arresting the rebels who murdered Morant's 2,867th. The so-called rebels who murdered Morant's 2,867th were naturally supporters of Great Prince Andrei, many of whom were court ministers. 3 days later, Garca was eager to hold a grand ascension ceremony to announce his accession to the throne. Since Great Prince Andrei's people were all arrested and imprisoned and the 3 other princes were placed under house arrest, there was no one to oppose the ascension ceremony. Garca smoothly ascended to the throne and became Morant's 2,868th. The imperial palace inside the reception hall. Dressed in an imperial robe, Garca sat on the throne with dignity and overlooked the court ministers. A sense of accomplishment overcame his heart. In the court, there were many ministers with high statuses, and even a prince like Garca was somewhat lacking in comparison. Now, however, with a single order from him, the ministers would be stripped of all their power and dragged into prison to spend there the rest of their lives in misery. As far as he could see, the ministers in the court had their heads lowered slightly, not daring to meet his gaze. Garca's gaze eventually fell on Yang Feng, who stood respectfully aside, and said faintly, "Ian." Yang Feng stepped out and said respectfully, "Your humble servant is listening." Garca looked at Yang Feng for a long time, then smiled and said, "I promised you that, if you supported my ascension to the throne, I would enfeoff you as a duke and give you the Funes province as your fief. From today on, you are a hereditary peer duke of the empire, and the Funes province and Red Earth wasteland are your fiefs." Gazes of envy and jealousy focused on him. A hereditary peer duke was already the zenith that ordinary aristocrats could reach in the Morant's empire. In the Morant's empire, even life peer dukes were high-ranking existences. Hereditary peer dukes with a huge feudal territory were absolutely the creme de la creme when it came to greater aristocrats. 100 years ago, the legendary hero Salamander, who practiced magic and martial dual cultivation, toiled all his life to become a greater aristocrat. In comparison to Yang Feng, however, his greater aristocratic title felt cheapened by far. That was a province as a feudal territory. On the Feisua plain, such a huge territory was already comparable to that of many small principalities. The only disadvantage of the Funes province was its small population. Yang Feng stepped forward and slightly bowed to Garca in salute. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chapter 292, Andre Rebels. Chapter 292, Andre Rebels. Translator, Zayamoj. Garca said with a smile, "I officially appoint you as the Dean of the Magic College of the St. Tulan City. Dean Ian. Carefully nurture more magic talents for the Empire." After they heard his words, jealousy flickered in the eyes of the surrounding ministers. The position of Dean of the Magic College, that was a cradle for nurturing magic talents for the Empire, was of extreme importance. Grasping the Magic College was equivalent to grasping a large number of wizards. This was definitely one of the most important positions of the Empire. It was because Morin's 2867th shamelessly brought people to seize this important position that, as a result, he died to Yang Feng. Yang Feng replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." In addition to Yang Feng, Garca continued to grant titles to other people. Goyina was appointed as a life peer marquis and the commander of the Royal Guards, gaining command of over 20,000 Royal Guards. Cataleo was appointed as a life peer duke and the commander of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. Busso was appointed as the governor of the Jadra province, which was closest to the imperial capital as well as very flourishing. Barros and McKean were both appointed as court grand masters. Everyone who partook in the coup d'état and had contributions to show for was appointed as a minister of the Morin's Empire. The Gahilid province in the south of the Morin's Empire, which shared a border with the Southern Desert Empire, was the first line of defense against the Southern Desert Empire. Being far stronger than other forces, the Morin's Empire and Titan Empire were recognized as the two most formidable human empires on the Feisua plain. However, in addition to the Morin's Empire and Titan Empire, there were still numerous states of different dimensions on the Feisua plain, and the Desert Empire was one of them. Although the Desert Empire was far weaker than the Morin's Empire, but after struggling to survive in the harsh desert environment, practically everyone in the empire was a born fighter. They would often attack the Morin's Empire and burn, kill, and pillage, capturing people and plundering all kinds of goods. The Morin's Empire formed the Southern Army to deal with the invasions from the Desert Empire. The Southern Army, which was 200,000 strong, was stationed in the Gahilid province. When the various auxiliary troops were added into the mix, the number of people exceeded 1 million. The Qian stronghold, within the Southern Army's headquarters. Andre held a document and carefully looked at it for a while, then showed an unintelligible smile, saying, "I am to return to the St. Tulan City to report. My brother Garca seems to have made some progress. At least he hadn't ascended the throne. Otherwise, he would have dispatched people to arrest me." The complexion of a thin, plain-looking middle-aged man changed slightly, and he said solemnly, "Your Highness, you mustn't go back. Once you return to the St. Tulan City, Garca will definitely execute you." The thin, plain-looking middle-aged man was Anzalev, Andre's chief advisor. Andre asked faintly, "Anzalev, how are the talks with the desert barbarians?" Anzalev replied, "The desert barbarians agreed to sign a peace treaty with us, promising not to invade the Gahilid province for a year." Andre tapped on a desk with his index finger gently and asked faintly, "Do you think they will abide by the agreement?" Anzalev shook his head slightly and answered, "The desert barbarians are vicious by nature and have no scruples. They won't comply with the agreement. There are smart people among them who wish we would attack the St. Tulan City, so that they could take this opportunity to raid the Gahilid province. I'm 80% certain that once our forces depart, the barbarians will tear up the agreement and attack us." Andre said with a smile, "Yes, the desert barbarians are vicious by nature and can't be trusted. However, I haven't placed my hopes on them being trustworthy. Have you contacted the tribes?" Anzalev replied solemnly, "I have, Your Highness." A cold light flashed past Andre's eyes, and he stated solemnly, "Since the preparations are done, then let's get started." On the 6th day after Garca ascended to the throne, Andrei, the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army, issued a statement accusing Garca of murdering Morin's 2867th, of being a rebel of the Empire, and sent 100,000 troops toward the St. Tulan City. The Gahilid province, which had been run by Andrei for many years, completely sided with him. Garca quickly mobilized 4 corps from the nearby Garo province and Merton province to fend off Andrei. The 4 corps of the 2 provinces fought a decisive battle against the Southern Army commanded by Andrei at the Baicha River. In the decisive battle, a corps of the Merton province changed sides, made a pincer attack with the Southern Army commanded by Andrei, and defeated the 3 other corps in one go. Countless people surrendered. After Andrei's army absorbed the troops that surrendered, it swelled up to 160,000 troops. After he took care of the forces of the Garo province and Merton province, Andrei seized the opportunity and sent envoys to the 2 provinces. Easily swayed, the majority of the officials of the 2 provinces chose to surrender to Andrei. The Morin's empire exuded a hint of decay from top to bottom. Plus, this was a civil war. Thus, the officials were naturally reluctant to fight for Garca with their lives on the line. Once the Garo province and Merton province surrendered, the gate leading to the St. Tulan City became wide open. Andrei's 160,000-strong army only had to cross 3 provinces, Tandu province, Notus province, Povii province, to reach the St. Tulan City. Following the defeat of the 4 corps of the Garo province and Merton province and the subsequent surrender of both provinces, the other provinces were on the fence, biding their time. Only Garca's old base, the Pavignat province, fully supported him and sent 2 corps to the Street Tulan City. The frontier armies, which were the strongest armies in the Morin's empire, on the pretext of having foreign enemies appear, didn't transfer their most elite troops to the St. Tulan City. Instead, they sent some old military riffraff and some reserve troops to the St. Tulan City. Garca's position was in jeopardy and somewhat unstable. Under such circumstances, he dared not to kill Porta and the other 2 princes. If Garca killed Porta and the other 2 princes, the remnant forces of the 3 princes would turn to Great Prince Andrei, and Garca would find himself under fire from 4 sides. The Victory Palace inside the imperial study. His face a bit haggard, Garca anxiously paced back and forth in the imperial study. Next to Garca stood a plain-looking middle-aged man with a head full of blue hair. The middle-aged man was Sly Fox Bracy, Garca's chief advisor. Bracy carefully examined a document. After a long time, he put the document down. Garca immediately asked, full of anxiety, "What should I do, Bracy?" Bracy consoled, "Your Majesty, you need not worry. At present, more than 95% of the Morin's Empire's provinces are in our hands. Our power is at least 20 times that of Andrei and the rebels. The White Tower swore allegiance to you. The St. Tulan City gathered 300,000 troops. Andrei isn't our opponent." A cold shimmer flashed in Garca's eyes, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Bracy, no need to comfort me. Andrei's Southern Army is an elite frontier army with decades of experience fighting the Desert Empire. Even though he only sent 100,000 troops, it's still a frightening force. Besides, he is publicly acknowledged to be in the top 10 of the Empire in terms of talent in military affairs. Only those old things can fight him. However, none of those old things is willing to come out to help me. So despicable." Andrei was indeed a brilliant general of the Morin's Empire. However, in the military of the Morin's Empire, powerhouses and experts were as common as clouds. Although there were several brilliant generals on par with Andrei, but most of them were commanders of frontier armies and had no intention of intervening in struggles over the throne. The support they provided to Garca was not much. Garca had never been able to rope those brilliant generals in. Previously, he spent most of his energy on the infiltration of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, enabling it to be under his control at a critical juncture. As for the frontier forces of the Morin's Empire, they were always impartial and never participated in struggles over the throne. Only when it fell under Andrei's control was the Southern Army drawn into the struggle over the throne, becoming his helper. Bracy suddenly said, "Your Majesty, we also have someone who can contend with Andrei. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. Garca hesitated for a moment before slowly asking, "You mean Ian?" Bracy replied slowly, "Yes, Duke Ian is a miracle maker. With the meager military strength of the Miracle City, he defeated the Hunting Fang's Corps and Silver Sword Corps. His talent in military affairs is beyond doubt. If it's him, there's a great possibility that he can defeat Andre." Garca frowned and fell into silence. The Imperial study fell into a strange silence. Bracy said solemnly, "Your Majesty, I know that if Duke Ian, who already is the Dean of the Magic College, were also to hold a military post, there may be some hidden dangers. However, it is imperative to defeat Andre. If we can't defeat Andre, the consequences will be unthinkable." Garca hesitated for a moment before asking, "Won't Goyina cut it?" In his view, Goyina was the most suitable choice to lead the army. Bracy frowned slightly and answered slowly, "Although Goyina has performed very well in the military college, but he has no real combat experience in large-scale warfare. If he was dealing with an ordinary enemy, he might perform very well. But he's not Andre's match. This conflict is of great importance to you, Your Majesty. Once you lose, our favorable situation will be reversed in an instant." Garca paced back and forth in the Imperial study for a long time, weighing it over and over, and finally sighed, "Okay, let's have Ian go." Chapter 293, Immemorial Dragon Bones. Chapter 293, Immemorial Dragon Bones. Translator, Zayamoj. The Victory Palace within the Imperial study. Garca stared at Yang Feng in front of him with a complicated look in his eyes, and asked unhurriedly, "Ian, if I appoint you as the Imperial Marshal to lead the army, what are your chances to defeat Andre?" Yang Feng answered confidently, "Your Majesty, if you entrust me to be the Imperial Marshal and command the army, I have a 90% certainty that I can beat Andre." Joy flashed inside Garca's eyes, then fear flickered in the abyss of his eyes. Yang Feng suddenly said with a smile, "That's right, Your Majesty. Didn't you promise me that I could enter the royal treasury and select some treasures? I've been looking forward to it." Garca mused for a while, then recalled the promise he made during the coup d'etat and looked at Yang Feng with a smile in his eyes. A perfect, formidable, and flawless subordinate. Unless they were a robot, they were a dangerous existence when it came to the superior. Garca said with a light smile, "Good. I'll allow you to enter the royal treasury and select 2 treasures. After you defeat Andre and return, I'll let you enter the royal treasury again and select 2 more treasures." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Without faking it, Yang Feng showed a smile of joy. Garca pushed on the chair he sat. Suddenly, the chair emitted magic ripples. There was a slight twist in space, and a white-haired old man, who gave Yang Feng a very dangerous feeling, stepped out of the void. The white-haired old man saluted Garca and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yang Feng looked at the white-haired old man and his pupils constricted slightly. What a strong fellow, at least a pinnacle legend rank powerhouse. For such a powerhouse not to appear during the coup d'etat, he has to be part of the foundation of the Morans family. Few powerhouses appeared on the day of the coup d'etat. Apart from a handful of legend rank powerhouses who got themselves involved in the whirlpool that was the struggle over the throne, the rest were unwilling to risk the danger of having their families ruined or annihilated. The peak powerhouses of the Morans family hid in the darkness, not intervening. This white-haired old man was clearly part of the foundation of the Morans Empire and one of the powerhouses specializing in cultivating and hiding and protecting Garca in the Imperial Palace. Within the Victory Palace, any attempt to assassinate Garca would be easily foiled. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. In the Victory Palace, powerhouses and experts were as common as flies. Just that, these powerhouses and experts only swore allegiance to the master of the Victory Palace, never participating in imperial power struggles. This was an ironclad rule of the Morans family. Garca said lightly, "Rihen, take Ian to the treasury and let him choose 2 treasures." "Yes, Your Majesty." Rihen responded respectfully, and then said to Yang Feng, "Ian, follow me." When he finished speaking, Rihen reached out with his hand, and with a flicker of magic light, a spatial portal appeared in front of him. As a palace blessed by the gods, All kinds of outrageous and mystical things could be done in the Victory Palace. If it was outside the Victory Palace, even among legend wizards, only pinnacle legend wizards proficient in spatial spells were able to open a spatial portal that easily. Yang Feng stepped into the spatial portal. With a flicker of spatial ripples, countless rays enveloped him, and his vision blurred. The next moment, he appeared in front of a 10-meter-tall, bronze gate engraved with mysterious and profound runes. Rihen walked up to Yang Feng, then silently recited an incantation, pointed at the huge, bronze gate, and sent a cyan ray into it. Click, click. Amid a burst of noise, the huge, bronze gate slowly opened, releasing brilliant light coming from treasures. Go ahead. You can only choose 2 treasures inside. Rihen hesitated for a moment before saying slowly, in the treasury, there is a restriction set up by the gods. If you take too many treasures, the restriction will activate, and you will end up with no treasures. Yang Feng nodded slightly and entered through the bronze gate. As soon as he entered through the bronze gate, Yang Feng's eyes were dazzled by the light coming from the various treasures inside. Yang Feng's eyes shone with excitement. It's indeed the treasury of the Amidst Empire. In the royal treasury, there were no vulgar things such as gold and silver. Instead, it was filled with great fiend hearts, great devil heads, dragon crystals, golden tree seeds, ancient energy-absorbing tree seeds. Every treasure could give legend wizards palpitations. That's an abyss fiend Baron Heart. When he entered the royal treasury, he heard a heartbeat. He turned to look in the direction of the heartbeat, and his heart shook violently, full of excitement. What he saw was a clear crystal engraved with mysterious and profound runes on its surface. Inside the clear crystal was a head-sized, black heart beating incessantly. This black heart was a fiend Baron Heart. Abyss fiends were a formidable and terrifying race among great fiends, their fighting strength comparable to human legend rank powerhouses. Fiend barons, even more so, were frightening beings comparable to human demigod rank powerhouses. On the Zhangji Plain, there were fiend warlocks, bloodline warlocks who relied on fiend bloodline. If used properly, transplanted into a human warlock and coupled with a corresponding fiend secret method, this fiend Baron Heart could give birth to a Star Knight rank fiend warlock in merely a few centuries. On the Tyrandot subcontinent, this fiend Baron Heart would be regarded as an absolute treasure more valuable than a state. Yang Feng looked somewhat regretfully at the fiend Baron Heart and sighed slightly inside. Unfortunately, fiend bloodline and black dragon bloodline cannot be merged. Even if I take the fiend Baron Heart, it would only be able to produce a Starry Sky warlock rank powerhouse after several centuries. That won't be in my interest. Bloodlines were mutually exclusive. Black dragon bloodline could not blend with fiend bloodline. If he transplanted the fiend heart, it would lead to a clash in bloodlines and he would explode and die. If he wanted to transplant the fiend Baron Heart, he would have to abandon his current strength and expend countless amounts of precious resources, completely removing his current bloodline, and then practice cultivation anew. If Yang Feng hadn't planned to tread on the godly path, he might have abandoned his strength and transplanted the fiend Baron Heart. However, since he planned to take the godly path, he naturally wouldn't transplant the fiend Baron Heart, as fiend power and godly power were polar opposites. Yang Feng shook his head, moved his gaze away from the fiend Baron Heart, and started to look for other treasures. The treasury was divided into fiend area, devil area, elven area, beastman area, sea clansman area, giant area, dragon area, kindred area, dark elven area, rare species area, and so on. Each area had its own specialty. The Amidst Empire had a heritage of more than 100,000 years, and had gone through countless wars, collecting countless treasures. The treasures of each area made a burning desire well up in Yang Feng's heart, wishing he could pocket them all. Without hesitation, Yang Feng went to the dragon area. Only in the dragon area would have a variety of precious black dragon materials that could substantially promote his strength. When he reached the black dragon area and took a look, his eyes flashed with regret. Unfortunately, materials that could be used have been used. The body of a dragon was a treasure. Dragon blood, dragon meat, dragon liver, dragon eyes, and so on were top-notch materials for making potions. The emperors of the Morince Empire had long since used up all the parts of dragons that could be used, leaving only some hard-to-process dragon bones. These are Moonlight Warlock rank black dragon bones. The dragon bones have no divine power ripples. It is the skeleton of an immemorial dragon. Suddenly, his eyes lit up slightly and shone with excitement. He walked up to a 50-meter-long dragon skeleton and carefully examined it. Dragons were divided into ordinary dragons, ancient dragons, immemorial dragons, archaic dragons, and primordial dragons. The evolution potential of ordinary dragons reached the Great Warlock rank, of ancient dragons reached Starry Sky Warlock rank, of immemorial dragons reached the Moonlight Warlock rank, of the archaic dragons reached the Infinity Warlock rank, and of primordial dragons reached the Warlock Emperor rank. In the history of the Zhangji Plain, the first Warlock Emperor, the Time Lord, slayed a time primordial dragon, absorbed countless mysteries of time, and finally ascended to an unparalleled height, suppressing countless planes and founding the first Warlock dynasty. Dragons existed on many planes. They were one of the formidable, extraordinary life forms who could contend with gods without taking the godly path. Of course, the number of immemorial dragons, archaic dragons, and primordial dragons among dragons was also very limited. Yang Feng was naturally very excited to see Moonlight Warlock rank immemorial dragon bones. On the Zhangji Plain, Black Dragon Morph Secret Method contained a secret method to absorb high-ranked Black Dragon Bone Essence. As long as the formidable immemorial Dragon Bone Essence was absorbed and refined, Yang Feng's strength would increase by a wide margin and his bones could evolve into frightening immemorial dragon rank bones. Without any hesitation, Yang Feng reached out toward the immemorial dragon bones. With a shimmer of brilliant light, the immemorial dragon bones shrank into a ball of light and then fell into Yang Feng's hand. Chapter 294, Florence's Request. Chapter 294, Florence's Request. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng looked at the immemorial dragon bones in his hand with a smile in his eyes. Fortunately, the grade of these Moonlight Warlock rank Black Dragon bones is too high, which was why they didn't use it, giving me a big bargain. In the dragon area, there were all kinds of dragon bones everywhere. Dragon bones were the most difficult material to process of dragons, which was why they were left behind. Dragon blood, dragon tendons, dragon crystals, and other materials have been used up for the most part. This content is taken from fga-iwabnavio.l.co. In fact, there was a fairly sizable number of rare materials in the royal treasury. After all, the number of alchemists in the Morince Empire was extremely small, and there were only 2 or 3 archwizard rank alchemists in the royal family. Yang Feng looked carefully at the dragon area for a while. He saw many good things. Unfortunately, those things were of no help when it came to improving his cultivation base. He could only choose to give up on them. Yang Feng went directly to the precious ore area. When he saw the precious ores, his heart jumped up and his fists balled up, full of excitement. This is a star spiral iron ore. It can be used to make antimatter artillery. This is an inert atlam stone. It can be used to make warp gates to carry out space jump. This is a star serpeggiant stone. It can be used to make auto-repair armor. The different precious ores gave him palpitations. He wished that he could take all the precious ores away. After he got 3796, he had access to a large number of super technology designs. However, in order to make the different super technology products, he first had to settle the issue of materials. In the precious ore area, there were precious ores collected by the Morince Empire for more than 100,000 years. If he could pocket all the precious ores in the ore area, Yang Feng would be able to create frightening battle robots capable of killing demigod-rank powerhouses. This is a black bonita stone. It is the primary material for producing a closed space. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He walked up to a 6-meter-tall, black stone, carefully examined it for a long time, showed a smile and reached out. The black bonita stone flew into his hand. The moment the black bonita stone fell into his hand, a ray of light shone. He disappeared, and then appeared outside the gate. "You can leave now." Rihen reached out with his hand, and a spatial portal appeared out of nowhere. Yang Feng smiled faintly and walked into the spatial portal, following which he appeared in the imperial study. Garca showed a smile, saying, "How was it? Are you pleased with the treasures, Ian?" Yang Feng smiled and said, "I'm very pleased. I hope I can go there a few more times." Garca secretly looked toward a hidden corner, where he saw a blue light appear on a piece of jade, and the smile on his face became brighter. Garca showed a smile and said, "Good, Ian, I'm officially appointing you as a general. Led my army on a punitive expedition against the rebel Andre." Yang Feng replied calmly, "Yes, your majesty." After he left the palace, Yang Feng rode in a luxurious carriage to his villa, a look of ineffable joy in his eyes. Once he used the secret method described in Black Dragon Morph to refine the Moonlight Warlock rank immemorial Black Dragon bones. His bones would surpass the bones of great warlocks in terms of sturdiness, reaching the degree of sturdiness of bones of Starry Sky warlocks or even Moonlight warlocks. Dragon bones could greatly enhance his physical strength. By then, his body would be comparable to the sturdiest weapon and his hands would be able to resist legend rank magic weapons. Suddenly, the carriage came to a slow halt. From outside the carriage came a magnetic voice. "Duke Ian, it is I, Florence. I have something I want to discuss with you." Yang Feng lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw Florence standing still not far away, her beauty out of this world. Yang Feng's heart stirred as he looked at Florence. He revealed a smile, saying, "Of course, please come aboard." Florence smiled sweetly, and, with a touch of fragrance wafting from her, got into the carriage and sat opposite Yang Feng. Looking at the bright and charming Florence, Yang Feng felt as if the carriage was much brighter, and he secretly praised, "A divine chosen of the goddess of dance indeed." Under Yang Feng's unrestrained gaze, the pretty face of the cheerful and relaxed Florence registered a flush. After waiting for a moment, she found out that Yang Feng had no intentions of asking her questions. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Duke Ian." Yang Feng smiled and said, "Ian will do. After all, we are friends, right?" Florence gritted her silver-white teeth, saying, "Ian, I hope that you can help me save 2 people." Yang Feng frowned slightly, then asked slowly, "Who are they?" Florence looked at Yang Feng with pitiable eyes and implored softly, "Emily and Erica, 2 daughters of the Ameller family. They are my friends. Because of their father, they were banished into the Rose Pavilion. Please save them." As a divine chosen of the goddess of dance, Florence had a very high status. Even the emperor of the Morance Empire wouldn't dare to be rude to her. But even so, she had no power, and could only watch her friends be pushed into the pit of fire. The Rose Pavilion was a place that specialized in receiving female family members of convicted officials and grooming them into prostitutes. It was one of the largest prostitution pavilions of the St. Tulan City. As long as you had money, you could enjoy the services of former gentlewomen of the empire. Numerous merchants flocked to the Rose Pavilion. It should be noted that many gentlewomen looked down on merchants, yet now they had no choice but to endure being humiliated by them. Many merchants were quite addicted to this feeling. The Ameller family was a medium-sized family. As they chose to support a court minister affiliated with the great prince, they were swept away during the purge. The men were shackled and thrown into jail, and women were sent to the Rose Pavilion. Staring at Florence, Yang Feng touched his chin and asked meaningfully, "If I save them, how will you thank me?" Florence replied with a sweet smile, "How about I dance for you for a few times?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "All right." The luxurious carriage carried Yang Feng and Florence to the Rose Pavilion. freowebnovel.com. Although it was daytime, but there were already a variety of luxurious carriages parked in front of the Rose Pavilion. Yang Feng and Florence alighted the carriage and strode into the Rose Pavilion. As soon as they entered the Rose Pavilion, dozens of men were deeply attracted by Florence beside Yang Feng, unable to tear away their gazes. A 31 or 32-year-old, tall and curvaceous, beautiful woman dressed in a revealing evening dress, with a head full of blonde hair and a touch of fragrance wafting from her, smiled brightly and greeted the both of them. "Hello, I am Yaina, the manager of this place. May I ask what brought you here? What a beautiful woman. So pretty. Haha. Little beauty, How much do you cost per night? I'll take you. A tall, slightly obese young man with a frivolous expression and puffy eyes walked over and carelessly grabbed toward Florence. Florence slightly wrinkled her slender eyebrows, then took several steps backwards and retreated behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng stepped forward and slapped the young man in the face, knocking several teeth out. You've got guts to hit people in the Rose Pavilion. Help! Someone is hitting people in the Rose Pavilion. The young man clutched his face and, while looking at Yang Feng with fear in his eyes, shouted somewhat unintelligibly. Tyrannical auras rose from the Rose Pavilion. The majority of the auras belonged to night-rank powerhouses, yet there was one belonging to a Star Knight powerhouse. There were countless beautiful women in the Rose Pavilion, many of whom were wives and daughters of convicted officials. In order to prevent people from stealing them, many experts were stationed in the Rose Pavilion. Before long, a somewhat obese middle-aged man with squinting eyes was escorted over by 1 Star Knight and 20 Great Knights and upwards. When the middle-aged man appeared, he squinted his eyes even more and stared at Florence. He asked gloomily, "Who dares to use force in the Rose Pavilion?" Yang Feng sneered and said lightly, "It was I, Kalos." "So it's you. You've got guts, too." Kalos sneered. He was about to give an order, when suddenly his eyelids jumped up, his mouth opened wide, and his face twisted as if through magic. He showed a fawning smile. "So it is you, Great Duke Ian. You are naturally entitled to use force in the Rose Pavilion." The young man covering his face was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Kalos was the director of the Rose Pavilion. In the eyes of the young man, he was a bigwig who could talk with greater aristocrats on equal grounds. Many unruly characters were put in order by Kalos as soon as they entered the Rose Pavilion. Now, however, he fawned on Yang Feng, making the young unable to believe his eyes. Kalos glanced at the young man, then sneered and waved his hand. "Is this bastard bothering you? Men, beat him up for me. Give him a good thrashing." To provoke the Great Duke Ian. What a reckless person. 2 guards took out 1 big stick each and mercilessly flogged the young man, making him issue pitiful screams. "Sir Duke, please follow me." Kalos secretly glanced at Florence, and then said to Yang Feng with a flattering expression. Chapter 295, VIP. Chapter 295, VIP. Translator, Xuanhuan. Led by Kalos, Yang Feng and his party went deep into the Rose Pavilion. Along the way, many beautiful women stared at Yang Feng in curiosity. Kalos was the local tyrant in the Rose Pavilion, a bigwig who controlled the lives of these beautiful women. It was their first time seeing Kalos be so respectful to another person. Inside a well-decorated, luxurious room, Yang Feng leaned back on a demonic flame tiger fur sofa. Feeling the warmth exuded by the demonic flame tiger fur, he gazed at Kalos with a smile that wasn't a smile. Kalos finally couldn't bear Yang Feng's watchful gaze. With a flattering smile on his face, he asked, "Duke Ian, may I know why you came to the Rose Pavilion today?" Florence looked at Kalos's fawning expression with a peculiar shimmer in her beautiful eyes. At first, she wanted to talk to Kalos, but she couldn't even meet him face to face. Seeing the other now fawn on Yang Feng gave rise to a complex feeling inside her. Yang Feng said lightly, "Emily and Erica, the 2 daughters of the Amidst family, you haven't touched them yet, right?" With a flattering smile plastered on his face, Kalos replied neither softly nor firmly, Yes, they haven't been touched yet. However, they are twin dancers famous in the St. Tulan City, so I plan to offer them to His Majesty." Florence's heart suddenly sank slightly. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and then asked in a cold voice, "Are you threatening me?" Kalos shook his head at once and said, "I'm not. I wouldn't dare threaten you. I'll call them right away." Before long, 2 identical-looking girls were brought over. They looked to be 15 or 16 years old and had fair and tender skin, a tall figure, fiery curves, long golden hair, slender and sensual legs, and extremely beautiful facial features. When the beautiful twins saw Florence, their eyes shimmered with joy, yet they said nothing, standing still behind Kalos. Yang Feng looked at the identical twin dancers with a look of admiration in his eyes. Even if they were separated, they would still be first-class beauties. However, when the two identical beauties stood together, their charm increased by a bit. Yang Feng stated overbearingly, "I want the both of them. Kalos, go handle the formalities." Kalos was a little stunned. Showing an embarrassed and wry smile, he said, "Sir Duke Ian, they are family members of a convicted official. Unless His Majesty pardons them, I don't have the authority to give them to you. However, if you want to play with them, I can let them accompany you." The beautiful women in the Rose Pavilion were all family members of a convicted officials. Although Kalos could let them accompany anyone, yet he didn't have the authority to let them leave the Rose Pavilion. The eyes of Emily and Erica registered a dull look. Kalos added at once, "Of course, I can arrange a room for them to stay alone in the Rose Pavilion, Sir Duke. I can ensure that no man will touch them." Many bigwigs who visited the Rose Pavilion didn't like sharing women with others. As such, there were many rooms reserved for bigwigs in the Rose Pavilion to use as their love nests. As the master of the Rose Pavilion, Kalos could play with many women in the Rose Pavilion. However, some of the women were affiliated with bigwigs of the empire. He didn't dare to offend them easily. When they heard that, a glint of hope swept past the beautiful eyes of Emily and Erica. They preferred to be Yang Feng's mistresses rather than become prostitutes. Florence sighed a little, and her eyes flashed with a dull light when she heard that. This might be the best outcome. Yang Feng smiled faintly. With a flick of his wrist, a black demonic eagle appeared in his hand. White magic light flickered in his hand, and a piece of paper appeared at a talon of the black demonic eagle. Yang Feng opened his hand, and the black demonic eagle flapped its wings and flew out of the room. Looking at the black demonic eagle fly away, Kalos had a vague guess. He then looked at Yang Feng with even more respect. The black demonic eagle flew to the Victory Palace and landed at the gate. A royal guard took the slip of paper from the black demonic eagle and scanned it. His face changed slightly, and he quickly went into the Victory Palace. In the imperial study, Ian, this fellow, has taken a fancy to two girls of the Ameler family, and even asks me for them. Garca put down the note from Yang Feng, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time that someone had taken the initiative to ask his for a woman since he ascended the throne. Garca smiled lightly, then took out another piece of paper and wrote a few words and put his personal seal on it. The two girls of the Ameler family dance quite well, and they are even twins. It's really a bargain for him. Inside the Rose Pavilion, the black demonic eagle flew in through a window and landed in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng took the slip of paper from the black demonic eagle, scanned it, and revealed a smile. He flicked his finger and sent the piece of paper fly to in front of Kalos. "Give Duke Ian any woman he wants." When Kalos saw the slip of paper, his eyes showed extreme astonishment, and he looked at Yang Feng with more respect. The Rose Pavilion was not only a place for bigwigs to enjoy themselves, but also a place to cater to the needs of the emperor. In many cases, the Rose Pavilion was the favorite place for emperors of the Morince Empire. In the Rose Pavilion, there were still many girls who had been trained to serve the emperor in the palace. For Garca to issue such an order, it illustrated how much he favored Yang Feng. Yang Feng could take away any girl he fancied from the Rose Palace. Kalos said imposingly, "Emily, Erica, why haven't you greeted your new master yet?" "Greetings, master." The two beautiful girls brimming with a youthful aura prostrated themselves on the floor in front of Yang Feng as if humble slaves and said respectfully. When she saw this, Florence's heart ached slightly, and she heaved a long sigh of relief. Emily and Erica were beautiful girls who were once extremely reputable in social circles of the St. Tulan City. God knows how many aristocratic young men wanted to get close to them. They even refused the pursuit of many greater aristocratic heirs, extremely prideful. Yet now, this pair of beautiful twins prostrated themselves on the ground in front of Yang Feng as if some lowly slaves. The cruelty of political struggles showed itself in front of Florence once more. Yang Feng said faintly, "Get up, master. I have a presumptuous request to ask of you. Please help me. I implore you, please help me. Emily suddenly looked up at Yang Feng and pleaded with her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and he fell into silence, staring coldly at Emily. Erica's beautiful eyes showed a trace of panic. Emily pleaded with tears in her eyes. Please, master, save my mother and aunt. As long as you save our mother and aunt, Erica and I will serve you wholeheartedly. We'll be willing to do anything you want us to. This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. Erica hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and kowtowed toward Yang Feng. Master, I implore you, please save our relatives. Even if you want them to be your slaves, it's also all right. It was better to be Yang Feng's slaves than prostitutes in the Rose Pavilion. After all, when the women in the Rose Pavilion were young and beautiful, they wouldn't have it too tough. But once their looks waned, they would be reduced to the lowest rung of the Rose Pavilion. They would be even worse off than ordinary prostitutes. The most egregious part was that it was impossible for them to marry and leave this trade. The bigwigs who came to the Rose Pavilion to play only regard the women there as toys. No one would waste their energy to rescue the women in the Rose Pavilion. Yang Feng stated lightly, Kalos, I want their relatives. Kalos replied respectfully, Yes, sir. What did Emily's relatives count for? If Yang Feng wanted, Kalos would even package all the women in the Rose Pavilion and give them to him. This was an order from His Majesty. Naturally, a nobody like Kalos didn't dare defy it. There were more than 30 women in the Amler family, with every single one being beautiful. Those who weren't good-looking were dead already. In a luxury carriage, Yang Feng sat in a soft chair with Emily and Erica in his arms and his feet placed on a 35 or 36-year-old, voluptuous woman exuding a mature aura, her facial features rather resembling those of the siblings. The woman was called Federica and she was the mother of the siblings. She docilely massaged Yang Feng's legs. The siblings carefully peeled fruits and put them into Yang Feng's mouth to please him. Greed and lust. These weaknesses should make him a little more reassured. Although he embraced Emily, but his eyes didn't rest on her beautiful, delicate body. Instead, he sank into his thoughts, continuously reckoning Garca's reaction. On the day Yang Feng assisted Garca in the coup d'état, his performance was too dazzling. He vaguely felt that Garca was afraid of him. As such, he began to selectively fabricate some weaknesses and expose them to Garca. A greater aristocrats who had no weaknesses yet had formidable strength was an existence that Garca feared the most. With greed and lust as Ian's weak points, Garca could have confidence in him as a general. That was why Yang Feng agreed to help Florence. Chapter 296, Marshal Ian. Chapter 296, Marshal Ian. Translator, Xuanhuan. The next day, Garca appointed Yang Feng as the Imperial General, the Rebellion Suppression Marshal. He was allocated 1 Imperial Guard Corps, 2 City Guard Corps, and 2 irregular armies transferred from elsewhere, for a total of 100,000 troops, as his direct subordinates. In addition to the 100,000 troops, Yang Feng could also administer 6 corps from the Tandu Province, Notus Province, and Povei Province, for a total of 120,000 troops, 500,000 local troops from the 3 provinces, and 6 corps transferred from various places, for a total of 120,000 troops. Like this, Yang Feng had an army of more than 340,000 warriors who could carry out field warfare. If the various auxiliary troops were added into the mix, then he had more than 1 million troops under his control. After he was assigned as the Rebellion Suppression Marshal, he nearly reached the peak of power. In front of the gate to Yang Feng's villa, there was almost an endless stream of carriages, with countless people coming to see him every day. On the 3rd day, Yang Feng took the 100,000 troops directly under his command to leave for the Tandu province. The news that Yang Feng became the imperial general, the rebellion suppression marshal, spread throughout the Morince Empire. All the major forces in the Morince Empire knew of Yang Feng's name by now. Numerous forces sent their people to collect all the information on Yang Feng, focusing their attention on him. The Morince Empire's Southern Army, Rebellious Army Headquarters. Ian, so it's him. A document in hand, Andre frowned slightly, and Yang Feng's face appeared in his mind. Andrei pondered for a moment before asking slowly, Anzalev, what do you think of Ian? Anzalev answered with a light smile. A great man. Judging from the information obtained so far, Ian not only practices magic and martial dual cultivation, but also has accomplishments in military and political fields. He was able to defeat the Hunting Fong Corps and Silver Sword Corps. His ability to command troops is outstanding and is among the best in the Empire. Such a genius is only a little inferior to you, Your Highness. Andrei asked with great calmness. How should we deal with him? Although Ian is very remarkable, but he also has two fatal flaws. Firstly, he has no imperial military background, lacking seniority in the imperial army. He'll find it very difficult to have the 6 corps from the Tandu province, Notice province, and Povii province and the 6 corps transferred from other places submit to him. Secondly, although Garca is very clever but petty-minded, he is an inherently doubtful person. It is impossible for him to be at ease with Ian, who isn't really under his control, command 1 million troops. We could send people to the St. Tulan City to start a rumor, stating that Ian wants to stand on his own. After enough repetition, the association will become fact. If we drive a wedge between them, it may prompt Garca to call him back. Anzalev said orderly. Full of confidence, Andrei said extremely arrogantly. Well said. My brother is very clever, too clever for his own good. He doesn't believe in anyone else but himself. What's more, there is another point that you hadn't mentioned. How can those ordinary troops, who hadn't been bathed in copious amounts of blood, compare to my 100,000-strong frontier army in terms of fighting strength? Even in a direct confrontation, my 100,000 troops can still defeat his 1 million troops. The 100,000 frontier troops under Andrei's command were elites tempered through more than a decade of fighting the Desert Empire's troops, their fighting strength tyrannical. They were the foundation of his rebellion. In field warfare, there were only a handful of elite frontier armies in the entire Morince Empire with the strength to compete with the army under Andrei's control. Andrei paid the 12 corps from the several provinces no mind. Anzalev said with a look of adoration on his face. Your Highness, you are wise. Andrei smiled and said, I'll send him a gift before he arrives. 3 days later, Andrei commanded 30,000 cavalrymen to penetrate into the Tandu province. With the help of the wizards accompanying the troops, he easily captured a dozen cities of the Tandu province in a row, and then headed toward the Newton City, the provincial capital of the Tandu province. Greatly shocked, the governor of Tandu province sent a dozen blood-written letters to Yang Feng in succession, begging Yang Feng to send troops to support him. The Notice province lied behind the Tandu province. In the Notice province, there were 4 main corps as well as 6 corps dispatched from other places, for a total of 10 corps gathered. After he received the blood-written letters sent by the governor of the Tandu province, Yang Feng took a glimpse at them and then threw them into the trash. He gave the order for the governor of the Tandu province to protect the Newton City at all cost on one hand, and for the marching speed of the troops to increase on the other hand. Andrei rampaged all the way through the Tandu province, with cities surrendering practically at the first opportunity. In accordance with Yang Feng's order, the governor of Tandu province recruited 100,000 new recruits, and together with the 80,000 warriors in Newton City, formed a large army of 180,000 people to defend the Newton City at all cost. After Andrei's army reached the Newton City, it carried out a probing attack, which was blocked by the governor of the Tandu province. Andrei immediately stopped the offensive, and then started to dispatch the continuously arriving reinforcements to surround the Newton City. The outside of the Burgos city, the provincial capital of the Notice province, had changed into an enormous barracks, with quarters stretching for a dozen kilometers. Before he reached the barracks, Yang Feng saw 8 sentries standing lazily in front of the barracks. The 8 sentries gathered together and chatted with each other, their vigilance put aside. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and he performed the spell stealth. He disappeared and strode into the barracks. As soon as he entered the barracks, Yang Feng heard the sounds of gambling and sounds of women moaning and men laughing coming from many of the quarters. As he walked, Yang Feng was frowning more and more, his eyes showing a look of extremely cold killing intent. This is the army I am to command? No wonder such armies would suffer a crushing defeat against Andre. The Morince Empire was rotten top to bottom, and so were the armies. Except for the few frontier armies, the rest of the regular armies of the provinces devolved into tools for officers of all ranks to dredge money. FRUUBnovel.com. The reason why Yang Feng was able to successively defeat the armies of the Morince Empire with the tiny force of the Miracle City was that apart from some particular troops, the fighting strength of other armies was lacking. Yang Feng walked around the barracks and then left. 2 days later, a messenger entered the Burgos city. Before long, the officials of the Burgos city led by Governor Chiron went 10 kilometers outside the city to wait. After waiting for about an hour, a huge army extending for a dozen kilometers appeared in front of everyone. The man heading the huge army atop a majestic black horse was Yang Feng. Riding the majestic black horse and escorted by 3 sacred swordsmen, Yang Feng arrived in front of Chiron and company, then dismounted and, with a smile on his face, walked up to Chiron and company. Chiron carefully looked at Yang Feng for a moment, then took a step forward and saluted him. Chiron, Governor of the Notice Province. Greetings, Marshal Ian. The officials of the Notice Province behind Governor Chiron also saluted Yang Feng. Greetings, Marshal. The most up-to-date novels are published on freewebnovel.com. Hello, I am Ian. Yang Feng scanned the official who came to greet him with a glance and smiled slightly, saying, Let's head back to the city. Upon returning to the Burgos city, Chiron held a grand welcome banquet for Yang Feng. All the important aristocrats of the Burgos city attended the banquet. Numerous beautiful, aristocratic, young ladies surrounded Yang Feng, showering him with attention. On recommendation from Chiron, Yang Feng got acquainted with Ennio, the commander of the Olive Leaf Corps, Duccio, the commander of the White Bear Corps, John, the commander of the Green Falcon Corps, and Giacomo, the commander of the Ironwood Corps. The 4, who were commanders of 4 corps of the Notice Province and Povii Province, took part in welcoming Yang Feng. As for the other 6 corps commanders, they were dismissive of Yang Feng. They didn't come to welcome him. Early the next morning, the Rebellion Suppression Marshal Headquarters. Sitting in the seat of honor inside the marshal quarters, his face cold, Yang Feng swept Andro with a glance and said lightly, Sound the drums. Andro responded loudly, Yes, Marshal. Impassioned, resounding drums echoed in the barracks. When they heard the drums, high-ranking officers hurried toward the marshal quarters. When they entered the marshal quarters, they saw Yang Feng sitting in the seat of honor with a gloomy face, and they kept quiet. Ennio, Duccio, John and Giacomo, the 4 corps commanders arrived at the marshal quarters before the drums stopped producing sound. When the drums stopped producing sound, only the high-ranking officers of the Olive Leaf Corps, White Bear Corps, Green Falcon Corps, Ironwood Corps, as well as the Imperial Guard Corps and City Guard Corps were present. The high-ranking officers stared at Yang Feng sitting in the seat of honor with a look of ridicule in the abyss of their eyes. At such a young age, Yang Feng became an imperial marshal. These high-ranking officers naturally didn't approve of him. Even though Yang Feng was the master of the Miracle City, who defeated the Hunting Fang Corps and Silver Sword Corps in a row, the high-ranking officers of the Morince Empire still didn't take him seriously. Sorry, we're late. Haha, I'm really sorry. Amid insincere laughter, a burly as a bear middle-aged high-ranking officer stepped into the marshal quarters. A scornful smile on his face, he looked somewhat provocatively at Yang Feng sitting in the seat of honor. The middle-aged officer was Julio, the commander of the Bear Fang Corps transferred from another place. Chapter 297 Purge. Chapter 297 Purge. Translator, Zayamoch. Other high-ranking officers of the Bear Fang Corps followed Julio into the quarters. Smiles of contempt plastered on their faces. They stared at Yang Feng. Jacob, the commander of the Mad Leopard Corps, also came in. Hiccuping from being drunk, he gave Yang Feng a contemptuous look. Haha. I'm sorry, Marshal Ian. Yesterday, due to your imminent arrival, we got too excited and drank a bit, so we got up a little late. I'm really sorry. Lorenzo, the commander of the Cyan Flame Corps, walked inside and said with an insincere smile, Marshal Ian, I'm sorry, we had too much to drink. Mario, the commander of the 5-Leaf Clover Corps, smiled in disdain and said, Marshal Ian, I hope that you're fond of women. I know of 2 very nice women in the Jadeite house in the Burgos City. Let's go there tonight and have fun. Novel, the commander of the Green River Corps, took out a wineskin and poured a glass of wine, then looked at Yang Feng provocatively and sneered, "Marshal Ian, if you have respect for us uncouth fellows, have a toast with us." Ballas, the commander of the Flaming River Corps, jeered loudly. "Right, Marshal Ian, if you have respect for us, have a toast with us." A toast. A toast. Suddenly, there was chaos in the quarters, and uniform voices echoed. The high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps jeered together, casting looks of contempt at Yang Feng. The high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps joined forces to give Yang Feng a show of strength. If Yang Feng yielded, he, a mighty marshal, would no longer be able to unite the army. Ennio, Duccio, John, and Giacomo remained silent, looking at Yang Feng. They wanted to see how he was going to handle this situation. Depending on how Yang Feng handled this situation, Ennio and them would make a corresponding choice. Yang Feng shot Julio a cold look and said indifferently, "Commander Julio, if you don't reach the martial quarters on time once the drums are sounded, how should you be dealt with according to the imperial military law?" When he said that, a quiet and tense atmosphere suddenly shrouded the quarters. Julio was a little stunned. Then his eyes flashed with a vicious light, and he threatened fiercely. "According to the imperial military law, one should be beheaded. But law is nothing more than a social construct. We were celebrating your arrival, so we drank a bit too much, Sir Marshal. Besides, there are so many people here who have violated this military law. Will you kill us all, Sir Marshal?" The eyes of the high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps flickered with vicious light, and formidable chi above the knight rank gushed out of them. Extremely cold killing intent locked onto Yang Feng sitting on the seat of honor. Laughing, Jacob mediated, "Haha, no need to panic. I think Marshal Ian just wanted to take us down a peg. Let bygones be bygones. Haha." A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng clapped his hands. "In my capacity as the Imperial Marshal, I order you to lay down your arms. Your families won't be harmed. Otherwise, according to the Imperial law, you will all be charged with rebellion and your families will get implicated." 500 warriors holding military crossbows and 500 warriors holding swords rushed over and surrounded the high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps. Feeling that things weren't going well, the eyes of the high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps glimmered with fear. Julio's eyes flickered fiercely, and he burst out with Sky Knight rank chi, bellowing, "Brothers, let's kill our way out here. Afterwards, we'll seek refuge with His Highness Andre." Yang Feng frowned and ordered coldly, "Kill them!" In an instant, a rain of bolts covered the high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps. The special military crossbows of the Morince Empire were so formidable that even knights clad in heavy armor could be run through, let alone the high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps who came here without donning armor. More than half of them were run through by the bolts and killed on the spot. The remaining high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps urged their chi and frantically struck the bolts, sending them flying away. The eyes of Jacob, who had been smiling, flashed with a fierce glint, and he bellowed. He erupted with Star Knight rank chi. Then his figure blurred, and he frantically lunged at Yang Feng. Only by capturing Yang Feng could they have a glimmer of hope at survival. Just then, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius standing still beside Yang Feng stepped forward. With a thrust of his sword, brilliant lightning suddenly struck Jacob's sword. Ding! Following a crisp sound, Jacob's sword broke and he was sliced in two. A bloodthirsty glint flashed past the eyes of the raging waves sacred swordsman Lucero, and, as if a sea of raging waves, he suddenly slashed at Julio. Julio's complexion changed dramatically and he raised his sword to block in front of him. Ding! Following a crisp sound, Julio was sliced in twine by sacred swordsman Lucero's strike, blood spraying everywhere, dying on the spot. Lightning sacred swordsman Cassius and raging waves sacred swordsman Lucero went all out. Wherever their sword rays passed, high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps were sliced in twine, unable to withstand a blow. This content is taken from fgaribnovel.com. The smell of blood pervaded the quarters. Within the quarters, shocked, the high-ranking officers watched Yang Feng sitting in the seat of honor with a look of fear in their eyes. It didn't take long for the high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps within the quarters to be massacred. Yang Feng said lightly, "Andro." Andro immediately stepped forward and responded deferentially, "Sir Marshal, your subordinate is listening." Yang Feng said coldly, "These people dared to resist arrest. Immediately draw up a list and send it back to the military department. Declare them as rebels." Andro replied respectfully, "Yes, Sir Marshal." The high-ranking officers of the four main corps were even more frightened when they heard that. Once the high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps were identified as rebels, their family members would be reduced to slaves, without any chance to turn their fates around. Ennio, Duccio, John, and Giacomo looked at each other with fear in their eyes. They already guessed that Yang Feng would organize a show of strength, yet little did they know how fierce it would be. The massacre of the high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps meant that the strength of the 120,000 troops would suffer greatly. Ennio, Duccio, John, and Giacomo didn't expect Yang Feng to be so heavy-handed toward the Sixth Corps with André looming over him. Yang Feng smiled gently at the high-ranking officers of the four corps and said, "You needn't worry. I am still a very reasonable person. If you do not violate my orders, then such unpleasant things won't happen a second time." Ennio said loudly at once, "We will never violate your orders, Sir Marshal. We will never violate your orders, Sir Marshal." Uniform yet somewhat fearful voices echoed in the quarters. Yang Feng nodded with satisfaction. Although they might not have submitted to him in heart and mind, but they were unlikely to disobey his orders. After taking care of the high-ranking of the Sixth Corps, Yang Feng immediately took his directly subordinated 100,000 troops to separate and surround the Sixth Corps. Leaderless, the Sixth Corps were taken over by Yang Feng without any resistance. He captured the confidence of the high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps and sent them to the St. Tulan City. When the wizards of the Sixth Corps witnessed Yang Feng's methods, they chose to acquiesce in Yang Feng's actions. After all, as the imperial marshal, Yang Feng had the power to control all troops. Yang Feng carried a purge in the Sixth Corps, then transferred some troops from the Imperial Guards and City Guards to the Sixth Corps to augment them. Before long, the Sixth Corps were under Yang Feng's control. Of course, because a large number of high-ranking officers were purged, the fighting strength of the Sixth Corps fell sharply and morale plummeted. After purging the Sixth Corps, Yang Feng didn't rush to the Tandu province, but gathered all his troops in the Burgos city and began military training, drilling his directly subordinated 100,000 troops as well as the 120,000 troops of the Sixth Corps day and night. In front of the Newton city, 300,000 troops firmly surrounded the Newton city. When André killed his way over from the Gahilid province, he was only accompanied by 100,000 frontier troops. However, along the way he recruited the defeated troops, and his army swelled up to 300,000 troops. Besides, the 300,000 troops were basically field troops or local troops and had substantial fighting prowess. A document in hand, André creased his eyebrows tightly, and then sighed slowly. "How cruel! He killed so many high-ranking officers. How cruel!" Anzalev's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he said solemnly, "Yes, he is very fierce. It seems that we underestimated him. Like this, the Sixth Corps have truly fallen under his control. Although the battle prowess of the Sixth Corps fell by a lot due to the purge. However, if he is given a few months' time, we'll be facing a formidable monster that has been completely integrated. Your Highness, it's time to make up your mind. We can't give him time." André contemplated for a long time, pacing about in the room. Finally, his eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "All right, Anzalev, contact them. Tell them that I agree to their conditions." Anzalev lowered his head slightly, a look of joy deep in his eyes. "Yes, Your Highness." Chapter 298, The Newton City Falls. Chapter 298, The Newton City Falls. Translator, Xuanhuan. The Newton City, inside the city master's mansion. Eyes puffy and face haggard, Arsini, the governor of the Tandu province, powerlessly collapsed on a large, soft sofa in the study. Lately, Andrei had probed the city twice. Each time, by relying on the city wall, he was beaten back by the army led by Arsini. However, Andrei's warriors were brave and resourceful in battle, leaving Arsini greatly shocked. As the party defending a city, Arsini should have occupied an extremely advantageous position. But in actual battle, the casualty ratio was 1-3 in favor of Andrei. If it hadn't been for Andrei's unwillingness to waste too many of his elites on the Newton City, he might have taken the city by now. As the city master, Arsini was under tremendous pressure these days, often waking up in the middle of the night for fear of Andrei forcing his way into the city. As a strong supporter of the Orthox family, someone who burned an unknown number of bridges with Andrei, Arsini didn't dare to surrender to Andrei. He could only use all his strength to resist Andrei's offensive. Arsini massaged his temples, musing continuously, "Things cannot go on like this. I should recruit more troops tomorrow. 50,000, no, 100,000 people." Suddenly, the door was opened, and a tall 17 or 18-year-old, gorgeous girl with fiery curves walked in with a bowl of chicken soup in her hands. Arsini frowned and barked, "Esu, haven't I ordered not to be disturbed?" Sua was one of Arsini's concubines, his favorite concubine, to boot. He had ordered that apart from military key personnel, no one else was to bother him. Now that he saw Sua, he couldn't help but feel angry. Gentle, Sua smiled sweetly, saying, "Master, you haven't eaten well for days now. I just came to give you a bowl of chicken soup to make you feel better. I'll return after leaving you the chicken soup." Arsini looked at Sua's sweet smile, and his anger slowly ebbed, nodding. Taking seductive steps, Sua walked toward Arsini. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. Little minx, swallowing, eyes burning with the fire of passion, Arsini hugged Sua. Arsini had just embraced Sua when her blue irises quickly turned pitch black. A pair of goat horns sprouted from her head, and bizarre magic runes covered her snow-white face. "You!" Arsini was greatly astonished by what he saw, and his eyes flashed with panic. Just as he was about to shout, a sharp claw pierced his chest, then exerted strength and dug out his heart. Arsini trembled a few times, despair glimmering in his eyes. He saw Sua swallow his heart with a smile on her face. This human's heart is indeed difficult to stomach. Sure enough, it's only the hearts of peak human powerhouses that taste delicious. Sua seductively licked Arsini's blood on her lily-white hand, revealing a beautiful, dangerous, and alluring smile. The body of a middle-aged man lay next to a fiend-like beautiful woman, painting a strange, dangerous, and beautiful picture. With a flick of her wrist, a long sword appeared in her hand. She slashed at Arsini's corpse and severed his head, then reached out and collected the rest of his body. Sua was suddenly covered in faint, black gas, and all the abnormalities about her disappeared, and she reverted into a sweet and beautiful girl. Sua opened the door and said lightly to the guard standing outside, "Sir is tired and needs a good rest. Keep watch. Don't let anyone enter for 2 hours." The guards replied respectfully, "Yes. Frewobnovel, see them." Sua swaggered out of the city master's mansion under the watchful eyes of countless powerhouses. Once she left the city master's mansion, Sua disappeared into the darkness. Soon after, brilliant fireworks rose from the Newton City. "Attack the city!" When he saw the brilliant fireworks, Andrei transmitted the order at once. Huge weapons of war began to be operated as siege troops madly attacked the Newton City. The Newton City, City Master's mansion. "Is Sir Governor here?" An official came running toward the study in panic. A guard stopped the official and said, "Sir Baker, Sir Governor is resting, and nobody is permitted to see him." Baker barked, "Get out of the way." Andrei began his offensive. "Sir Governor needs to go take charge of the situation." The complexion of the guard changed slightly, and he immediately stood aside. Baker pushed open the door to the study, where he saw Arsini's head lie on the desk, and he issued an ear-piercing screech. "Sir Governor was murdered." "Who? Who murdered Sir Governor?" The guards outside rushed into the study and saw the dead Arsini, a look of horror in their eyes. The news of Arsini's death soon spread throughout the Newton City. When the warriors of the Newton City heard this news, their morale plummeted. Many high-ranking officers chose to surrender to Andrei on the spot. From there, things quickly went downhill. It wasn't long before the Newton City fell under Andrei's control. Once the Newton City fell, the entire Tandu province basically followed suit. Cities that had Andrei's envoys dispatched to them surrendered at once. After he took the Newton City, Andrei left behind a division in charge of reorganizing the surrendered troops of the Newton City, and then commanded the army to frantically charge toward the Notus province. Along the way, the cities of the Notus province surrendered at the first opportunity. As soon as Andrei's army arrived, the gates of those cities would open, and the military and governmental officials would come out to surrender. The main forces of the Notus province had already gathered in the Burgas city, and even the local troops were transferred away by Yang Feng. After Andrei's army barged into the Notus province, it slowed down its pace and cautiously advanced toward the Burgas city. Andrei's cautious advance gave Yang Feng no chances to mount sneak attacks. At the same time, his reinforcements entered the Notus province in a steady flow from the rear. So long as Yang Feng was defeated in the Notus province, there would be no other force capable of contending with Andrei's army on the way to the St. Tulan City. Many forces of the Morince Empire were now on the sidelines, observing the struggle between the two princes, Andrei and Garka, having no intention of getting themselves involved in the whirlpool. If Yang Feng was defeated, Andrei would gain a huge advantage, taking him a few steps closer to the throne of the Morince Empire. Faced with Andrei's steady advancement, Yang Feng just holed himself up in the Burgas city, methodically training his troops as usual, enhancing their battle prowess. Originally, some feeling of insecurity had pervaded the Burgas city, but when the people witnessed Yang Feng training the troops, their worries eased by a lot. At the same time, without attracting attention, Andro often escorted mysterious convoys shrouded in heavy curtains into the Burgas city. All those who tried to get close to the convoys disappeared into the darkness, and even their bodies couldn't be found. On the other hand, in the St. Tulan city, a rumor stating that Yang Feng purged the high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps in preparations to establish his independence spread like wildfire. In the imperial study, pacing back and forth, eyes twinkling with anxiety, Garka suddenly said, "Bracy, Ian is biding his time in the Burgas city, drilling his troops day and night. Say, are the rumors about him true?" A look of surprise in his eyes, Bracy responded loudly, "Your Majesty, this is just an attempt of His Highness to drive a wedge between us. Duke Ian would never betray you at this time. You mustn't change generals amid war. That's a big taboo." Garka dismissed that idea, an embarrassing smile on his face. "I know that it's an attempt to drive a wedge between us on Andrei's part, but hauling himself up in the Burgas city. How can Ian defeat Andrei?" Bracy replied with a smile. "Your Majesty, although Duke Ian has hundreds of thousands of troops under him, but they come from different places. It's very difficult to have a perfect command over them. Besides, although the army is great in number, but it isn't necessarily a match for Andrei's frontier army in terms of fighting strength. I think that Duke Ian's response is quite appropriate. As long as he sticks to the Burgas city, we can slowly consume Andrei. With the entire empire behind us, we have unlimited potential." Garka officially ascended the throne in the St. Tulan city and was nominally the emperor of the Morince Empire. Although the various regions of the Morince Empire watched the battle between the two princes unfold from the sideline, but if Garka's imperial court issued orders, the government organizations of those regions would obey the orders so long as they weren't irrational. This meant that Garka could get a steady stream of support money and people from the Morince Empire. What he lacked was the time to convert the money and people into fighting strength. With each passing day, Garka's position as the emperor was further consolidated. Thus, the longer things were delayed, the better it was for him. This was the advantage of controlling a huge empire. Far behind the front lines, Garka used the funds in the treasury to form 10 new corps in one go and began training them. It would only take some time to get 200,000 more troops. Of course, the battle prowess of these 200,000 troops would be far below that of seasoned troops. Chapter 299 Troops surround the Burgos city. Chapter 299 Troops surround the Burgos city. Translator, Xuanhuan. The Saint Tulan City was the symbol of imperial power of the Morince Empire, and any prince who occupied it was the default emperor. Before the emperor was overthrown by another prince, the rest of the provinces of the Morince Empire would obey the orders issued by the Saint Tulan City. Once Andrei captured the Saint Tulan City, apart from the forces of Garca and the other princes, the rest of the provinces would obey his orders. This was an unwritten rule of the Morince Empire. It was for this reason that Andrei rebelled, spearheaded a campaign against the Saint Tulan City, and attacked strategical places on the way, yet had no intention of attacking other provinces. A look of worry in his eyes, Bracy said solemnly. However, Duke Ian was too impatient and too fierce in his methods to purge the upper echelon of the Sixth Corps. The battle prowess of the Sixth Corps took a nosedive. I don't think that Andrei will miss such a great chance. Although the purge of the upper echelon of the Sixth Corps left Yang Feng with full control over the Sixth Corps, it also greatly weakened the combat strength of the Sixth Corps. It was equivalent to crippling them. After incorporating the surrendered troops of the Empire a few times, Andrei's army exceeded 300,000 people. Yang Feng, on the other hand, shot himself in the leg by crippling the Sixth Corps. At present, he only had 180,000 troops with considerable fighting strength. The strength of both sides reversed. Garca's eyes flashed with regret, and he sighed. He's still too immature. Bracy smiled and said, Your Majesty, don't worry. Duke Ian must have his reasons. He still has more than 300,000 troops under his control, so holding the Burgos city isn't an issue. So long as he stays put, strives to buy us more time, and consumes Andrei's forces, the final victors will still be us. Garca's eyes glimmered with apprehension, and he sighed slowly. I hope so. The Notice province. After Andrei and his main forces converged, he bulldozed his way forward. Wherever he and his army passed through, the cities of the Notice province would surrender and change sides. A huge circle slowly formed around Burgos city, completely enveloping it. Yang Feng just looked on coldly. From time to time, he would send cavalry squads to consume Andrei's units. When they were met with Andrei's main force, the cavalry squads would immediately choose to withdraw in the Burgos city. Amid the scattered fights, Yang Feng killed nearly 4,000 of Andrei's troops. However, Andrei wasn't bothered by the loss of these troops, and continued to narrow the encirclement in an orderly manner, like a noose wrapped around the Burgos city. After forming the huge encirclement, Andrei commanded an army that expanded to 460,000 people to surround the Burgos city. Underneath the scorching sun, outside the Burgos city, there were countless banners and barracks stretching endlessly. Atop the Burgos city's city wall, some warriors watched the mighty enemy outside the city, and their hearts surged with fear. Andrei arrived before the Burgos city and shouted loudly, I am Andrei, Earl Ian. I want to talk to you. Andrei's voice, which went through Star Knight rank Chi amplification, covered the whole Burgos city, as if it sounded right next to everyone's ears. TH most up-to-date NOVLS are published on freewabove.com. Accompanied by numerous ministers, Yang Feng went up the city wall. He looked at Andrei from afar and said with a faint smile, Your Highness Andrei, what else is there to talk about? Are you going to surrender? Ian, I mobilized 800,000 troops to surround the Burgos city. You are on your own in the city and there won't be any reinforcements coming. You have fewer than 300,000 troops capable of combat. Besides, you purged the high-ranking officers of Sixth Corps, crippling their fighting strength. Therefore, you have less than 200,000 troops capable of combat. It will only take 3 days at most to break through the Burgos city. Ian, I admire you very much. If you surrender, I will not only spare your life, but also let you continue to be the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. Andrei said with a spirited and confident smile. Yang Feng replied with a faint smile. Andrei, I do still have 300,000 troops under my control. You are underestimating me if you think that I'll surrender from just a few sentences. Andre smiled and clapped his hands. Very well. Let me show you the real strength and ace of the Southern Army. A black-robed archwizard took out a black cloth, then silently recited an incantation and pointed to the black cloth. Immediately after, magic light entered the black cloth. Black light emerged from the black cloth, and 30-meter-tall behemoths with body as flat as a football field and 8 sturdy and short legs appeared in front of everyone. The behemoths were covered in black scales, and had a 3-meter-long curved blade on their heads. When Chiron saw the behemoths, his face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Black-scaled siege behemoths! Damn it, they're one of the Empire's strongest siege weapons." They mobilized the behemoths. We're screwed. Atop the city wall, the complexions of the upper echelon in the Burgas city changed greatly, and their eyes glimmered with dismay. Black-scaled siege behemoth were a kind of siege behemoths that the god of war Barrios bred from various kinds of siege divine beasts and other species. Black-scaled siege behemoths were immune to disintegrate and many other deadly spells, and their magic resistance and physical resistance were first class. Their only weakness was their slow movement speed and reaction. However, as siege weapons they were very outstanding. Only a huge city like the Burgas city could withstand a collision with black-scaled siege behemoths. The city walls of some small cities, on the other hand, would collapse from a strike. Even though the Burgas city was a huge city, but Andre's men could still stand atop the black-scaled siege behemoths and shoot down the warriors atop the Burgas city's city wall. Black-scaled siege behemoths were a treasure of the Southern Army. Their numbers very few. It cost at least 60 million gold coins to breed a siege behemoth. Besides, the maintenance and food expenses for a single behemoth were upwards of 1 million gold coins per year. The Southern Army only had for such behemoths. Now, the 4 black-scaled siege behemoths appeared in front of the Burgas city. Seeing the 4 terrifying behemoths, which were taller than the Burgas city's city wall, the morale of the warriors atop the city wall plummeted. The 4 black-scaled siege behemoths resembled 4 lofty, movable city walls. As soon as the 4 terrifying black-scaled siege behemoths appeared, the advantage of the Burgas city's city wall was reduced by a lot. A complacent smile of his face, Andre clapped his hands. An archwizard took out a black pouch and tossed. The pouch radiated black light that landed on the ground. Eyes dull, profound and mysterious magic runes engraved on their bodies, 20-meter tall. Bald giants holding a 15-meter-long wolf-tooth club, each appeared in front of everyone. His voice trembling, Chiron exclaimed, "Golem giants!" The golem giants were war weapons refined from the bodies of giants the light primary god Prados defeated. Prados had taken the best golem giants back to his divine country, leaving only a few defective products in the secular world. But even the defective golem giants had frightening battle prowess. When they brandished the huge wolf-tooth clubs, even demigod-rank powerhouses wouldn't be willing to meet the golem giants head-on. One after another, for a total of 8 golem giants appeared on the battlefield. When the upper echelon atop the Burgas city's city wall saw the 8 golem giants, their expressions turned very unsightly. If Andre had no wizard squad under his command, then by relying on the power of wizard squads, the Burgas city would have a chance to get rid of the 8 golem giants after paying a great price. However, the power of wizard squads under Andre might be greater than that of wizard squads commanded by Yang Feng. Under such circumstances, the Burgas city had no way to deal with the 4 black-scaled siege behemoths and 8 golem giants. Andre's eyes flashed with a fierce light and he barked, "Ian Chiron, you stand no chance at victory. If you don't surrender, I will attack the Burgas city with all I have. When I break through the city wall, the whole city will be slaughtered. Your friends and family will be reduced to slaves on the charge of treason and sink into ruin." When his words fell, the complexions of the upper echelon atop the city wall changed dramatically, and strange gazes fell on Yang Feng. Seeing how strong Andre's forces were, many people secretly had a change of heart. Apart from Garca's hardcore supporters, no one was willing to throw their lives away for Garca in a war that could not be won. Yang Feng clapped his hands and praised with a smile, "Amazing! Really amazing! Your Highness Andre, you are too modest. With these forces, You can break through the Burgas City's city wall within 2 days at the most. The upper echelon atop the city wall stared at Yang Feng dumbstruck, unable to believe their ears. For Yang Feng to say such a thing at this critical time was a blow to the morale of the defenders. Frowning slightly, Andre had an ominous premonition. Yang Feng's calm demeanor left him very disturbed. Chapter 300 Flood. Chapter 300 Flood. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Unfortunately, you don't have that much time. Listen. Can you hear the sound of rolling waves coming from afar?" Andre frowned slightly. Suddenly, his complexion changed greatly. Then he pointed at Yang Feng and said in a trembling voice, "You destroyed the Humanta Dam." When they heard that, the faces of the officials of the Notice province changed dramatically, and they looked at Yang Feng with fear and incredulity in their eyes. The Humanta Dam was built in the upper reaches of the Dagdamani River, a river that crossed the entire Notice province. Before the Humanta Dam was built, the Notice province was often plagued by floods. After the dam was built, however, the climate of the Notice province became propitious, water became easily accessible, and the province quickly developed. Once the Humanta Dam was destroyed, the Notice province would be flooded, and more than 10 million residents of the province would lose their homes. Andre didn't expect Yang Feng to be so ruthless as to destroy the Humanta Dam. Yang Feng smiled faintly, not admitting to it. freewebnovel.com. A white line rose in the distance, sweeping everything in its wake. It swept their way with a frightening force, swallowing everything. Retreat! Retreat immediately! When Andre saw the white line in the distance, his face changed dramatically, and he snarled frantically. Outside the Burgas city, under the leadership of their high-ranking officers, the warriors of the Southern Army panicked and ran away like ants. Yang Feng ordered faintly, "Cast spells to strengthen the city wall." "Yes, sir." Standing next to Yang Feng, Barros, the head of a wizard squad, replied respectfully. Updated from freewebnovel.com. Wizards silently chanted incantations and conjured spells they prepared the day before to strengthen the city wall. Magic light fell onto the city wall, making the city wall, which had an astonishing defense to begin with, firmer. The flood was fierce and as swift as a clap of thunder. With the power to smash everything, it swept over and slammed into the 460,000 troops under Andre's command. The 460,000 troops that Andre had painstakingly recruited and trained were washed away by the flood as if ants. The frightening flood mercilessly hit the Burgas city's city wall and shook it. But the city wall could withstand the bombardment of legend rank spells to begin with. After being blessed with spells, even demigod rank powerhouses may not be able to destroy the dreadful city wall with a strike. Like a reef, the Burgas city withstood the hammering of the waves. Following glimmers of magic light, wizards subordinated to Andre conjured spells and rose into the air. Fire! Following Yang Feng's command, as if locusts, numerous bolts and arrows were fired at the wizards under Andre's command. Faced with the rain of arrows and bolts, the magic covers surrounding the wizards subordinated to Andre collapsed one after another, and the wizards were shot into sieves and dropped from midair. Restricted airspace. Barros and the other wizards in the Burgas city cast spirit resonance, then pointed at the wizards midair with the magic staffs in their hands and conjured the legend rank spell Restricted Airspace. A formidable magic fluctuation enveloped the area, and the wizards flying midair fell into the flood as if dumplings. As soon as the wizards fell into the flood, they immediately cast various spells in an attempt to escape from it. However, as they didn't expect to come across a flood, they hadn't prepared appropriate spells in advance. Apart from a few dozen people, when the rest of the wizards fell into the flood, they struggled for a bit before turning still. The terrifying flood swept nearly all of Andre's 460,000 subordinated troops away, with only the 4 black-scaled siege behemoth still standing up to the impact of the flood. The people standing on the football field like flat backs of the behemoths were the high-ranking officers under Andre's command. The 8 golem giants were washed away by the scary flood in the first moment, tumbling downstream. After the flood calmed down a little, prepared beforehand, warships were released from atop the city wall. The cargo Andro stealthily moved to the Burgos city could be assembled into warships. Ennio, Duccio, John, and Giacomo led their men aboard the warships to attack Andre's party. The Dagdamani River crossed the Notus province. Although the Four Corps weren't specialized maritime troops, but they could still ride the warships and fight using crossbows. Fire Dragon. Standing atop the warships, Barros and the other wizards unleashed spirit resonance, then silently chanted incantations and pointed at Andre's party. Suddenly, flame dragons emerged and barreled toward Andre and his men on the backs of the black-scaled siege behemoths. Sky Flower Water Curtain. The wizards atop the backs of the 4 black-scaled siege behemoths also performed spirit resonance. Suddenly, water screens emerged above them. The flame dragons descended and intertwined with the water curtains, issuing sizzling sounds and giving rise to large expanses of fog. As the wizards engaged, bolts, as if locusts, shot toward Andre and his men atop the decks of the 4 black-scaled siege behemoths from the warships. In the dense rain of bolts, formidable officers of the Southern Army fell one after another. At the same time, some wizards whose defenses were lacking were shot dead and fell to the ground or into the water. Standing on the back of a black-scaled siege behemoth, Andre brandished his sword, unceasingly deflecting the rain of bolts, his eyes shot with blood and his heart torn with grief. In this war, the 100,000 elites he brought from the Southern Army were swept away by Yang Feng. Simultaneously, there were heavy casualties among the elite surrendered troops. Once he retreated to the south in defeat, everything would have been for naught. Garca could use this period of time to cement his position atop the throne. As time went on, he would sit ever more stably on the throne and Andre would have no chance to turn the tables around. A high-ranking officer with Star Knight rank cultivation base bellowed as he deflected the bolts. "Your Highness Andre, run away. We'll stay behind to cover the rear. Take revenge for us in the future. Your Highness Andre, quickly leave this place. Avenge us in the future." Eyes shot with blood, the high-ranking officers of the Southern Army shouted. As long as Andre didn't die, there would come a day when the families of the high-ranking officers of the Southern Army would have a change in their fortune. But if Andre were to die here, the high-ranking officers would be labeled as traitors and their families would sink to the lowest rung. Gritting his teeth, Andre's figure flickered, and he shot toward the water as if a big bird. His shoes flashed with blue magic light. Suddenly, a mirror appeared below his feet. Treading atop mirrors, Andre's figure flickered as he fled into the distance. If he stayed behind, then even if he and his men fought bitterly, the best-case scenario would be him ending up as a prisoner. Decisive, he chose to retreat. The warriors of the Four Corps weren't specialized maritime troops, after all. They could only watch Andre escape. Yang Feng said suddenly, "Chiron!" Chiron's eyes glittered with a complex look, and he replied respectfully, "Yes, Sir Marshal." Complicated looks in their eyes. Many high-ranking officers atop the city wall focused their gazes on Yang Feng. Andre's army, which previously seemed practically invincible, was completely defeated by the flood, suffering heavy casualties. However, the destruction of the Humanta Dam also turned the Notus province into an inundated area. Consequently, more than 10 million residents of the Notus province would be left destitute and become refugees. Although the battle was won, but the Notus province might very likely take decades to regain its vigor. However, a victory was still a victory. Yang Feng destroyed Andre's forces and reversed the situation in one go. No one could defy him. His prestige in the army reached a peak. Yang Feng spoke lightly, "I'm leaving you in charge. I'm going back to take a rest." Chiron responded respectfully, "Yes, Sir Marshal." Relying on the 4 black-scaled siege behemoths, although Andre's remnant forces struggled bitterly, but their loss was inevitable. There was no need for Yang Feng to assume command. When Yang Feng left the city wall, his body collapsed into white mist and faded away. Panting heavily, Andre sped away. He had already fled for tens of kilometers. Nevertheless, he could still see the repulsive flood everywhere. Looking at the flood, he felt like there was a knife lodged in his heart. The rest of the troops didn't matter. But the 100,000 elites he brought from the Southern Army were the strongest troops under his command as well as his foundation. The loss outside of the Burgos city was a heavy blow to him. Your Highness Andre, please don't be in a rush to leave. A black light dropped from the sky, landed in front of Andre, and revealed Yang Feng's figure. A light smile on his face, Yang Feng blocked Andre's escape route. Andre's pupils constricted slightly, and a ferocious light glimmered in his eyes, saying coldly, "Ian, have you come to take my head and give it to Garca? Interesting. I'd like to see what gives you the confidence to come after me alone." We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.